The Sovereign's Vow, Act 1. Chapter 1. The light that swallowed Issei Hayata did not feel like magic. It felt like falling asleep in the middle of a sentence, the world simply cutting away mid-thought. One moment he had been standing in the old school building with Rias and the others, arguing good-naturedly about whose turn it was to carry the leftover snacks home. The next moment there was only white, a silence so complete that he could hear his own heartbeat, and then the white broke apart like glass and dropped him into cold air and colder ground. He hit dirt hard enough to knock the breath from his lungs. Grass, real grass, damp with morning dew, pressed against his cheek. Somewhere close by a river was moving over stones, and further off he could hear the low complaint of cattle and the creak of a wooden cart. Issei pushed himself upright, spitting out a mouthful of grass, and looked around at a world that was absolutely, unmistakably not Ko. He was on a hillside above a wide valley. Fields of pale wheat rolled away in every direction, broken by stands of birch and the silver thread of a river. Farther out, smoke rose from the chimneys of a town built around a stone keep, its walls old and gray and honestly grand in a way that reminded him of the historical dramas his mother liked to watch. There was no Ko Academy. No familiar street signs. No phone signal, he discovered, when he dug his phone from his pocket and found the screen dark no matter how many times he pressed the button. "Okay," he said out loud, mostly to hear a human voice, even if it was his own. "Okay. This is fine. This has happened before. Dimensional weirdness happens to me literally every other month." He flexed his left hand out of habit, half expecting the familiar green gauntlet to answer him, and it did, scales rippling into existence over his skin with a small, reassuring pulse of draconic power. Boosted gear. The voice in his head was low, thoughtful, and entirely unbothered by their sudden change of scenery. "Partner," Drake said, "you have a gift for finding yourself somewhere new." "This wasn't me," Issei muttered, climbing to his feet and brushing grass from his uniform. "One second I'm home, next second I'm face down in a field. Did somebody teleport me? Was it Ophis? Great Red? Please don't tell me it was Great Red." "I felt no draconic signature in the transition," Drake said. "No demonic circle either, nor any angelic light. Whatever brought you here did so cleanly. That in itself is worth noting. It means someone, or something, wanted you delivered, not destroyed." That was not exactly comforting, but Issei had long since learned that comfort was a luxury he mostly had to manufacture for himself. He took a breath, rolled his shoulders, and started down the hill toward the smoke and the walls and the promise of other human beings who might be able to tell him what continent he was even on. He had gone perhaps half a mile along a rutted dirt track when he heard the horses. There were 4 riders coming hard along the road behind him, and even from a distance Issei could tell something was wrong. The lead rider, a woman with dark hair bound back in a tight braid, was hunched low over her horse's neck, one arm pressed to her side. The 3 behind her were dressed rough, mismatched armor and open, hungry expressions that Issei had seen on delinquents, and worse back home. Bandits, or something close enough to the word that it didn't matter. The woman's horse stumbled on a loose stone. She went down hard, rolling once through the dirt of the road, and did not get up fast enough. Issei was moving before he had consciously decided to move. Years of training with Rias's peerage had put something instinctual into his legs, and he crossed the remaining distance in seconds, skidding to a stop between the fallen woman and the 3 riders closing in. Up close she was younger than he'd guessed from a distance, maybe his own age or a little older, with sharp violet eyes narrowed in pain and fury rather than fear. Her clothes were fine, embroidered at the collar, clearly someone of standing, and there was a shallow cut along her ribs that had darkened the fabric there to black. She looked at Issei, an unarmed boy in a strange uniform who had appeared out of nowhere to stand in front of 3 armed men, and her expression flickered from surprise to something like exasperation. "Move," she said, in a language Issei somehow understood without understanding how he understood it. "You will be killed." "Funny," Issei said, "people keep telling me that, and yet." The lead bandit laughed, a short ugly bark, and spurred his horse forward with a curved blade already coming up. Issei's left arm was a blur of green light before the man had covered half the distance, the gauntlet's crimson jewel flaring as he caught the horse's charge with an open palm to the animal's shoulder, not to hurt it, just to stop it, and the beast reared back with a scream while its rider went flying into the dirt. The second and third riders hesitated, which was their first mistake, because it gave Issei time to close the gap himself. Boost! The word thundered through him, power doubling in an instant, and when his fist connected with the second bandit's chestplate, the metal caved inward like wet cardboard and sent the man tumbling head over heels into a ditch. The third rider wheeled his horse around to flee, and Issei let him go. There was no need to chase down a man already running. He turned back to find the woman on her feet, sword drawn, watching him with an expression that had shifted again, past exasperation now and into something sharper, more assessing. "That gauntlet," she said. "I have never seen its like. Are you one of the Silver Meteor's people? A hired blade from the East?" "I have literally no idea what you just said after the word gauntlet," Issei admitted. "My name's Issei Hayadu. I sort of, fell into your country about 20 minutes ago, and I don't actually know where I am." She studied him for a long moment, sword still raised, blood soaking slowly through her sleeve. Then, with the pragmatism of someone used to making fast decisions in worse situations, she lowered the blade. "Eleanor of Volteria," she said. "Vanitas of Ossel. And you, stranger who falls out of the sky and breaks a man's armor with his bare hand, had better start explaining yourself before my soldiers arrive and decide you are the one who attacked me." Issei opened his mouth, closed it, and decided that of all the ways he had imagined his morning going, this had not been on the list. "Yeah," he said. "That's probably fair." Chapter 2. Eleanora's soldiers arrived within minutes, a full column of them thundering down the road with lances leveled, and for a tense moment Issei genuinely thought he was about to be run through before anyone asked a single question. It was only Eleanora's raised hand, and her sharp command in a tone that clearly did not tolerate argument, that kept the situation from turning violent. "He saved my life," she said, before anyone could accuse him of anything. "Whatever he is not the one who set that ambush." The soldiers lowered their lances, though their eyes stayed wary, and Issei found himself escorted rather than arrested toward the town he'd seen smoking on the horizon. Up close it was even more impressive than it had looked from the hill, a proper fortress town with a keep of pale stone rising above timber and thatch, banners snapping in the wind bearing a crest he didn't recognize. It was inside that keep, in a hall warmed by a huge hearth, that Issei got his first real explanation of where he had landed. He was insected, Eleanora told him, one of the great nations of a continent that seemed to have no other name than simply the world, at least none that meant anything to Issei. She was a Vanitas, a warlord bound to an ancient dragon weapon called a Zendius, one of only 7 such warriors who commanded provinces and led armies in the name of Zektid's king. The 3 men who had attacked her were remnants of a rebel faction that had been causing trouble along her province's borders since a war with the neighboring kingdom of Brune had ended badly for everyone involved. "They meant to weaken my house," Eleanora said, sitting now with her wound properly bandaged, a cup of something warm and herbal in her hands. "Kill me quietly on a lonely road, blame it on brigands, and let Ossel fall into chaos while they carve out territory for themselves." It would have worked, too, if a stranger with a dragon on his arm had not fallen out of the clouds at the exact right moment. "I really didn't plan that part," Issei said. "I don't even know how I got here. And yet here you are." She studied him over the rim of her cup, violet eyes thoughtful. "Tell me about the gauntlet." So Issei told her, as much of it as made sense to say out loud, about sacred gears and the boosted gear and the Welsh dragon sealed within it, about Rias and the Occult Research Club and a world of devils and angels and fallen angels that apparently did not exist, or at least did not make themselves known, on this side of whatever had brought him across. Eleanora listened without interrupting, which he appreciated, and when he finished she was quiet for a long moment. "A dragon of your own world, bound to your body," she said finally. "Not so different from a Vanitas and her dragon weapon, in its way. Except mine cannot speak, and yours apparently will not stop." "Excuse me," Drake rumbled inside Issei's mind, loud enough that Issei flinched. "I would speak far less if my host did not insist on narrating his own embarrassment aloud at every opportunity." Eleanora's mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but close. "He talks back," Issei explained, rubbing the back of his neck. It's a whole thing, I gathered. She set her cup down and rose, wincing only slightly at the pull of her bandaged ribs. Issei Hayadu. You have no home here, no allies, no understanding of our politics or our wars. By every reasonable measure I should thank you for my life and send you on your way with provisions and a horse. I sense a but coming. But, she agreed, a man who can shatter plate armor with an open hand and stop a charging horse without breaking its leg is not a man I wish to simply send away, not when Brune's border lords are testing our defenses and the rebels within my own province grow bolder by the season. I would ask you to stay, at least until we understand why fate saw fit to drop you at my feet. Assel could use a blade like yours. And I confess I am curious what other surprises that gauntlet has hiding in it. Issei thought about it for exactly as long as it took him to remember that he had nowhere else to go, no way home that he currently understood, and a group of increasingly familiar instincts telling him that a woman who fought through a stab wound without complaint and negotiated an alliance before the blood had even dried on her sleeve was someone worth staying near. Yeah, he said. Okay. I'll stay. Somebody's got to keep an eye on you so you stop getting stabbed on lonely roads. I did not get stabbed, Eleonora said, with the first real flash of offense he'd seen from her. I was grazed. There is a difference. Sure there is, Issei said, and for the first time since he'd woken up in a strange field on a strange continent, he found himself smiling. Chapter 3. Word of the stranger who had saved the silver flash of Assel, as Eleonora was apparently known among her own soldiers, spread through the keep faster than Issei expected. By the second day he was fielding curious stares from every guard and servant he passed, and by the third day one of Eleonora's officers had already started calling him, with a straight face, the Dragon Knight, a title Issei tried and failed to talk his way out of. It suits you, Eleonora told him, over a meal in the small dining hall where she took her food when she wasn't required to eat formally with her council. Better than Issei Hayadu. My people cannot pronounce it correctly, and half of them think it is two names rather than one. It's one name, Issei said. Hayadu is my family name. I did not ask for a grammar lesson. But she was smiling when she said it, small and private, the kind of smile Issei was starting to realize she rarely gave to anyone else in the keep. It was during that same meal that a servant arrived with urgent news, the kind that made Eleonora set down her cup and straighten immediately, all trace of ease gone from her posture. Riders had come from the western border, from the province governed by a fellow Vanadis named Ludmila Lowry, carrying word that a Brune war band had crossed the river days earlier than expected and was already burning outlying villages. Ludmila has never asked for help in her life, Eleonora said, half to herself, already moving toward the door. If her riders came this far east, it is because she has no choice left. Then we go, Issei said, and something in the flat certainty of it made Eleonora pause and look back at him. You do not have to. I know. He shrugged, easy about it in a way that surprised even himself. But you're going, and people are about to get hurt, and I've got a fist that stops horses and a dragon in my arm that gets bored real easy. Feels like a waste not to use it. They rode west within the hour, a column of Assel's best cavalry moving fast along roads still muddy from spring rain, and Issei spent the 2 days of travel getting his first real education in this world's politics from Eleonora herself, who talked while they rode as easily as she fought. Zektid was a patchwork of provinces held together by an aging king and the loyalty of the Vanadis, 7 women bound to 7 dragon weapons of terrible and specific power. Brune, across the river, was a kingdom of knights and old nobility that had spent the last several years locked in a war that neither side had truly won, a war that had left both nations bled thin and their borders infested with the kind of desperate, opportunistic violence that thrived in the cracks of a fragile peace. Ludmila commands the province of Legnica, Eleonora explained. She wields lavias, a weapon of ice and wind. She's younger than I am, prouder than I am, and if this Brune war band has pushed her back far enough to send for help, then it is larger and better led than the reports first suggested. They arrived on the 3rd morning to find smoke on the horizon and a battle already underway, Legnica's outnumbered defenders holding a river crossing against a Brune force nearly twice their size. Issei got his first look at Ludmila Lowry from half a mile off, a slight woman with pale silver hair standing atop a ridge, her dragon weapon crackling with visible cold as she held the line almost single-handedly against a wave of enemy cavalry. "She's incredible," Issei said, genuinely awed, and Eleonora gave him a sideways look that he did not have time to interpret before the horns sounded, and the real fighting began. What followed was not a battle so much as a controlled demolition. Issei tore into the Brune flank with Draig's power thundering through his veins, boosting again and again until soldiers were fleeing rather than face the boy who could not be cut and could not be stopped, and Eleonora's cavalry punched through the gap he opened with brutal, practiced efficiency. By the time the sun reached its highest point, the Brune commander had ordered a full retreat, his war band streaming back across the river in disarray, leaving Legnitsa's fields scorched but its people alive. Ludmila Lowry found Issei afterward, standing amid the wreckage of the crossing with his gauntlets still smoking faintly from overuse, and studied him with the same sharp, assessing eyes he'd already grown used to from Eleonora. "You are the stranger from the east," she said. It was not a question. "Issei Hayadu. People are calling me the Dragon Knight, which, for the record, I never agreed to. It fits." Ludmila's mouth curved, not quite warm but not unkind either. "Eleonora sent word ahead that you were valuable. She undersold you." She glanced past him, to where the last of the retreating Brune column disappeared over the far hills. "Legnitsa owes you a debt." "I do not enjoy owing debts." "Then don't think of it as one," Issei said. "Think of it as, I don't know, two people who wanted the same outcome and happened to be standing in the same place." "You talk like a diplomat and fight like a beast let off its chain," Ludmila said. "That is a strange combination." She looked at him a moment longer, something calculating behind her pale eyes, before she turned to survey the smoking ruins of her border. "Come. If Brune is bold enough to strike this early in the season, I will need every capable sword I can find for the months ahead. Yours, it seems, is more capable than most." Behind them, Eleonora watched the exchange with an expression Issei couldn't quite read, arms folded, violet eyes flicking between Ludmila and the boy who had fallen out of the sky into the middle of her war. She said nothing. But she was still watching, long after Ludmila had walked away. Chapter 4. The days that followed blurred together in a way that felt, to Issei, almost familiar, the same rhythm he'd known back in Ko, training and fighting and the slow accumulation of people who trusted him with their backs turned. Only here the stakes were sharper, the wounds realer, and the political weight of every decision heavier than anything he'd carried before. He stayed at Legnitsa for 2 weeks, helping Ludmila rebuild the border defenses that the Brune raid had shattered, and in that time he watched her fight up close more times than he could count. She fought like winter itself, cold and precise and utterly without wasted motion, and it was during one of the quieter evenings, both of them exhausted after a long day repairing a collapsed watchtower, that she asked him the question he'd been half expecting since the battle at the river. "Why did you stay?" Ludmila asked, sitting across the fire from him, her dragon weapon resting against a nearby stone. "Eleonora has her own province to manage. You could have returned east with her honor guard the day after the battle. Instead you have spent 2 weeks hauling timber and mending walls for a province that is not yours, for a Vanitas you had never met before that morning." Issei considered the question honestly, poking at the fire with a stick while he thought about it. "Where I'm from," he said eventually, "I had people who mattered to me. A whole group of us, all kind of thrown together by circumstances none of us really chose, and somewhere along the way we stopped being just allies and became something closer to family. I got yanked out of that pretty suddenly, and I don't know if I'm ever getting back. But I figure if I'm stuck here, the least I can do is find people worth fighting for again. You and Eleonora, you're both fighting to keep your people safe. That's not nothing. That's worth staying for, at least for a while." Ludmila was quiet for a long moment, the fire popping between them, before she spoke again, softer than he'd heard her before. "You are strange, Dragon Knight. I've been told. I mean it as a compliment," she said. "Most men who wield power like yours use it to take. You have used yours only to give. I have not met many like that." She looked at him across the flames, something unguarded in her expression for just a moment before the familiar composure settled back over her features. "Legnitsa would be glad of your continued protection. As I suspect would I." Issei felt something warm settle in his chest that had nothing to do with the fire, and he was still turning that feeling over when Eleonora arrived 3 days later at the head of a small envoy, ostensibly to discuss border cooperation between their two provinces, though the sharp look she gave Ludmila when she found the two of them laughing together over breakfast suggested her reasons were not purely political. "You've made yourself quite comfortable here," Eleonora observed, sliding into a seat at the table with more force than strictly necessary. "Legnitsa's been generous," Issei said, entirely missing the undertone. Ludmila, across the table, was not missing it at all, and the small, satisfied curve of her mouth suggested she found Eleonora's irritation more entertaining than she'd admit. "I am simply here on matters of state," Eleonora said primly, reaching for the bread. "The Brune raid affects both our provinces. It is only sensible that we coordinate." "Of course," Ludmila said. "Nothing to do with the fact that you rode 2 days on the strength of a single letter. The letter mentioned troop movements." "The letter," Ludmila said, "mentioned that the Dragon Knight had been seen helping the local children rebuild a collapsed grain store, and that half of Legnitsa had taken to calling him a blessing sent by the river gods." "I know, because I wrote it." Eleonora's ears went faintly pink, and Issei, still catching up to the conversation a beat too late as usual, looked between the two of them with the growing suspicion that he had somehow become the subject of a rivalry he hadn't consented to and barely understood. "I have no idea what's happening right now," he admitted, "but I feel like I should apologize for something." "You should not," Eleonora said, recovering her composure with visible effort. "Finish your meal. We have a great deal to discuss, and precious little time before whatever Brune intends next reaches our borders in full." She was right, as it turned out, though either of them could have guessed how quickly, or how large, that next threat would prove to be. Chapter 5. The messenger arrived at Legnitsa in the dead of night, half dead from exhaustion, having ridden 3 horses to death carrying word from the southern provinces. What he brought was worse than either Vanadis had feared. Brune had not launched a border raid. It had launched an invasion, a full army under the personal command of one of its most decorated generals, striking not at Legnitsa or Ossel but at the southern province of Polesia, governed by a Vanadis named Sophia Albertas, a healer and diplomat by temperament who commanded one of the smallest military forces of the 7 great provinces. "Sophia has never wanted for war," Eleonora said grimly, reading the dispatch by candlelight while Ludmila and Issei looked on. "She has spent her rule trying to build peace between our peoples and Brune's, treating wounded from both sides without prejudice. If Brune has chosen her province to strike first, it is because they believe her the softest target. Then we go help her," Issei said immediately. "It is not so simple," Ludmila said. "Polesia is 3 days' hard ride from here, further still from Ossel. By the time we arrive, the battle may already be decided. Then we ride faster," Issei said, and something in his tone, flat and certain in a way that brooked no argument, made both women look at him with matching expressions of surprise. They rode within the hour, a joint force from Legnitsa and Ossel moving through the night at a pace that left ordinary soldiers gasping, and Issei pushed Draig's power into his legs and his lungs to keep pace at the front of the column, boosting again and again until the world blurred into a rhythm of hooves and moonlight and the growing, gnawing worry that they would arrive too late. They did not arrive too late, though it was close. Polesia's capital was under siege when they crested the final ridge on the morning of the 3rd day, Brune's siege engines hammering at walls manned by exhausted, badly outnumbered defenders, and at the center of the chaos, standing atop the gatehouse with her dragon weapon glowing a soft, healing gold even as she used it to close the wounds of soldiers fighting around her, was a young woman with soft brown hair and an expression of grim, exhausted determination that Issei recognized instantly as belonging to someone who had been holding a losing line far longer than any person should have to. Sophia Albertas turned as Eleonora and Ludmila's combined cavalry crashed into the Brune siege lines from the rear, and for one moment, across the chaos of the battlefield, her eyes found Issei's, wide with a disbelief that quickly gave way to fierce, grateful hope. He boosted twice more, power roaring through him, and threw himself into the fighting with everything Draig had left to give. The battle that followed was the largest Issei had fought since arriving in this world, hours of brutal, grinding combat against a force that outnumbered them badly even with 2 provinces' cavalry thrown into the balance, and it was only as the sun began to set, the Brune general finally sounding the retreat rather than lose his entire army to a defense that refused to break, that Issei allowed himself to stop, chest heaving, gauntlet finally receding from his exhausted arm. Sophia found him afterward, in the makeshift infirmary she had set up in the castle's great hall, moving between rows of wounded from both sides of the battle, tending Brune soldiers with the same careful attention she gave her own people. You should be resting, she told him, though there was no real reproach in it, only a tired, warm concern that Issei was not used to receiving from someone he'd known for less than a day. You've been on your feet longer than I have, he pointed out. I am a healer. It is what I do. She smiled at him, small and genuine, and knelt to check a bandage on a soldier's arm before continuing. Eleonora tells me you fell out of the sky with no warning and simply decided to start saving people. I confess I did not entirely believe her, until today. Yeah, well. Issei rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly aware of how filthy and battered he must look. Kind of my whole deal, I guess. Falling into places and then refusing to leave until everyone's okay. Then I am glad fate chose to drop you here, Sophia said, rather than anywhere else. She studied him a moment, something thoughtful and warm in her tired eyes. Polysia would be honored to call you a friend, Dragon Knight. I suspect, after today, my people already do. Behind her, half hidden in the doorway of the great hall, both Eleonora and Ludmila watched the exchange with identical, carefully neutral expressions that fooled absolutely no one who happened to glance their way, and Issei, still too exhausted to notice the growing tension gathering around him like weather before a storm, simply smiled back at Sophia and asked where he could find a bucket of water and a place to finally sit down. Chapter 6. The three Vanitas and their combined forces stayed at Polysia for a week, while the wounded recovered and the walls were repaired, and it was during that week that Issei found himself, almost without noticing it happening, at the center of a slowly growing circle of trust that felt less like the politics Eleonora had warned him about and more like something warmer, something closer to the found family he'd left behind in Ko. He spent mornings training with Ludmila, who fought with a discipline that pushed him to sharpen his own technique in ways sparring with devils rarely had. He spent afternoons helping Sophia in the infirmary, learning enough of this world's medicine to be genuinely useful rather than simply strong, and he spent evenings with Eleonora, walking the repaired walls of Polysia while she talked through the tangled politics of a war that had no easy end in sight. It was on one such evening, the sky bruised purple and gold with sunset, that Eleonora finally said the thing she'd clearly been circling for days. 2 more messengers arrived today, she said, not looking at him, her eyes fixed instead on the darkening horizon. One from Valentina Glinka, in the north, requesting to know if the rumors of a dragon knight fighting alongside 3 Vanitas are true. One from Olga Tam, further west, asking much the same. Word travels fast, Issei said. Word of a stranger who fights like a beast and heals like a saint travels faster than most. She glanced at him sideways, something careful in her expression. You should understand what is happening here, Issei. Among my people, when a Vanitas extends trust as deeply as Ludmila and Sophia have extended it to you in so short a time, it is not a small thing. And when 3 of us begin circling the same man with the same quiet, deliberate attention, that is smaller still. Issei felt his face heat, belatedly understanding the shape of the thing she was trying, in her careful, roundabout way, to tell him. Eleonora, I am not asking you to answer tonight, she said, cutting him off gently, though the faint color in her own cheeks suggested the conversation cost her more than her composed tone let on. I am telling you because you deserve to understand the world you have fallen into, and the effect you are having on it, before it grows any larger than it already has. Ludmila will not say it outright. Sophia may not even fully understand her own feelings yet. But I have eyes, Dragon Knight, and I have watched you save a war I feared unwinnable and heal wounds neither steel nor sorcery could touch, and I am not the only Vanitas in this world who has noticed. She turned to face him fully then, violet eyes steady despite the color still high in her cheeks. Whatever this becomes, she said, know that I do not regret being the one who found you first. Issei looked at her for a long moment, the sunset painting gold along the edge of her dark hair, and felt something settle in his chest that was equal parts terror and something warmer, something that felt dangerously close to home. I don't regret it either, he said quietly. Any of it. Falling here, meeting you, any of it. She smiled then, small and real, and for a while neither of them said anything else, content simply to stand together on the repaired wall of a province they had saved, while somewhere to the north and west, 2 more letters carrying 2 more names waited for an answer that Issei was only beginning to understand he would eventually have to give. Word of the Dragon Knight had already begun to spread across 2 warring nations. And Issei Hayadu, 3 provinces and 3 Vanadas into a war he had never asked to join, was starting to suspect that his strange new life had only just begun. Chapter 7. The letters from Valentina Glinka and Olga Tam arrived properly a week later, carried not by exhausted messengers but by formal envoys dressed in the colors of their respective provinces, and Eleonora read both aloud to the small council that had gathered in Polesia's rebuilt hall. Ludmila and Sophia seated on either side of her while Issei stood near the window trying and failing to look like a man who was not the actual subject of the correspondence. Valentina's letter was short, almost curt, requesting only that the so-called Dragon Knight travel north to Legnitsa's neighboring province to assist with what she described as a matter requiring unusual strength, without elaborating further. Olga's letter, by contrast, was warm and rambling, full of praise for the stories she had heard and an open invitation for Issei to visit her province whenever his schedule allowed, phrased in a way that made Sophia laugh out loud and Ludmila roll her eyes. Olga has never met a stranger she did not immediately try to feed, Ludmila said. Do not mistake her warmth for anything less than sincere, but do not expect subtlety from her either. And Valentina? Issei asked. Valentina, Eleonora said carefully, is a Vanadas who trusts very little and reveals even less. If she has written to request your help directly, rather than simply hearing rumors and dismissing them, then whatever is happening in her province is serious enough that she has set her pride aside to ask. She set the letter down. I would not ignore it. Then I won't, Issei said simply, and the decision, once made, settled something in the room that had been quietly tense since the letters arrived. He looked between the 3 women who had, in the space of little more than a month, become the closest thing to allies he had in this entire world. I'll go to Valentina first, since it sounds urgent. But I'm coming back. All of you should know that. I'm not disappearing into the next province and forgetting where I started. Sophia's smile was soft and immediate. Ludmila's was smaller, but no less genuine. Eleonora simply nodded, though the look she gave him carried a warmth that needed no words to translate. He left for the north 3 days later, with Ludmila insisting on riding part of the way with him under the thin pretext of border business, and it was during that shared stretch of road, the 2 of them alone for the first time since Polesia, that she finally said something that had clearly been sitting behind her composed exterior for longer than she'd let on. I do not share easily, Ludmila said, eyes fixed on the road ahead rather than on him. Legnitsa is mine. My command, my people, my burdens to carry alone. I have never wanted a partner in any of it, not truly, not until a stranger fell out of the sky and spent 2 weeks hauling timber instead of asking what he could gain from my province. She glanced at him then, pale eyes steady despite the faint color in her cheeks. I am not good at saying such things plainly. But I would have you know, before you ride north and Valentina inevitably tries to claim your attention for herself, that Legnitsa considers you more than an ally, Dragon Knight. And so, I think, do I. Issei felt his chest go warm and tight all at once, the same feeling that had settled over him on Polesia's wall with Eleonora, and he reached over without entirely thinking it through to take Ludmila's hand where it rested on her reins. I'm not going anywhere Legnitsa can't find me, he said. I promise. Ludmila did not pull her hand away. Chapter 8. Valentina Glinka's province was colder than any of the others Issei had visited so far, a hard northern land of pine forests and stone fortresses, and Valentina herself matched it, a tall, striking woman with an air of controlled hostility that softened only slightly once Issei had proven himself against the threat she had summoned him to face, a band of raiders wielding strange, corrupted magic that had been slaughtering border villages for weeks before any of her own soldiers could locate their hidden camp. It took 3 days of hard fighting through frozen forests to root the raiders out, Issei's gauntlet burning bright against magic that felt, in a way he couldn't quite explain to anyone in this world, disturbingly close to the twisted, hungry aura of a sacred gear gone wrong, corrupted by something dark and old. When the fighting finally ended and the last of the raiders' hidden lair had been burned to the ground, Valentina found him alone by the campfire, her usual guarded expression replaced by something rawer, more honest. "I did not truly believe the stories," she admitted, sitting across from him without her usual careful distance. A stranger, powerful enough to fight alongside 3 Vanitas and be trusted by all of them within weeks. It seemed impossible. Exaggerated. She looked at him for a long moment. "I do not extend trust quickly, Dragon Knight. I have been wrong to trust before, and it cost my province dearly. But you rode 3 days north on the strength of a single curt letter, and spent 3 more bleeding in my forests for people who are not your own." Her voice softened, just slightly. "That is not nothing. I find, against my better judgment, that I have come to trust you rather quickly after all." "I'm glad," Issei said honestly. "I know I'm still figuring out how everything works here, but I meant what I said back at Polesia. I'm not looking to take anything from any of you. I just want to help, and if something good grows out of that along the way, I'm not going to run from it." Valentina's mouth curved, small and genuine, the first real smile he'd seen from her. "Good," she said simply. "Because I do not think I would have let you leave quietly, even if you had tried." Chapter 9. Olgatam's province, when Issei finally reached it weeks later, was exactly as warm and welcoming as her letter had promised, a lush western land of orchards and vineyards ruled by a broad-shouldered, endlessly cheerful woman who greeted Issei with a bone-crushing hug before he had even finished introducing himself. "The Dragon Knight, in the flesh," Olga declared, holding him at arm's length to look him over like a prize bull at market. Eleonora's letters did not do you justice. "Come, come, you must be starving. My cooks have been preparing for a week." Where Valentina's trust had been hard won through blood and battle, Olga's affection was immediate and uncomplicated, and Issei found himself, somewhat to his own surprise, more moved by it than he expected. There was no war to fight in her province, no crisis demanding his gauntlet, only weeks of genuine rest, shared meals, and the kind of easy, unguarded companionship that reminded him powerfully of lazy afternoons back in Kul, before any of this had begun. It was during one such afternoon, the two of them sharing a bottle of Olga's finest vintage beneath the shade of her orchard, that she finally addressed, with her usual lack of subtlety, what everyone else had approached so much more carefully. "So," Olga said, refilling his cup without asking. "Eleonora, Ludmila, and Valentina, all of them writing me letters full of careful, roundabout hints about a certain Dragon Knight." She grinned at him over the rim of her own cup. "I am not a woman who does careful and roundabout, Issei Hayadu. I like you. You fight for people who cannot fight for themselves, you eat my cooking like a man who has never known a proper meal in his life, and you have not once, in 3 weeks, tried to flatter me or use me the way most men who visit a Vanitas court eventually do. So I will simply say it plainly. If there is room in your heart for a 5th province's worth of trouble, Olga Tam would very much like to be part of whatever this is becoming." Issei laughed, warm and surprised, and found that he did not have it in him to be anything but honest in return. "There's room," he said. "I don't fully understand how I got here or what I'm supposed to do with a life this big and this strange. But I know I don't want to walk away from any of you. So yeah? There's room." Olga's grin widened, delighted and entirely without pretense, and she raised her cup in a cheerful, decisive toast that Issei was more than happy to return. Chapter 10. He returned to Ossel in early autumn, months after he had first fallen out of the sky into Eleonora's world, and found all 4 Vanitas already gathered there waiting for him, summoned by Eleonora under the official pretext of a war council, though the warmth in the hall the moment he walked through its doors made the true purpose of the gathering plain enough. There was a great deal still unresolved. Brune's war showed no signs of ending, the rebels in Ossel's own borders remained a persistent thorn, and somewhere beyond the edges of the map Issei had begun to piece together, there were whispers of something darker stirring, an old, corrupted power that had touched Valentina's raiders and that none of the Vanitas, for all their strength, fully understood. Drake, quiet for most of the journey, had grown increasingly watchful in recent weeks, murmuring warnings about a presence he could not yet name but did not like the feel of. But that evening, in the warmth of Ossel's great hall, surrounded by 4 women who had each, in their own careful and very different ways, made a place for him in their lives and their provinces, Issei allowed himself simply to be present in the moment rather than worrying over everything still unfinished. Eleonora rose first, raising her cup before the assembled council of officers and allies who had gathered to celebrate the season's hard-won victories. To Ossel, she said, to Legnica, to Polesia, to the north and the west, and to every soldier who bled to hold this land together through a hard year. Her eyes found Issei's across the hall, warm and steady. And to the stranger who fell out of the sky and somehow became, in the span of a single season, something none of us expected to need so badly. Welcome home, Dragon Knight. The hall erupted into cheers, and Issei, standing at the center of a found family he had never expected to build in a world he had never chosen to enter, felt something settle deep in his chest, quiet and certain and entirely unafraid of whatever still lay ahead. Somewhere beyond Zektid's borders, in lands still unmapped by anything Issei yet understood, the darker whispers Drake had sensed continued to grow, patient and unseen, waiting for a season still to come. But that was a battle for another day. Tonight, surrounded by Eleonora, Ludmila, Sofia, Valentina, and Olga, in a hall warm with firelight and hard-won peace, Issei Hayato finally allowed himself to feel, for the first time since falling into this strange and beautiful world, something close to home. Chapter 11. The peace did not last as long as anyone in Ossel's great hall might have hoped. It was Sofia who brought the first real sign that something had shifted beyond the ordinary rhythm of border skirmishes and political maneuvering, arriving in Ossel not with a formal envoy but alone, riding through the night on a horse she had nearly run to exhaustion, her usually calm face pale with something Issei had never seen on her before, real fear. There is a village on Polesia's southern edge, she said. Once she had been given water and a moment to catch her breath. The rest of the council gathered close around her in the small hours of the morning. It was there when I passed it a week ago. Farmers, an old chapel, perhaps 200 souls. I rode past it again on my return and found nothing. Not ash, not ruin. Nothing. As though the ground itself had simply forgotten the village had ever stood there. The hall went very quiet. Forgotten, Ludmila repeated carefully. You mean destroyed. I mean gone, Sofia said, her voice tight. The road still runs where it always has. The fields are still tilled, still growing. But the houses, the people, even the well they drew water from, all of it, simply absent, as though someone had reached down and lifted the entire village out of the world without disturbing anything around it. She looked up, meeting Issei's eyes with an intensity that made the hair on his arms rise. I do not have words in my own tongue for what could do such a thing. But I saw, at the very edge of where the village should have stood, a mark burned into a single remaining fence post. A spiral dark as pitch, that seemed to draw the eye in on itself the longer I looked at it. Inside Issei's mind, Drake went very still. Partner, the dragon said, low and careful in a way that Issei had rarely heard from him. I know that mark. Or something enough like it that the resemblance troubles me deeply. It is old. Older than your world, older perhaps than mine. I had hoped never to see its signature again in any realm I walked. What is it? Issei asked quietly, aware of every eye in the hall now on him. A hunger, Drake said. Not a god, not quite a demon, nothing so simple as either. Something that unmakes rather than destroys, that erases rather than kills. I do not know what has drawn its attention to this world, or why now, but if it has begun testing the edges of Polesia's borders, it will not stop at a single village. Issei relayed the dragon's words as carefully as he could, watching the color drain further from Sophia's already pale face, watching Eleonora's jaw tighten with the particular grim resolve he had come to recognize whenever she faced a threat too large to simply outfight. Then we do not wait for it to grow bolder, Eleonora said finally, rising from her seat with the quiet authority that had first drawn Issei's respect on a lonely road months ago. Send word to Valentina and Olga both. Whatever this is, it will not remain Polesia's burden alone to carry. Not while I have breath in my body, And not while the Dragon Knight stands with us. Chapter 12. They rode south within the day, all four Vanitas, and their combined forces converging on Polesia faster than any single messenger could have carried the news ahead of them. And Issei spent the hard days of travel with Drake murmuring half-formed warnings in the back of his mind, fragments of memory and instinct that never quite resolved into anything as useful as a plan. I fought something like this once, Drake admitted, somewhere on the second night, while Issei sat apart from the other's fire, unable to sleep. Long ago, in an age even the oldest dragons speak of only in fragments. It was not defeated. Only driven back, sealed away behind barriers I do not fully understand, in a world I have not walked since. If it has found its way here, into a realm as young and as vulnerable as this one, then we are facing something far larger than a border war, partner. Far larger than anything either of us has faced together before. Then we get ready, Issei said quietly, watching the fire burn low. Whatever it takes. He did not sleep well that night, and when Eleonora found him still awake near dawn, sitting alone at the edge of the camp, she settled beside him without a word, close enough that their shoulders touched, offering no advice, no reassurance, simply her presence, steady and warm against the growing cold of what lay ahead. You are afraid, she said eventually, not a question. Yeah, Issei admitted. I've fought gods before. Fought things that should have killed me a dozen times over. But something that doesn't destroy, that just erases people like they were never even there. He shook his head. That's a different kind of scary. Then we face it together, Eleonora said simply. You are not the only one who has grown to care what happens to this world, and to the people who have made a place for you within it. Whatever comes, Dragon Knight, you will not face it alone. Not while Issei stands. Not while any of us still draw a breath. They reached the edge of the vanished village 2 days later, and found the empty stretch of ground exactly as Sophia had described it, an absence so complete, and so wrong that even the hardened soldiers of 4 provinces fell silent as they approached. The dark spiral mark still burned into the lone fence post, pulsing faintly, almost imperceptibly, with a cold and hungry light that made Issei's gauntlet flare an instinctive, wordless warning the moment he drew near. Drake's voice, when it came, was grave in a way Issei had rarely heard from him. It is awake, partner. And it has noticed us. Around him, Eleonora drew Isendius. Ludmila's breath misted with sudden, gathering cold. Sophia's healing light flared bright and ready at her side, and even Valentina and Olga, arrived just hours before with the last of the reinforcements, closed ranks without needing to be told. Whatever waited beyond that burned and hungry mark, Issei understood, standing at the center of the family he had built across a single strange and unexpected season, they would face it as one. The season of quiet victories was over. Something older, and far darker, had finally begun to stir. Chapter 13. The first attack came not against the empty scar of the vanished village but against the camp itself, 3 nights after the Vanitas and their combined forces had made ready around its silent, hungry edge. Issei woke to Drake's voice roaring inside his skull, a warning so sudden and so sharp that he was on his feet with the gauntlet already blazing before his conscious mind had fully caught up to the danger. Shadows had gathered at the tree-line beyond the camp's outer watch, shapes that moved wrong, limbs bending at angles no living creature should hold, their outlines edged with the same dark, pulsing spiral that had marked the fence post at the village's ruin. Wake the camp, Eleonora snapped, already moving, Isendius blazing to life in her hand. Now, the fighting that followed was unlike anything Issei had faced since arriving in this world. The shadow creatures did not bleed when struck, did not fall the way ordinary soldiers or beasts fell. They simply came apart, piece by piece, into drifting motes of black that dissolved into the night air, and for every one that fell 2 more seemed to rise from the tree-line to take its place. Ludmila's eyes tore through them in sweeping arcs, Valentina's blade cut clean and merciless, Olga's heavier strikes shattered whole groups at once, and still they came, patient and endless, as though testing the strength of everyone gathered rather than truly trying to win the field. It was Sophia, moving through the chaos with her healing light blazing bright enough to push back the darkness itself, who first noticed the pattern. They are not attacking the soldiers, she called out, ducking beneath a clawed shape and driving her light through its center, watching it dissolve. Watch where they turn. They are trying to reach the center of camp. They are trying to reach him. Issei followed her gaze and understood immediately. The shadow creatures parted around ordinary soldiers almost dismissively, wasting only enough effort to keep them occupied, while pressing hardest and most relentlessly toward wherever Issei himself stood. It knows you carry me, Drake said grimly, power surging harder through the gauntlet in response to the realization. A dragon's soul is old power, partner, older and stranger to a hunger like this than anything born of this young world. It wants what I am. Or perhaps, more precisely, it wants to unmake what I am, and take whatever remains for itself. Then it's not getting either, Issei said through gritted teeth, and boosted twice, 3 times, power roaring through his exhausted body as he tore into the thickest press of shadows with everything he had left. The battle raged for the better part of an hour before the shadows finally began to thin, retreating not in defeat but in the unhurried, patient manner of something that had learned what it needed to learn and saw no further reason to press the attack. By the time the last of them dissolved back into the treeline, the camp stood battered but intact, no soldiers lost, though more than a few nursing wounds that Sophia moved swiftly to close. Eleonora found Issei afterward, sitting exhausted at the camp's ruined center, gauntlet finally receding from an arm that trembled faintly with overuse. You are hurt, she said, kneeling beside him. Her usual composure cracked just slightly at the edges with worry she did not bother to hide. I'm fine, Issei said, though the word came out rougher than he intended. Just tired. That thing, whatever it is, it wanted Drake. Wanted him bad enough to send an army of shadows just to test how hard I'd fight to keep him. Then it will be disappointed, Eleonora said fiercely, taking his hand in both of hers, because you did not fight alone tonight, and you will not fight alone in whatever comes next. Whatever this hunger wants, it will have to go through every soldier in 4 provinces and every Vanitas gathered here before it so much as touches you. Around them, the others gathered close in the aftermath, Ludmila checking wounds with brisk, efficient care, Valentina standing sentinel at the camp's edge with her blade still drawn, Olga moving among the exhausted soldiers with quiet, steadying words of encouragement, and Sophia kneeling to finally, carefully, tend to Issei's own scraped and bruised hands. It was not victory, not truly. The hunger beyond the village's ruin remained unbeaten, its true nature still barely understood, and Drake's warnings about the age and scale of the thing they now faced left little room for easy comfort. But sitting there in the wreckage of the camp, surrounded by 5 women who had each, in their own way, chosen to stand between him and whatever darkness the world could throw at them, Issei found himself steadier than he had any right to feel. Whatever's coming, he said quietly, looking around at the faces gathered close in the firelight, we're facing it together. All of us. Together, Eleonora agreed, and one by one, the others echoed it, a promise made in the aftermath of a battle that all of them understood, without needing to say it aloud, was only the first skirmish in a war far larger than any of them had yet begun to imagine. Drake, quiet now within Issei's mind, offered no further warnings. But the watchful, waiting weight of his presence made clear that the dragon, too, understood how much still lay ahead, gathering unseen beyond the edges of a world that had only just begun to learn the true size of the darkness stirring at its borders. Chapter 14. Dawn came slow and gray over the ruined camp, and with it a strange, fragile quiet, the kind that settled over a battlefield once the immediate danger had passed but before anyone fully trusted that it was truly gone. Soldiers moved through the wreckage rebuilding what could be rebuilt, tending wounds that Sophia's light had not quite finished closing through the long night, and Issei found himself standing once more at the edge of the vanished village, staring at the dark spiral still burned faintly into that single remaining fence post. It will not stop here, Valentina said, coming to stand beside him, her blade sheathed but her hand never far from its hilt. Whatever tested us last night was only a fraction of what waits beyond that mark. I have fought corrupted magic before, on my own borders, and even that felt like a candle beside what Drake describes. Yeah, Issei said quietly. I got that sense too. Then we prepare properly, Ludmila said, joining them, Lavia's humming faintly with restless cold even now. Word must reach the king. Whatever this hunger is, it will not remain a border matter for long, not if it grows bold enough to test 5 provinces' combined strength in a single night. Olga arrived last, uncharacteristically subdued, though she managed a tired, determined smile as she clapped a broad hand on Issei's shoulder. We held it back once. We will hold it back again, and again, for as long as it takes to understand what we are truly facing. You are not walking into this alone, Dragon Knight. None of us are walking into it alone anymore. Eleonora, standing a little apart, watched the gathering with quiet, steady resolve, and when her eyes met Issei's across the ruined camp, there was no fear in them, only the same fierce, unshakable determination that had first drawn him to her on a lonely road months ago. We will send riders to every province, she said. Sophia, Valentina, Olga, Ludmila, myself, all of us together, and every soldier we can gather. Whatever waits beyond that mark will find Zekted united against it, and it will find the Dragon Knight standing at the center of that unity, exactly as he has stood with us since the day he fell out of the sky. Issei looked around at the 5 of them, battered but unbroken, gathered together in the pale light of a dawn that felt, despite everything still unknown and unresolved, quietly hopeful rather than grim. Whatever had reached across the boundaries of distant worlds to erase an entire village from existence, whatever ancient hunger Drake recognized with such wary dread, it had chosen to test its strength against people who had already proven, again and again across a single remarkable season, that they did not break easily and did not stand alone. Together then, he said, and meant it more fully than he had meant almost anything in his strange, winding journey from Koa's quiet streets to this vast, unfamiliar world. The road ahead promised to be longer and darker than anything he had yet faced, a war not merely of borders and armies but of something far older and stranger stirring beneath the surface of the world itself. But as the sun rose fully over the ruined camp, casting long gold light across 5 Vanitas, and the boy who had fallen from the sky to stand among them, Issei allowed himself, for just a moment, to feel something steady and certain settle over the uncertainty still ahead. Whatever came next, he would not face it as a stranger passing through a world that was not his own. He would face it as Ossel's Dragon Knight, as Legnitza's promise kept, as Polesia's grateful friend, as the North's hard-won trust and the West's warm, unguarded welcome, bound now to 5 remarkable women and the provinces they had given their lives to protect. And somewhere beyond the edges of the map, in the deep and hungry dark that had only just begun to stir, something ancient took quiet, patient note of the growing strength gathered against it, and settled in to wait for its true moment to strike. Act 2. Chapter 1. The thing that finally answered the gathered strength of 5 provinces did not come as an army. It came as a single figure, tall and cloaked in a darkness that seemed to drink the morning light rather than simply block it, walking alone out of the scarred, empty ground where the vanished village had once stood. The soldiers who saw it first did not scream. They simply stopped, weapons lowering, eyes going distant and glassy, as though some part of them had already been quietly erased before the figure had taken a second step. "Do not look at it," Eleonora barked, voice cutting through the sudden, terrible stillness. "Eyes on your captains. Hold formation." Issei felt Drake surge to alertness inside him, sharper and more urgent than he had ever felt the dragon before. That is not a servant of the hunger, partner. That is a fragment of it given shape. Do not let it speak to you directly if you can help it. Words are another kind of unmaking, to something like that. Noted, Issei muttered, and boosted twice before the figure had closed half the distance, gauntlet blazing bright enough to cut through the strange, creeping dread that had settled over the field. The figure stopped. Tilted its head, slow and curious, the way a person might study an insect that had done something faintly interesting. "Dragon," it said, and its voice was wrong in a way Issei felt in his teeth rather than heard with his ears, layered, overlapping, as though 100 voices spoke a fraction of a second out of time with each other. "You carry an old thing inside you. Older than this young world deserves. We had wondered where the last echoes of the first war had scattered to." "Cool speech," Issei said, forcing his voice steady even as his skin crawled. "You want to skip to the part where I hit you, or do you need a minute?" Something that might have been amusement rippled through the layered voice. Brave. Foolish. Familiar. The figure's cloak shifted, revealing not flesh beneath but more darkness, deeper and hungrier, a wrongness that made Sophia's healing light flare protectively bright at Issei's side without her seeming to consciously will it. We will not take you today, dragon. You are not yet ripe. But know that we have found you, and we do not forget what we have found. It turned, unhurried, and began to walk back toward the scarred ground, and Issei, against every instinct telling him to let it go, found himself moving forward instead. Hey, he called out. What do you even want? Why erase a village full of farmers? They never did anything to you. The figure paused, looked back over one dark shoulder. They were convenient, it said simply. Hunger does not require reason, dragon. Only opportunity. And then it was gone, not walking away so much as simply ceasing to be present, the air where it had stood rippling once like disturbed water before settling back into ordinary morning light. The soldiers who had frozen came back to themselves slowly, blinking, disoriented, several of them dropping to their knees as the strange dread finally released its grip. Issei stood staring at the empty ground where the figure had vanished, gauntlets still glowing faintly, and felt Eleonora's hand close firm and steadying around his arm. It called you ripe, she said quietly. As though you were fruit on a branch, waiting to be picked. Yeah, Issei said. I noticed that part too. It is testing you, Drake said grimly. Gauging your strength, your limits, how close you are to whatever threshold it needs you to cross before it considers you worth the effort of taking properly. This was not an attack, partner. It was reconnaissance. Then we don't give it anything else to learn, Issei said, turning back to the others, who had gathered close, expressions ranging from grim to openly shaken. We get stronger, faster than it expects, and we make sure that whatever threshold it's waiting for, I never cross it. Chapter 2. Word of the encounter reached Sected's capital within the week, carried by riders from all 5 provinces, and the response that came back was neither the swift military mobilization Eleonora had hoped for nor the outright dismissal Ludmila had privately feared, but something more complicated and more frustrating than either. The king wishes counsel from his full circle of Vanitas before committing the crown's armies to a threat none of his advisors can properly define, Eleonora said, reading the royal dispatch aloud in Assel's council hall, her voice tight with barely restrained frustration. He requests that all 7 Vanitas, not merely the 5 of us who have already faced this hunger directly, gather at the capital to deliberate. 7, Valentina repeated, unimpressed. 2 of whom have never set foot near the southern border, and will likely spend the entire council arguing that this is a Polesia problem, not a crown problem. They are still Vanitas, Sophia said gently, though even her usual patience sounded thin. Their weapons, their strength, may matter more than any of us realize before this is finished. We cannot afford to alienate them before we have even tried. Issei, standing near the window with his arms crossed, said nothing for a long moment, turning the problem over in his mind the way he'd learned to turn over problems back in Co., when the Occult Research Club had faced threats too large for any one devil, however powerful, to handle alone. What if I go with you, he said finally. Not to fight anybody's battles for them. Just to be there, in the room, so the other 2 Vanitas aren't hearing about the thing that erased the village secondhand from messengers. Sometimes people believe what they can see standing in front of them a lot faster than they believe a report. Eleonora considered this, then nodded slowly. It is not a bad thought. The Dragon Knight's reputation has already spread ahead of him. If nothing else, curiosity alone may buy us a more attentive audience than cold reports would. They departed for the capital 3 days later, the full strength of 5 provinces left in capable hands while their Vanitas traveled ahead with a smaller honor guard, and Issei spent much of the journey deep in quiet conversation with Drake, trying to piece together whatever fragments of memory the ancient dragons still carried about the hunger they now faced. It has other names, in other tongues, in other worlds, Drake told him, somewhere on the 2nd night of travel, while the others slept and Issei sat alone beneath unfamiliar stars. The unmaking. The hollow choir. The silence that eats. None of them capture it fully. It is not evil in the way your world understands evil, partner, not cruelty for cruelty's sake. It simply consumes, the way fire consumes, indifferent to what it burns. Then how do you fight something that doesn't even hate you? You do not fight fire by hating it either, Drake said. You starve it. Contain it. Deny it fuel until it has nothing left to consume and finally, gutters out. A pause heavy with old, weary memory. It took an alliance of dragons and gods and mortal kings both to starve it the last time, partner. I do not know if this young world has strength enough gathered within it yet to do the same. That is why it matters so greatly what you build here. Not merely armies. Bonds. The hunger cannot easily consume what is bound tightly enough together to refuse being unmade. Issei thought about that for a long time after Drake fell silent, looking back at the small camp where Eleonora, Ludmila, Sophia, Valentina, and Olga slept nearby, 5 women who had each, in their own way, chosen to bind themselves to him and to each other across a single remarkable season. Maybe that was the answer. Maybe it had been the answer all along. Chapter 3. The capital of Zektid was larger and grander than anything Issei had yet seen in this world, a sprawling city built around a palace of pale stone and soaring towers, and the council chamber where the 7 Vanitas finally gathered together for the first time in years was tense before a single word of business had even been spoken. Issei recognized Eleonora, Ludmila, Sophia, Valentina, and Olga easily enough, seated together near one end of the long table, and found himself studying the remaining 2 Vanitas with open curiosity. One was an older woman with iron-gray hair and a soldier's bearing, introduced as Elizaveta Famina, Vanitas of a northern province Issei hadn't yet visited, her expression carefully neutral in a way that gave nothing away. The other was younger, sharp-featured and visibly skeptical, a woman named Militsa Grinka whose first words upon seeing Issei were not particularly welcoming. So this is the stranger the southern provinces have built an entire crisis around, Militsa said, arms folded, eyeing Issei the way a merchant might eye a suspiciously cheap gemstone. Forgive me if I withhold judgment until I have seen something more convincing than rumor and a burned fence post. That's fair, Issei said, easy about it in a way that seemed to catch her slightly off guard. I wouldn't believe it either, if I hadn't been the one standing there when it happened. But I'm not here to convince anybody of anything through talking. I figure the thing we're worried about is going to do a much better job of convincing people than I ever could, and none of us want that to be how it happens. Militsa's eyes narrowed, assessing rather than hostile now, and beside her Elizaveta's carefully neutral expression cracked just slightly with something that might have been approval. A stranger who admits the limits of his own persuasion, Elizaveta said. That, at least, is refreshing. The council that followed stretched long into the evening, Eleonora and Sophia laying out the full account of the vanished village and the figure that had emerged to speak with Issei directly. Drake's warnings relayed as carefully and precisely as Issei could manage through a translator he was quickly growing tired of needing. The king himself, an aging man with tired eyes and a voice that still carried the weight of decades spent holding a fractious nation together, listened without interrupting, and when the accounts finally finished, he was quiet for a long moment before speaking. Zektid has survived war with Brune, he said. Survived rebellion, famine, the slow erosion of old alliances. I did not expect, in the twilight of my reign, to face an enemy that does not merely wish to conquer my kingdom but to erase it from memory entirely. He looked around the table at his 7 Vanitas, and then, finally, at Issei. Dragon Knight. You have fought this hunger's fragment directly. What would you have me do? Issei felt every eye in the chamber settle on him, and took a breath before answering as honestly as he knew how. I'd have you stop treating this like a border problem, he said. Because it's not going to stay one. Whatever's coming, it's not going to care about the lines on your maps. I think the only real shot any of us have is if every province, every Vanitas, every soldier who can hold a weapon, stops thinking about this as 5 separate provinces' problem and starts thinking about it as everyone's problem. That means real support. Real coordination. Not 7 Vanitas working alone in 7 different corners of the map, but 7 Vanitas and an entire kingdom standing together in the same place when it finally comes back to test us again. The king studied him for a long moment, weighing the words, and when he finally spoke again, his voice carried the particular weariness of a ruler who understood, perhaps better than anyone else in the room, exactly how much such unity would cost, and exactly how necessary it had become. Then let it be so, he said. Zektid stands as one against whatever darkness comes. All 7 Vanitas, all provinces, all strength this kingdom can gather. And you, Dragon Knight, whatever title you eventually choose to carry, will stand at the center of it, exactly as fate seems determined you should. Chapter 4. The weeks that followed the council brought a flurry of activity across all 7 provinces, soldiers redeployed, supply lines reorganized, and for the first time since Issei had arrived in this world, he watched Sected begin to function not as a patchwork of proud, independent territories but as something closer to a single, coordinated whole. Militsa Grinka, whatever skepticism she had carried into the council chamber, proved surprisingly quick to commit once she had made her decision, throwing her province's considerable cavalry into joint training exercises with Ludmila's forces within days of returning from the capital. Elizaveta Fomina, quieter but no less thorough, began drilling her own soldiers in tactics specifically designed to counter the strange, disorienting dread the Hunger's fragments seemed to project, tactics she shared freely with every other province willing to listen. Issei found himself splitting his time between all 7 provinces in the weeks that followed, training alongside soldiers, learning the particular strengths and weaknesses of each Vanadis dragon weapon, and slowly, steadily, becoming something like the connective thread that held the fragile new alliance together. It was exhausting work, and more than once he found himself falling asleep mid-conversation with Drake, too tired even to properly process the dragon's latest observations about the Hunger's likely strategy. It was during a rare quiet evening back in Oslo, the first full week he'd spent in a single place since the council, that Eleonora finally cornered him with a conversation he'd been half expecting since the night on Polesia's wall. "You are killing yourself trying to hold 7 provinces together through sheer will alone," she said, settling beside him on the same section of wall where they'd first spoken of feelings either of them had been ready to name outright. "I understand why. I even admire it. But you cannot pour from an empty cup, Issei, and I have watched you grow thinner and more exhausted with every province you visit. Somebody has to keep everyone talking to each other," Issei said, though even he could hear the tiredness dragging at his own voice. "If I stop, I don't know if the alliance holds. Militsa and Elizaveta only really trust this whole thing because they trust that I'll show up when I say I will." "Then let the rest of us share the burden more evenly," Eleonora said. "You do not have to be the only bridge between 7 provinces. Ludmila and I both have standing with Militsa now, forged through the training exercises. Sophia has already begun corresponding directly with Elizaveta on matters of healing and supply. Let your allies carry some of what you have been trying to carry alone." Issei looked at her for a long moment, something in his chest easing at the simple, practical wisdom of it, the reminder that he had, somewhere along the way, stopped being a lone stranger dropped into an unfamiliar war and become instead the center of something much larger than himself, a web of trust and partnership that did not require him to hold every strand personally. "Yeah," he admitted. "Okay. You're right." He managed a tired smile. "When did you get so good at talking me down from being an idiot?" "I have had considerable practice," Eleonora said dryly, though the warmth in her eyes took any sting from the words, and when she leaned her head against his shoulder a moment later neither of them said anything else for a long while, content simply to sit together in the quiet, gathering their strength for whatever still lay ahead. Chapter 5. The Hunger struck again 3 weeks later, and this time it did not send a single figure to test the alliance's resolve. It sent an army. Word reached Oslo in the dead of night, a rider from Elizaveta's northern province arriving half-frozen and barely coherent, carrying news that the Hunger's shadow creatures had emerged in numbers far greater than anything seen at the ruined village, striking not at a single border but at 3 separate points across Elizaveta's territory simultaneously. As though testing not merely her strength but the alliance's ability to respond to a threat that refused to concentrate itself in one convenient location. "They are trying to fracture us before we can properly unite," Eleonora said grimly, already calling for the province's forces to muster. "Strike 3 fronts at once, and see whether an alliance built on weeks rather than years holds together under real pressure." It did hold, though barely, and only through the kind of desperate, coordinated effort that left every province involved bruised and exhausted by the time the shadow creatures finally withdrew. Issei fought at Elizaveta's side through the worst of the fighting, boosting again and again until his body screamed with exhaustion, and it was only Sophia's healing, rushed north the moment word of the attack reached Polesia. That kept him standing through the final hours of the battle. Elizaveta found him afterward, sitting exhausted in the wreckage of her province's northern watchtower, and studied him for a long moment with an expression that had shed every trace of the careful neutrality she'd worn at the capital council. I did not fully believe, until tonight, how much difference a single determined stranger could make to a battle this size, she admitted. You fought for my province as though it were your own, Dragon Knight, though you had never set foot here before this war began. It is my own, now, Issei said, too tired to phrase it more diplomatically. All 7 provinces. That's kind of the whole point of what we've been building. Elizaveta's stern expression softened, just slightly, into something that might have been the beginning of real respect. Then Zechtid's north stands with you as fully as its south already does. She hesitated, then added, more quietly, and so I think do I, for whatever that is worth to a man already claimed by 5 remarkable women. Issei laughed, tired and surprised, and found himself once again in the strange, familiar position of realizing that his circle of allies and something warmer than allies had just grown larger without his quite noticing the moment it happened. It's worth a lot, he said honestly. This whole thing only works if everyone actually wants to be part of it. So yeah? Glad to have you. Elizaveta's small, rare smile suggested she understood exactly what he meant, and did not entirely mind the implication. Chapter 6. The victory in the north, hard won as it was, bought the alliance perhaps a month of uneasy quiet, time that every province used to strengthen its defenses and refine the coordinated tactics that had barely held through the first true test of their unity. It was during that month that Militsa Grinka, still the most openly skeptical of the 7 Vanitas, finally asked to see Issei fight properly, rather than simply hearing accounts second-hand from provinces she had not yet visited. I have trained soldiers who fight like beasts and soldiers who fight like poets, she told him, watching him spar against 3 of her own best officers simultaneously, gauntlet blazing as he moved through their combined attacks with an ease that made her sharp eyes narrow with genuine interest. You fight like something else entirely. Not merely powerful. Deliberate. You are not trying to win as quickly as possible. You are trying to teach them something while you do it. Figured if I'm going to be sparring with your best people, might as well make sure they walk away better fighters than when we started, Issei said, catching a strike on his forearm and redirecting it with a small, controlled twist that sent his opponent stumbling. No point in just showing off. Militsa watched the rest of the sparring session in thoughtful silence, and when it finally ended, she approached him with none of the guarded skepticism she'd carried since the Capital Council. I owe you an apology, she said. I judged this alliance, and you specifically, too harshly before I had properly seen either. My province stands fully with the rest now, Dragon Knight, not merely in cautious cooperation but in genuine trust. She studied him a moment longer, something considering in her sharp gaze. I begin to understand why 5 Vanitas already call you something closer to family than ally. It is a rare thing, to meet a man whose strength and whose character are so evenly matched. I'll take that as a compliment, Issei said, and Militsa's answering smile, small and genuine, suggested that was exactly how she'd meant it. Chapter 7. It was Sophia who first noticed the pattern in the Hunger's attacks, poring over reports from all 7 provinces late into the night, while Issei sat nearby, half asleep but unwilling to leave her working alone. Look, she said, spreading the reports across the table, tracing a line between the locations of every attack since the vanished village. Each strike falls closer to the last. Not randomly scattered, but converging slowly toward a single point. Her finger came to rest on a spot deep within Ossel's own territory, an old, mostly abandoned stretch of forest that Eleonora's people rarely patrolled. I believe it is not testing us at random, Issei. I believe it is walking towards something specific. Searching for it, the way a hound searches for a scent. Issei sat up properly at that, suddenly wide awake, and reached out to study the map himself. She is right, Drake said, unusually grave. I have felt something troubling about that stretch of forest since we first arrived in Ossel, though I could not name it until now. There is old power buried there, partner. Power that predates even the founding of this kingdom. I believe the Hunger has sensed it too, and means to claim it before any of us understand what it truly is. Then we get there first, Issei said, already rising, already reaching for Eleonora, for the others, for the beginning of whatever final piece of this puzzle waited hidden in a forgotten forest at the heart of the province where his strange new life had first begun. Sophia caught his hand before he could move too quickly, her expression soft despite the urgency of the moment. We will, she agreed. But not tonight, exhausted and unprepared. Whatever waits in that forest has waited this long already. It can wait one more day for us to gather properly, and to rest enough that we do not walk into it half ready to collapse. She squeezed his hand, warm and grounding. You do not have to carry every piece of this alone, Issei. Let us prepare together, properly, so that whatever we find there, we find it as strong as we can possibly be. Issei looked at her for a long moment, something in her calm, steady certainty easing the urgent tightness in his chest, and nodded slowly, allowing himself, if only for one more night, to rest. Chapter 8. They gathered the following morning, all 5 of the southern Vanitas who had first bonded over that vanished village's ruin, along with a company of Ossel's best soldiers, and set out together into the old, half-forgotten forest at the heart of Eleonora's territory, following a pull that Drake described, with obvious unease, as growing stronger the deeper they traveled. The forest itself felt wrong in a way none of them could quite articulate, ancient trees grown close enough together to blot out most of the daylight, the air heavy and still despite the season, and it was nearly midday before they finally reached a clearing at the forest's heart, a perfect circle of bare, dark earth surrounding a single standing stone, weathered by what looked like centuries, carved with symbols that made Drake go utterly silent inside Issei's mind. I know this place, the dragon said finally, voice strained in a way Issei had never heard from him. Or I know what it once was. A seal, partner. Old and failing, built by hands far older than this kingdom, meant to hold something back that should never have been allowed near this world at all. Held back what exactly? Issei asked, though some part of him already dreaded the answer. A door, Drake said. Not to the hunger itself, but to the place it first crawled out of, in whatever ancient age first birthed it. If this seal has begun to fail, and if the hunger has sensed that failure from wherever it now watches this world, then it is not merely testing your alliance's strength, partner. It is racing you here, hoping to reach this stone and shatter what remains of the seal before you can reinforce it. Eleonora, standing close beside the standing stone, ran careful fingers along its weathered surface, tracing the fading symbols with an expression of dawning, grim understanding. This is why the attacks converged here, she said quietly. It was never truly testing us at random. It was testing us while it searched, and now that it has found what it was searching for, the true fight has not yet even begun. Around them, the ancient forest held its breath, and somewhere beyond the edges of the clearing, faint and distant but growing steadily closer, Issei thought he could hear something that sounded almost like a choir, layered and overlapping and utterly without warmth, drawing nearer with every passing moment. Chapter 9. The battle for the standing stone began before any of them had finished preparing for it, shadow creatures pouring from the tree-line in numbers that dwarfed even the coordinated assault on Elizaveta's northern province, and Issei understood immediately, gauntlet blazing bright as he threw himself into the fighting, that the hunger had not sent a fragment of itself this time to merely observe. It had sent everything it could spare, and it clearly meant to win. Protect the stone! Eleonora shouted, Isendius carving through the advancing shadows in brutal, efficient arcs. Whatever else happens, that seal cannot break. The fighting stretched on through the afternoon, and into the gathering dark, wave after wave of shadow creatures testing the defenders' resolve, and it was only through the combined strength of 5 Vanitas and a dragon-wielding boy who refused to let exhaustion slow him, boosting again and again until his entire body trembled with the strain, that the standing stone remained untouched as the sun finally set behind the ancient trees. It was in the last hour before true darkness fell, the shadow creatures thinning at last, that the layered, overlapping voice returned, closer now than it had ever been before, close enough that Issei felt it settle over the clearing like a physical weight. Persistent, it said, and though Issei could not see it clearly through the chaos of battle, he could feel its attention settle on him with the same cold curiosity as their first meeting. You have grown stronger, dragon. Ripe enough, perhaps, that further waiting serves us poorly. A pause, heavy and considering. We will return, with strength enough to end this delay properly. Enjoy your small victory, while it lasts. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the pressure lifted, the remaining shadows dissolving into the darkness, leaving the clearing quiet and battered but, against every fear that had gathered through the long fight, still standing, the ancient seal still intact. Issei sank to his knees in the sudden silence, gauntlet finally receding, and felt Eleonora's arms close around him from behind, followed a moment later by Sophia's gentler touch checking him over for injuries, Ludmila's steady presence at his side, Valentina and Olga closing ranks around the small, exhausted circle they had all, together, refused to let break. We held, Ludmila said quietly, into the settling dark. Whatever comes next, we held tonight. Yeah, Issei managed, leaning gratefully into the warmth surrounding him. We did. But even as the words left him, he understood, with a clarity that settled cold and certain in his chest, that the voice's promise had not been an idle threat. Whatever came next would not be a test. It would be the true beginning of the war they had all, in their own ways, been quietly preparing for since the very first night a village had vanished from the world without a trace. Chapter 10. The weeks that followed the battle at the Standing Stone brought a strange, fragile calm, the kind that settled over a war when both sides understood, without needing to say it aloud, that the next clash would be decisive. Every province threw itself into preparation, and Issei, still recovering from the exhaustion of that long, desperate fight, found himself, for the first time since arriving in this world, genuinely afraid of what still lay ahead. It was Ludmila who found him one evening, sitting alone at the edge of Ossel's practice yard long after everyone else had retired, staring at nothing in particular with an expression she recognized immediately from her own quieter moments of doubt. "You are thinking too far ahead again," she said, settling beside him without waiting for an invitation. "I can see it on you. Counting every soldier we might lose, every province that might fall, before a single new battle has even begun. Can you blame me?" Issei asked, tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. "That thing said it's coming back with enough strength to end this properly. I don't even know what that means. More shadows? More of those figures? Something worse? I do not know either," Ludmila admitted. "None of us do. But I know this, Issei Hayadu. Whatever it brings, it will not find 7 separate provinces scrambling to respond alone, the way it perhaps once hoped. It will find an alliance forged through real battles, real trust, real bonds that did not exist a season ago, and now run deeper than most kingdoms managed to build in a generation." She reached over, taking his hand with a directness that still occasionally surprised him, even now. "It will find you, surrounded by people who have chosen, again and again, to stand beside you rather than simply behind you. That is not nothing, whatever comes next." Issei looked at her for a long moment, something in her quiet, unshakable certainty easing the cold knot of fear that had settled in his chest, and found himself, not for the first time, deeply grateful for whatever strange twist of fate had dropped him into a world with people like her in it. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for always knowing exactly what to say to talk me down." "It is not so difficult," Ludmila said, a small, private smile touching her mouth. "I simply say what I would want to hear, if our positions were reversed. I have grown rather fond of you, Dragon Knight. I would not have you facing the dark alone, tonight or any other night." Chapter 11. The hunger returned in full force on a cold morning 3 weeks later, and this time there was no single figure sent to test or to speak. There was only an army, vast and dark and utterly silent, spilling out from every direction at once across all 7 provinces simultaneously, a coordinated assault so overwhelming in its scale that even Drake, ancient and battle-worn as he was, went quiet with something close to real alarm. "This is it, partner," the dragon said, as Issei stood at the head of Ossel's gathered forces, watching the darkness spread across the horizon like a stain. "Everything it has held in reserve, thrown at once against every province your alliance has built. It means to break you all before you can properly coordinate a response. Then we don't let it," Issei said, and reached out through the network of trust and communication the alliance had spent months building, messengers already racing toward every corner of the kingdom, 7 Vanitas, and their combined forces moving to meet a threat larger than anything Zected had ever faced. The battle that followed stretched across days rather than hours, a running, desperate war fought simultaneously on 7 fronts, and Issei found himself moving between provinces almost constantly, boosting again and again until his body screamed with exhaustion deeper than anything he'd known even in his most brutal fights back in Ko, throwing himself into whichever front grew most desperate, buying time, buying breathing room, refusing to let any single province fall even as the shadows pressed harder and harder against every line of defense. It was on the third day, fighting alongside Militsa's cavalry against a wave of shadows that seemed endless, that Issei finally understood, with a clarity born of pure desperate exhaustion, what the hunger had truly been waiting for all along. "It wants you spent, partner," Drake said, voice strained even as he poured everything he had left into the boosted power thundering through Issei's veins. "Exhausted past your limits, vulnerable in a way you have never let yourself become since this war began. That is the ripeness it spoke of. Not merely strength, but the moment your strength finally runs dry. Then it's going to have to wait a lot longer," Issei said through gritted teeth, boosting again despite every screaming protest from his exhausted body. "Because I'm not running dry. Not today. Not while there's still people counting on me to hold this line." Around him, Militsa's soldiers rallied at the sight of the Dragon Knight still standing, still fighting, still refusing to break, and somewhere across the kingdom, on 6 other fronts, 5 Vanitas, and their people did exactly the same, drawing strength from a network of trust and partnership that the hunger, for all its ancient patience, had never fully understood the depth of until it was already too late to exploit. Chapter 12. The battle finally broke on the 4th day, not through any single decisive stroke but through the slow, grinding attrition of an alliance that simply refused to fracture no matter how hard the darkness pressed against it, shadow creatures thinning across every front as whatever force commanded them began, at last, to withdraw. Issei felt the shift before he consciously understood it, a lessening of pressure, a subtle change in the rhythm of the fighting around him, and when the last of the shadows near Ossel finally dissolved into nothing, he sank to his knees in the mud of a battlefield that had cost the province dearly but had, against every fear of the past 4 days, held. Eleonora found him there within minutes, her own armor scorched and battered, and the look on her face when their eyes met carried an exhaustion so complete it bordered on disbelief. "We held," she said, the words coming out rough, disbelieving. "Every province. We held." "Yeah," Issei managed, too tired for anything more than the single word, and let himself lean into her when she knelt beside him, wrapping careful arms around his shaking shoulders. Word came in over the following days from every corner of the kingdom, confirming what the sudden withdrawal had already suggested. All 7 provinces had held their lines, battered and bleeding but unbroken, and the hunger's vast assault, the full weight of everything it had gathered against them, had ultimately failed to shatter the alliance it had so clearly hoped to break. But the victory, hard won as it was, came with a cost that settled heavy over the following weeks. Soldiers lost across every province, villages damaged, resources stretched thin by days of continuous, desperate fighting. And beneath the exhausted relief of survival, Issei carried a quieter, colder understanding that he shared with no one but Drake in the private hours before sleep finally claimed him each night. "It withdrew," the dragon said, "on one such night, but it did not break, partner. This was its greatest strength yet thrown against you, and though you held, you did not defeat it. It will return again, wiser for what it has learned of your alliance's true resilience, and I fear, when it does, it will not make the same mistakes twice." "Then we get ready for that too," Issei said quietly, staring up at unfamiliar stars through the thin canvas of his tent. "Whatever it takes. We've come this far. I'm not about to let this be the fight that finally breaks us." Drake said nothing further, but the dragon's silence carried a weight of grim, watchful agreement that followed Issei into an exhausted, uneasy sleep, the first real rest he had allowed himself in nearly a week. Chapter 13. The alliance gathered once more at the capital in the aftermath of the assault, 7 Vanitas, and their advisors filling the same council chamber where the fragile coalition had first been forged months earlier, though the mood this time carried none of the careful skepticism that had marked their first meeting. What had been tentative cooperation had become, through 4 days of shared, desperate battle, something far closer to genuine unity. We have proven, I think, that this alliance can survive its enemy's greatest strength, the king said, addressing the gathered Vanitas with a weariness that did not diminish the quiet steel in his voice. But proving we can survive is not the same as proving we can win. If this hunger returns wiser and stronger still, as the Dragon Knight's dragon warns us it will, we cannot simply hold the line again and hope for another costly victory. We must find a way to end this threat permanently, before it exhausts our strength past the point of recovery. It was Sophia, quiet and thoughtful as always, who first raised the question that had clearly been weighing on her since the battle at the Standing Stone. The seal in Osso's forest, she said. If it is truly what holds the door closed against whatever birthed this hunger in the first place, then perhaps our path forward lies not merely in defending against its attacks, but in reinforcing that seal directly, sealing the door so completely that whatever remains of the hunger already loose in our world eventually starves for lack of anything more to draw upon. Drake, consulted through Issei as he had been throughout the long council, offered cautious agreement. It is possible, the dragon said. Though such a working would require power the likes of which this young world has perhaps never gathered in one place. Old magic layered with old magic, enough to reinforce a seal already centuries worn and failing. It would not be simple, and it would not be safe. But if it could be done, it would offer something no battle alone ever could. A true end to this war, rather than merely another delay before the next assault. The council that followed stretched long into the night, plans forming and reforming as 7 Vanitas, a weary king, and a dragon speaking through an exhausted but determined boy from another world entirely worked together to chart a path forward that no longer relied solely on holding the line against an enemy that could seemingly always find more darkness to throw at them. By the time the council finally broke, well past midnight, a plan had taken shape, fragile and ambitious and utterly without guarantee of success. But a plan nonetheless, the first real hope any of them had held in months that this war might have an ending beyond simple, grinding survival. Chapter 14. Issei found Eleonora alone on the palace's outer wall late that night, unable to sleep any more than he could, staring out over the sleeping city with an expression he was slowly learning to recognize as her particular flavor of quiet, private worry. You should be resting, she said, without turning, though there was no real reproach in it. So should you. He settled beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched, and for a while neither of them said anything, content simply to stand together in the cool night air, gathering whatever strength they could from each other's presence. We have asked so much of everyone, Eleonora said eventually, quiet in a way she rarely allowed herself to be. 7 provinces, countless soldiers, all of it staked now on a working none of us fully understand, against an enemy that has already proven it will throw everything it has against us the moment it senses weakness. She glanced at him, something raw and unguarded in her violet eyes. I am afraid, Issei. Not for myself. For all of it. For everyone who has chosen to stand with us, and for what it will cost if we fail. Issei reached over, taking her hand the way he had a dozen times before, and found himself, in that quiet moment on a wall overlooking a sleeping city, thinking not of the battle still ahead but of everything that had brought him to this exact point, a stranger fallen out of the sky who had found, against every reasonable expectation, a family worth fighting for. We're not going to fail, he said, with a certainty that surprised even himself. Not because I'm sure the plan's going to work perfectly, or because I think this next fight's going to be easy. We're not going to fail because I've watched this alliance hold through things that should have broken it a dozen times over already. 7 provinces that used to barely speak to each other, standing together through 4 days of the worst fighting any of us have ever seen. That's not luck, Eleonora. That's something real, something the hunger clearly didn't expect and still doesn't fully understand. Eleonora looked at him for a long moment, something in her expression softening, warming, the careful worry easing just slightly beneath the quiet certainty of his words. I do not know what I did, she said softly, to deserve falling into your path that morning on a lonely road. But I have never once regretted it, not for a single moment since. Yeah, Issei said, pulling her closer, watching the city lights flicker below them like scattered stars fallen to earth. Me neither. Behind them, unseen in the darkness of the palace, 6 other lives waited, tangled now inseparably with his own, a dragon ancient and watchful, a war not yet finished, and a plan fragile enough to fail and important enough that none of them could afford to let it. But standing there on the wall with Eleanora's hand in his, Issei allowed himself, for just a little longer, to hold on to the quiet certainty that whatever still lay ahead, they would face it exactly as they had faced everything else since the night a village first vanished from the world. Together. Chapter 15. Preparing the working that would reinforce the ancient seal proved to be a labor unlike anything the Alliance had yet undertaken, requiring not merely soldiers and steel but scholars, priests, and every fragment of old lore that 7 provinces could gather between them, and it was Valentina, of all the Vanadis, who threw herself into that scholarly labor with the same fierce, focused intensity she usually reserved for the battlefield. My province has always kept the old archives better than most, she told Issei, spreading a small mountain of ancient, brittle texts across a table in Assel's library, her sharp eyes already scanning for anything relevant. Legends of sealed doors, old wards, the kind of half-remembered folklore most scholars dismiss as superstition. If any of it holds a single grain of real truth, it will help us understand what we are truly attempting to reinforce. Issei, who could read perhaps 1 word in 10 of the old script without help, spent long hours simply keeping her company while she worked, fetching food she otherwise forgot to eat, listening as she muttered half-formed theories aloud to organize her own thoughts. And it was during one such long evening, both of them exhausted but unwilling to stop, that Valentina finally set down the text she'd been studying and looked at him with an unusually open expression. I do not often allow myself to need help, she admitted quietly. I built my strength alone, for a long time, because I learned early that trusting others too easily left me vulnerable to exactly the kind of betrayal that cost my province so dearly once before. And yet here you are, night after night, simply present, simply patient, asking nothing of me beyond my own comfort. She studied him for a long moment. I find I have grown to rely on that presence more than I expected to, Dragon Knight. More than I am entirely comfortable admitting, if I am honest. You don't have to be comfortable admitting it, Issei said gently. You just have to know I'm not going anywhere. Whatever this is, between us, between you and Eleanora and the others, I'm not treating it lightly. I know that probably sounds strange, coming from a guy who fell out of the sky into your world less than a year ago, but I mean it. Valentina's mouth curved, small and genuine, the careful wall she usually kept so firmly in place easing just slightly in the quiet lamplight of the library. I believe you, she said. Strange as that still occasionally feels to admit. Chapter 16. Olga, meanwhile, took on a different kind of labor entirely, traveling between provinces to coordinate the logistics that would allow soldiers, priests, and scholars from 7 different territories to gather safely at the ancient seal without leaving any single province dangerously undefended in the process. Work that suited her considerable talent for bringing people together far better than it suited anyone else among the Alliance's leadership. You would think, after everything we have already survived together, that convincing 7 provinces to share resources evenly would be the easy part, she told Issei, half exasperated and half amused, during a rare shared meal in the midst of her endless logistical negotiations. And yet here I am, spending more hours arguing about grain shipments than I ever spent fighting shadows in the forest. You're good at it, though, Issei said, and meant it. I've watched you talk 2 provinces out of an argument that could have cost us weeks of preparation time. That's its own kind of battle, and you're winning it. Olga's grin, warm and genuine as ever, widened at the praise. Flattery, she said, will get you everywhere with me, Dragon Knight, as I suspect you have already noticed. She grew more serious a moment later, studying him with unusual thoughtfulness. I know I am not so quiet or so clever with old texts as Valentina, nor so fierce in battle as Ludmila, nor so gentle a healer as Sophia, nor so naturally born to lead as Eleonora. I am simply Olga, loud and warm and endlessly practical. But I hope that counts for something too, and whatever this has all become between the 6 of us. It counts for everything, Issei said immediately, reaching over to squeeze her hand. You hold this whole alliance together in ways nobody else could. I don't know what any of this would look like without you in it, Olga. I mean that. Olga's eyes went suspiciously bright for a moment before she laughed it off, pulling him into one of her characteristic bone-crushing hugs. "Careful, Dragon Knight," she said, muffled against his shoulder. "Keep talking like that, and you will have made me entirely too soft for a woman who is supposed to be negotiating grain shipments." Chapter 17. The night before the Alliance finally gathered at the ancient seal to attempt the reinforcing working, Issei found himself unable to sleep, and rather than lying alone with his own restless thoughts, he sought out each of the 5 Vanitas in turn, needing, in the quiet hours before what might prove the most important night of the entire war, to simply be near the people who had become, in the span of a single remarkable year, his whole world. He found Sophia last, tending a small garden of healing herbs she had planted near Ossel's infirmary months earlier, working by lantern light despite the late hour. "Could not sleep either?" she asked, without looking up from the herbs. "Nope." He settled beside her, watching her careful, practiced hands move among the plants. "Keep thinking about tomorrow. About everything that's riding on this working actually succeeding." Sophia set down her small trowel and turned to face him fully, her expression soft with the particular gentle wisdom that had drawn him to her from their very first meeting on Polesia's besieged walls. "Whatever happens tomorrow," she said, "know that you have already given this world something it desperately needed, long before any working succeeds or fails. You gave 7 provinces a reason to trust each other again. You gave 5 women who might never have found each other otherwise a family none of us knew we were missing." She reached up, gently brushing a strand of hair from his tired face. "Whatever the working accomplishes, that gift already stands. Nothing tomorrow can undo it." Issei felt something in his chest ease at her words, the anxious tightness that had gathered there through the long weeks of preparation finally loosening just slightly, and when Sophia leaned in to press a soft, gentle kiss to his cheek, warm and full of quiet affection rather than urgency, he found himself smiling for what felt like the first time in days. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for always knowing exactly what I need to hear." "It is easy," Sophia said, smiling back, "when I mean every word of it so completely." Chapter 18. Dawn came gray and quiet over Ossel's ancient forest. 7 provinces worth of soldiers, scholars, and priests gathered in careful formation around the standing stone at the clearing's heart, and Issei stood at the center of it all, Eleonora on one side and Ludmila on the other, Sophia, Valentina, and Olga close behind, Drake's ancient, watchful presence humming steady and ready within his gauntlet. "Whatever happens," Eleonora said quietly, taking his hand one final time before the working began, "know that this alliance, this family we have built together, does not end with a single morning's success or failure. We are bound now, all of us, in ways far deeper than any single battle can unmake." "I know," Issei said, and found, to his own quiet surprise, that he believed it completely. The working began at first light, priests and scholars chanting old, careful words around the ancient stone while 7 Vanitas poured their combined power into the failing seal, and Issei, at the very center of the gathered strength, felt Drake's own ancient power join the working, old magic answering older magic in a slow, careful, deliberate reinforcement of a door that had held back an ancient hunger for centuries and would, if the working succeeded, hold it back for centuries more. The layered, overlapping voice returned as the working reached its peak, faint and furious and clearly unable to fully manifest against the combined strength gathered to stop it. "No," it said, layered voices overlapping in something that sounded, for the first time since Issei had encountered it, almost like genuine alarm. "You cannot. This door belongs to us. It has always belonged to us." "Not anymore," Issei said, boosting one final time, pouring everything he had left into the working alongside 5 Vanitas and an entire alliance that had refused, again and again, to break. "Not while we're still standing." The seal flared bright, ancient symbols blazing gold against the pale morning light, and with a final, furious shriek that seemed to shake the very air of the clearing, the hunger's presence was finally, completely severed from the door it had spent so long trying to force open, retreating back into whatever distant darkness it called home, the ancient seal sealed once more, stronger now than it had been in centuries. The clearing fell silent, the working complete, and Issei sank to his knees amid the exhausted, celebrating alliance he had helped build, Eleonora's arms closing around him immediately, followed a moment later by the others, 5 women and a dragon and an entire kingdom that had, together, finally won something that felt, for the first time in a long, difficult year, like a true and lasting victory. It was not the end of every threat this world might yet face. Drake's careful warnings about the wider darkness beyond that sealed door made that much clear. But it was an ending nonetheless, hard-won and completely earned, and standing there in the golden morning light, surrounded by the family he had built across a single extraordinary year, Issei Hayato allowed himself, finally, to simply breathe, and rest, and feel, more completely than he had and longer than he could remember, genuinely and thoroughly at peace. Chapter 19. The celebration that followed the sealing lasted 3 full days, word spreading from the ancient forest across all 7 provinces that the Hunger's assault had finally been turned back not merely through battle but through a lasting, binding victory, and Issei spent much of those 3 days simply soaking in a kind of relief he had not realized, until it finally arrived, how badly he had needed. Melitza and Elizaveta both traveled south for the celebrations, arriving at Ossel with gifts and warm words that would have seemed impossible from either woman only months earlier, and it was Elizaveta, watching Issei laugh freely with Olga over some shared joke at the edge of the gathered crowd, who finally voiced what many of the Alliance's leaders had clearly been quietly observing for some time. "You built more than a military alliance this past year, Dragon Knight," she said, joining him for a quiet moment away from the noise of celebration. "You built something Zektid has not truly known in generations. Provinces that trust each other. Vanitas who see each other as sisters rather than rivals. A kingdom that finally understands its own strength lies in unity rather than pride." She studied him with something like genuine warmth. "Whatever you were before you fell into our world, I am glad fate chose to send you here." "Me too," Issei said honestly, looking out at the gathered crowd, at soldiers from 7 different provinces sharing food and stories and hard-won relief together, at Eleonora and Ludmila deep in easy conversation nearby, at Sophia tending gently to a soldier's minor wound even amid the celebration, at Valentina allowing herself, for once, a genuine relaxed smile, at Olga's laughter carrying warm and bright across the whole gathered crowd. "I really am." That evening, as the celebrations finally began to quiet and stars emerged bright and clear over Ossel's walls, Issei found himself gathered with all 5 Vanitas in a private corner of the festivities, the 6 of them simply sitting together in comfortable, contented silence, no war pressing at their backs for the first time in longer than any of them could properly remember. "What now?" Ludmila asked eventually, breaking the quiet with a rare, soft smile. "We have won our war, at least for now. Drake's warnings suggest the wider darkness beyond that door has not vanished entirely, only been turned back. But for tonight, at least, we have earned a little peace. Now," Eleonora said, reaching for Issei's hand with the quiet certainty of someone no longer afraid to claim what she wanted openly, "we rest. We rebuild. We let this alliance we have built grow into something even stronger, so that whatever still waits beyond that sealed door, it finds us readier still, the next time it dares to test us." She looked around at the others, at Sophia's soft smile, Ludmila's steady warmth, Valentina's rare open ease, Olga's bright, unguarded joy, and finally back to Issei himself. "But tonight I think we have earned the right to simply be happy, together, without the weight of the next battle pressing quite so heavily upon us." Issei looked around at the 5 remarkable women who had, across a single extraordinary year, transformed a stranger fallen out of the sky into something he had never expected to find again after leaving Ko behind, a true and lasting family, and felt something settle deep and warm and certain in his chest. Whatever still waited beyond that ancient sealed door, whatever battles the future still held in store, he understood, sitting there beneath a clear and peaceful sky, that he would face them exactly as he had faced everything since that first strange morning on a lonely road. Surrounded by people who had chosen him, again and again, and whom he had chosen just as fully in return. Together, always, no matter what still lay ahead, far to the north, beyond even Elizaveta's watchful borders, in lands that no map within the Alliance's reach had ever properly charted, something vast and patient stirred in response to the sealing it had just witnessed, a presence far older and far larger than the fragment of hunger that had tested Zektid so thoroughly this past year. It had watched the door close, watched the young world's strange, determined alliance turn back and assault it should not, by any reasonable measure, have survived. And in the quiet aftermath of that unexpected defeat, it began, patiently and without any particular hurry, to consider a different approach entirely, one that would not announce itself with vanished villages or armies of shadow, but would instead creep slowly, carefully, into the very heart of the peace this alliance had fought so hard to win. Issei knew nothing of this distant, patient attention as he sat beneath the stars that night, surrounded by the family he had built. For now, at least, the war was won, the seal was strong, and the 6 of them had earned every quiet, unburdened moment of peace the night could offer. Whatever watched from the shadows beyond the world's edge would have to wait its turn. Drake, quiet within Issei's mind through the rest of that peaceful night, offered no further warnings before sleep finally claimed his exhausted partner. But the old dragon remained watchful long after Issei drifted off, some ancient instinct honed across countless ages and countless worlds telling him that the victory they had won this day, real and hard-earned as it was, marked not an ending but a single closed chapter in a much longer story still waiting to unfold. For now, he kept that quiet vigilance to himself, content to let the 6 of them rest, gathered together beneath a clear and peaceful sky, while the wider darkness of the world beyond their borders continued turning, slow and patient, toward whatever came next, a threat still faceless and formless, but no less real for being, for now, unseen and unspoken beneath the quiet, star-bright peace of a hard-won and well-deserved night. One that Issei Hayato and the family he had built around himself intended to enjoy fully, for as long as the world, and whatever still moved unseen within it, was willing to grant it to them. Act 3, Chapter 1. Peace, real peace, lasted almost a full season before the first quiet sign of trouble returned, and true to Drake's old, careful warning, it did not arrive as vanished villages or armies of shadow. It arrived as something far harder to fight, because for a long while none of them even recognized it as an attack at all. It began with dreams. Eleonora mentioned it first, almost in passing, over a quiet breakfast in Aso's hall, the kind of offhand comment that might have meant nothing if Issei hadn't already learned to take her instincts seriously. "I keep dreaming of the forest," she said, turning her cup slowly between her hands. "Not the clearing, not the seal itself. Somewhere deeper. A place I have never actually walked, and yet I wake feeling as though I have visited it a dozen times." Ludmila, across the table, went very still. "I have had the same dream," she admitted slowly. "I did not think it worth mentioning. Dreams are dreams." By the end of the week, all 5 Vanitas had described some version of the same recurring vision, a deep, unmapped stretch of forest none of them had ever actually set foot in, and Drake, when Issei finally relayed the pattern to him, went uncharacteristically quiet for a long moment before answering. "This is what I feared," the dragon said finally. "It cannot break through the sealed door any longer, not with the working reinforced as thoroughly as it now is. So it has found another path in, slower and subtler than open assault. It is reaching into the minds of those closest to the seal, planting seeds of curiosity, of pull, hoping that one of you, drawn by dreams that feel too vivid to ignore, will eventually walk into that unmapped forest of your own free will and open a door from the inside that it can no longer force open from without. So don't go into the forest," Issei said. "Simple enough. It is rarely so simple, partner. When the pull comes from within your own mind rather than from any outside force you can simply refuse to look at." Drake's voice carried a rare thread of real concern. "Watch them closely. All 5 of them. And watch yourself as well. I do not believe you are immune to whatever subtle working it has begun weaving." Chapter 2. The dreams grew stronger over the following weeks, more vivid, more insistent, and Issei watched with growing unease as each of the 5 Vanitas, in her own way, began to show the strain of fighting a pull that lived inside her own mind rather than anywhere she could simply raise a blade against. Sophia, usually so steady and calm, grew distracted during her healing work, more than once catching herself staring at nothing, expression distant, before shaking herself back to the present with visible effort. Valentina grew shorter-tempered than Issei had ever seen her, snapping at soldiers over minor mistakes before catching herself and offering quiet, uncharacteristic apologies. Even Olga's endless warmth grew occasionally strained, her laughter carrying a thin, effortful edge that hadn't been there before. It was Ludmila who finally admitted, late one night, how close the pull had actually drawn her. I nearly rode out tonight, she confessed, finding Issei still awake in Assel's practice yard, her voice tight with something close to real fear. I woke from the dream and found myself already dressed, already at the stable, my horse half saddled before I fully understood what I was doing. I do not frighten easily, Issei. But something in me wanted to go so badly that I very nearly did not stop myself in time. Issei felt cold dread settle in his stomach, and reached for her hands, steadying, grounding. Then we don't let any of you be alone anymore. Not until we figure out how to break whatever hold this thing has found on your minds. That is not a solution that scales indefinitely, Ludmila said, though she did not pull away from his grip. We cannot watch each other every waking moment forever. There may be another way, Drake said, and Issei relayed the dragon's words carefully as they came. A dragon's bond runs deeper than mere magic, Ludmila Lowry. If Issei were to forge a bond with each of you similar to the one he shares with me, not merging souls, but anchoring, a thread of my own ancient strength woven gently into each of your minds, it may prove strong enough to resist the hunger's subtle pull where willpower alone has begun to fail. Ludmila considered this for a long moment, weighing the offer with the same careful seriousness she brought to every decision. And what would such a bond require of us? Trust, Drake said simply. Complete and total, offered freely rather than taken. It is not a working I would attempt lightly, nor one I would ask any of you to accept without fully understanding what it means. But I believe, given the threat we now face, it may be the surest way to keep this hunger from ever claiming one of you from the inside. Chapter 3. The bonding, when it finally happened, took place over 5 separate nights, each Vanitas coming to Issei in turn, in quiet privacy, to accept whatever careful, ancient working Drake had devised to anchor her mind against the hunger's subtle pull. Eleonora went first, sitting across from Issei in the quiet of her own chambers, her violet eyes steady despite the vulnerability of what she was agreeing to. I trust you, she said simply, before the working even began. Completely. Whatever this bond asks of me, I offer it freely. The working itself was strange and warm rather than painful, Drake's ancient power flowing gently from Issei's gauntlet into a careful, anchoring thread that settled somewhere deep in Eleonora's mind, and when it finished, she let out a slow, shaky breath, her expression somewhere between wonder and profound relief. I can still feel the pull, she said quietly, testing the sensation. But it is distant now. Muted. Like a voice calling from very far away, rather than a whisper pressed directly against my ear. One by one, over the following nights, the others accepted the same careful bonding, Ludmila's fierce, quiet trust, Sophia's gentle, immediate acceptance, Valentina's hesitant but ultimately complete surrender of her usual careful guardedness, Olga's warm, characteristically enthusiastic agreement delivered with a bone-crushing hug that left Issei slightly breathless even before the working began. By the end of the 5th night, all 5 Vanitas reported the same relief, the hunger's subtle pull reduced from an insistent, dangerous pressure to a distant, manageable murmur, and Issei, exhausted from 5 nights of careful, deliberate magic, found himself, for the first time since the dreams had begun, able to properly relax. The bond runs both ways, partner, Drake told him, once the last working had finished. You will feel echoes of their minds now, faint and distant, much as they may occasionally feel echoes of yours. It is not a bond to be taken lightly. But it is done now, and it is strong. Whatever subtle path the hunger hoped to walk into their minds, it will find that road considerably harder to travel from here forward. Chapter 4. The bond proved its worth sooner than any of them expected, barely a week after the final working, when Issei woke in the dead of night to a faint, distant echo of alarm that was not his own, sharp and sudden enough to jolt him fully awake before he even understood what he was sensing. Valentina. He was moving before he'd consciously decided to move, following the faint thread of the bond through Assel's quiet halls until he found her standing at an open window in her guest chambers, one leg already over the sill, her expression distant and glassy in a way that made his stomach drop with real fear. Valentina! He caught her arm, gentle but firm, and felt her flinch back to awareness with a sharp, gasping breath, like someone surfacing from deep water. Aye, she started, staring down at the windowsill, at her own leg still half over the edge, with dawning, horrified understanding. I do not remember rising. I do not remember walking here at all. The bond caught it, Issei said, pulling her gently back from the window, holding her while she trembled through the aftermath of whatever pull had nearly claimed her. You're okay. I felt at the second something was wrong. Valentina clung to him for a long moment, her usual composure entirely gone, replaced by something rawer and more frightened than Issei had ever seen from her. It grows stronger, she said, muffled against his shoulder. Even with the bond, even with the anchor, it very nearly had me tonight. It is adapting, Drake said grimly. Once Issei had gotten Valentina settled and safe, the rest of the household roused and quietly informed of what had nearly happened. Testing the strength of the bond, searching for whatever weakness it can still find. I feared this might happen. The anchor slows it considerably, but I do not believe it will hold indefinitely against the hunger this patient and this determined. Then what do we do? Issei asked, exhausted and afraid in a way he hadn't let himself be since the very worst days of the war against the shadow armies. We can't keep this up forever, watching each other every single night, hoping the bond holds one more time. No, Drake agreed. We cannot. Which means, I fear, that the time has come to consider a path I had hoped to avoid entirely. If the hunger insists on reaching for you all through the door in that forest, then perhaps the only true way to end this threat permanently is to walk through that door ourselves, and confront whatever waits on the other side directly, before it finds a way to drag one of you through unwilling. Chapter 5. The council that followed, gathered hastily in the dead of night with all 5 Vanitas and a badly shaken Valentina still recovering from her near miss, did not reach an easy consensus. It is madness, Eleonora said flatly. Walking willingly through a door we have spent months trying to keep sealed. We do not even know what waits beyond it, only that whatever birthed the hunger in the first place lives there. We also do not know how much longer the bond will hold against a threat that has already proven it can adapt, Ludmila countered, though her voice carried none of her usual certainty. Valentina nearly walked out a window tonight. Next time, the bond may not catch the pull in time. Sophia, quiet through most of the argument, finally spoke, her voice soft but carrying the particular weight it always held when she had thought a matter through fully before speaking. I do not think this is truly a choice between safety and danger, she said. I think it is a choice between 2 different dangers, and we must decide which one we are better prepared to face. Waiting, hoping the bond holds indefinitely against a hunger that has shown it will not stop adapting. Or acting, walking through that door on our own terms, prepared and united, rather than waiting for it to eventually drag one of us through unprepared and alone. The room fell quiet at that, the truth of it settling heavy over the gathered council, and it was Olga, uncharacteristically serious, who finally broke the silence. I did not travel this far, build this family, survive everything we have already survived together, to simply wait and hope, she said. If we must walk through that door eventually, I would rather walk through it together, on a morning we chose ourselves, than be dragged through it one at a time on a night none of us saw coming. Issei looked around at the 5 of them, exhausted and afraid and yet, even now, entirely unwilling to simply wait for disaster to choose its own moment, and felt something settle, certain and resolved, in his own chest. Then we go together, he said. All of us. We prepare as best we can, we bring whatever strength this alliance can gather, and we walk through that door on our own terms, before it ever gets the chance to choose the moment for us. Chapter 6. Preparing to walk deliberately through a door that had been sealed for centuries required a different kind of planning entirely than preparing for open battle, and the weeks that followed saw the full alliance thrown once more into careful, urgent labor, this time not to defend a border but to ready themselves for whatever waited on the other side of a threshold none of them had ever actually seen. Valentina, still shaken from her near miss but resolute despite it, returned to her ancient text with renewed, focused intensity, searching for any fragment of old lore that might describe what lay beyond the sealed door, while Sophia worked alongside Zektid's most skilled healers to prepare remedies and protective wards against whatever strange, unmaking magic they might encounter. Melitza and Elizaveta, informed of the plan through careful, urgent correspondence, offered what reinforcements they could spare, though both agreed the crossing itself should be attempted by a smaller, more mobile group rather than a full army that might prove impossible to coordinate in unfamiliar territory. It was Eleonora who finally proposed the shape the crossing would take, gathering the group together on the eve of their departure to lay out the plan one final time. 5 Vanitas, Issei, and a small company of our most trusted soldiers, she said. No more. Whatever waits beyond that door, I do not believe brute numbers alone will carry us through it. We will need speed, adaptability, and above all, the trust we have built together across this past year. That trust is our greatest weapon, more than any blade or dragon weapon among us. Issei, standing at the center of the gathered circle, felt the weight of what they were about to attempt settle heavy and real in his chest, and found himself, in the quiet hours before their departure, seeking out each of the 5 women in turn one final time, not for any working or bonding, simply to be near them. To hold on to the warmth of everything they had built together before whatever waited beyond the door had the chance to test it. Whatever happens tomorrow, he told Eleonora, finding her alone on the same wall where they had first spoken openly of their growing feelings for each other, I need you to know that this past year has been the best of my entire life. Falling into this world was the strangest thing that's ever happened to me, and somehow it turned into the best thing too, because of you. Because of all of you. Eleonora turned to him, her violet eyes bright in the moonlight, and reached up to gently cup his face in both hands. Then let us walk through that door tomorrow, and return safely to build many more years exactly like it, she said softly. I am not finished with this life we have built, Issei Hayadu. Not nearly finished. I intend to see it through to a very long and very happy ending, whatever it takes to get there. Chapter 7. They departed for the ancient forest at dawn, 7 days after Valentina's near miss, and the journey through Ossel's familiar woods felt different this time, heavier, every step carrying them closer to a threshold none of them had ever crossed before. The Standing Stone, when they finally reached the clearing, pulsed with a faint, steady light that had not been present since the ceiling working months earlier, and Drake, studying it through Issei's eyes, offered a grim, careful assessment. The door remains sealed, the dragon said. But it recognizes you now, all of you, through the bond and through your proximity to the working that reinforced it. I believe, if we approach correctly, we may be able to open it deliberately, on our own terms, rather than waiting for the hunger to force its way through from the other side. How do we do that? Eleonora asked, studying the ancient stone with careful, wary respect. Trust, Drake said again, the same word he had offered before the bonding began. The seal responds to intention as much as to power. If all 6 of you approach it together, united in purpose, offering your combined strength freely rather than trying to force your way through, I believe it will open a path, narrow and temporary, allowing you to cross and, more importantly, allowing you to return. They gathered around the stone in careful formation, hands joined in a wide circle, and Issei felt Drake's ancient power flow once more through the bond that connected all 6 of them, old magic reaching out to older magic, and slowly, gradually, the Standing Stone's faint light brightened, spreading outward until the air itself within the circle began to shimmer and part, revealing not the familiar forest beyond but something else entirely, a landscape of gray, twilight stillness, vast and quiet and utterly without the warmth of any sun Issei recognized. That is the door, Ludmila breathed, staring through the shimmering opening with wide, wary eyes. That is truly the other side. Yes, Drake confirmed, grave and watchful. And whatever waits within it already knows we are coming. It has felt this opening the moment we began the working, exactly as it felt every dream and every subtle pull it managed to weave into your minds these past weeks. A pause, heavy with old, careful warning. Once we cross, partner, we will not have long before it responds. Whatever we intend to accomplish on the other side, we must accomplish it swiftly, and together. Issei looked around at the 5 women who had chosen, again and again, to stand beside him through everything this strange new world had thrown at them, and felt, despite the very real fear gathering cold in his chest, a deep and certain resolve settle over him in its place. Then let's go finish this, he said, and stepped through the shimmering door first, the others close behind him, into whatever waited on the other side. Chapter 8. The world beyond the door was unlike anything Issei had ever seen, a vast, gray twilight stretching in every direction without any visible horizon, the ground beneath their feet solid but strangely muted, as though sound itself struggled to properly exist in this place. There was no sun, no stars, only a soft, directionless gray light that cast no shadows and offered no sense of time passing. "This is where it lives," Sophia said quietly, her voice sounding oddly flat in the strange, muffled air. "This is what it truly is. Not a place at all, not really. An absence given enough shape to hold a presence within it." "Careful," Drake warned, as they moved forward together, weapons ready, senses straining against the strange, muted stillness. "Distance and direction mean little here, I suspect, and this realm will not hesitate to use that against us if we grow careless." They had not gone far when the layered, overlapping voice returned, closer and clearer than Issei had ever heard it, filling the gray twilight from every direction at once. "You came," it said, something almost like surprise threading through the endless layers of its voice. "We did not expect such boldness, dragon. Most who sense our realm flee from it, or waste away slowly resisting a pull they cannot fully understand. You simply walked through the door yourselves." A pause, considering. "Bold. Foolish. And yet, perhaps, exactly what we require." "Require for what?" Issei called out, gauntlet blazing bright against the gray stillness, a small, defiant point of warm color in an endless field of muted twilight. "To end this properly," the voice said, and slowly, from the gray mist ahead of them, a figure began to take shape, larger and more solid than the single fragment Issei had faced in the ruined village, something vast and ancient and hungry given, for the first time, true and terrible form. "We have tested your strength for a full turn of your world seasons, dragon. Tested your alliance, your bonds, your resolve. We grow weary of testing. Now we will simply take what we have judged, at last, to be sufficiently ripe." The vast, shadowed figure rose fully into view, towering over the small circle of allies who had walked willingly into its realm, and Issei, staring up at the true and terrible shape of the hunger that had haunted his entire second year in this world, felt Drake's ancient power surge in immediate, fierce response within his gauntlet. "Now, partner," the dragon said, voice thundering with old, battle-worn resolve. "Now we finally end this, one way or another." Chapter 9. The battle that followed was unlike anything Issei had fought before, not merely physical but something stranger, the hunger's vast, shadowed form seeming to bend the very rules of the gray realm around itself, distance and direction twisting unpredictably as it pressed its ancient, overwhelming strength against 6 determined allies who refused, despite everything, to simply break. Eleonora's Azendius carved brilliant, burning arcs through the shifting gray twilight. Ludmila's eyes crystallized entire sections of the strange, muted air. Valentina's blade cut clean and precise through shadow that reformed almost as quickly as it was severed. Olga's heavier strikes shook the very ground beneath their feet, and Sophia's healing light, pushed to its absolute limit, kept all of them standing through wound after wound that should, by any reasonable measure, have ended the fight. Long before it did, Issei fought at the center of it all, boosting again and again, Drake's ancient power thundering through him in waves that left his entire body screaming with exhaustion, and still the vast, hungry figure pressed forward, patient and relentless, clearly confident that mere endurance would eventually win where raw strength alone had failed. "You cannot outlast us," the layered voice said, even as another wave of shadow dissolved beneath Ludmila's eyes. "You are 6 mortal lives, however bonded, however determined. We are hunger itself, patient beyond your capacity to measure. Exhaust yourselves as you will. We will simply wait for the moment your strength finally, inevitably, runs dry." "It believes this is a battle of endurance," Drake said grimly, even as he poured yet more power into Issei's already trembling limbs. "It does not yet understand what truly anchors your strength, partner. Show it. Show it what 6 lives, bound together freely and completely, are truly capable of when they refuse, absolutely and without exception, to let each other fall." Issei understood, in that moment, exactly what the dragon meant, and reached out, not merely through the physical fight but through the deeper bond that connected all 6 of them, drawing not just on his own exhausted strength but on the combined resolve of 5 women who had chosen him, and each other, and this fight, again and again across an entire remarkable year. The bond flared bright, gold and warm against the endless gray twilight, 5 Vanitas and a dragon-wielding boy from another world entirely, united not merely in battle but in something far deeper, far harder for an ancient, patient hunger to properly understand or unmake. Chapter 10. The combined strength of the bond hit the vast, shadowed figure like a physical blow, gold light tearing through gray twilight in a wave that made the hunger's layered voice cry out in something that sounded, for the first time since Issei had encountered it, like genuine and undisguised alarm. Impossible, it said, shadow form flickering, destabilizing under the sudden, overwhelming pressure of 6 lives bound together by trust freely given and freely returned. This is not merely strength. This is family, Issei finished, boosting one final time, pouring everything he had left, everything all 6 of them had left, into a single decisive strike aimed at the very heart of the vast, hungry shadow before them. Something you clearly never understood, and never will. The strike landed true, gold light tearing through the shadowed heart of the ancient hunger, and with a final, shattering cry that seemed to shake the very fabric of the gray realm around them, the vast figure began to unravel, not destroyed entirely, Drake cautioned even as it happened, but broken, scattered, driven back into whatever deeper, more distant darkness it had originally crawled out from. Its hold on this world and on the door that led into it finally, completely severed. The gray twilight shuddered, and the shimmering door they had first stepped through reappeared, bright and steady, offering safe passage back to the familiar forest they had left behind. Go, Drake urged, voice strained with the effort of the working. Now, while the path remains open. This realm will not remain stable for long, not after a blow like that. They ran for the door together, exhausted and battered but alive, all 6 of them stumbling back through the shimmering threshold into Ossel's familiar forest clearing just as the gray world beyond finally, completely sealed itself away behind them, the standing stone's light fading slowly back to its ordinary, quiet stillness. Issei collapsed to his knees the moment they crossed back through, the others sinking down around him in equally exhausted relief, and for a long moment none of them said anything at all, simply breathing in the familiar, ordinary air of their own world, the battle finally, truly over. Chapter 11. They returned to Ossel 3 days later, word of their victory spreading quickly across all 7 provinces, and the celebration that followed made the earlier festivities after the sealing look modest by comparison, an entire kingdom turning out to honor the small, determined group who had walked willingly into an enemy's own realm and returned triumphant. But it was the quiet evening after the celebrations finally wound down, the 6 of them gathered together in a private corner of Ossel's gardens, that mattered most to Issei, more than any parade or royal honor the grateful kingdom offered in the following weeks. It is truly over, Sophia said softly, still faintly amazed by it even days later. Drake says the hunger has been driven back far enough that it will not trouble this world again for generations, if ever. Generations, Eleonora repeated, something like wonder in her voice. An entire lifetime of peace, perhaps more, because 6 people refused to let each other fall. She looked around at the gathered circle, at Ludmila's rare, easy smile, Valentina's open contentment, Olga's bright, unguarded joy, Sophia's soft warmth, and finally at Issei himself. I do not think any of us fully understood, when this all began, what we were truly building together. Not merely an alliance to survive a war. A family, strong enough to face down an ancient hunger and win. Issei looked around at the 5 of them, at the family he had never expected to find again after falling out of the sky into a strange new world, and felt something deep and certain settle in his chest, a feeling that had been quietly building across an entire remarkable year and had finally, in the aftermath of their greatest victory yet, found its full and proper shape. I love all of you, he said simply, the words feeling both enormous and entirely natural all at once. I don't know how else to say it. Whatever this life looks like going forward, I want to build it with all 5 of you, for as long as any of us are lucky enough to have. The silence that followed lasted only a moment before it broke into warm, overwhelmed laughter and tears in equal measure, 5 women who had each, in their own way, been waiting to hear exactly those words, closing in around him in an embrace that held within it an entire year of battles fought and won, of trust built slowly and completely, of a family forged not by fate alone but by choice, freely made and freely returned. Again and again, until it had become something unbreakable. Whatever still lay ahead for the six of them, Issei understood, held close in the warmth of that embrace beneath Ossel's quiet evening sky, they would face it exactly as they had faced everything else, together, and, at long last, ready to build something even greater still. Chapter 12. News that the Dragon Knight had openly declared his heart to all 5 Vanitas spread through Ossel, and eventually through every province in the Alliance, faster than any battle report had ever traveled, and the reactions that followed ranged from delighted approval to careful, formal concern that took the better part of a month to properly work through. It was the king himself who summoned the 6 of them back to the capital, not in anger but in the particular careful seriousness of a ruler who understood that whatever grew between his most powerful Vanitas and the stranger who had helped save his kingdom would carry political weight for generations to come. 5 Vanitas, he said, studying them across his council chamber with an expression that gave little away. 5 provinces, bound not merely by military alliance now but by something far more personal. I confess I did not anticipate this particular complication when I first agreed to let the Dragon Knight travel freely between your territories. With respect, Your Majesty, Eleonora said, standing at the front of the small group with the same quiet authority she had carried since the very first morning Issei met her on a lonely road, this is not a complication. It is the truest foundation this alliance could possibly have. 5 provinces bound not merely by treaty or convenience but by genuine, chosen family. I would ask that the crown recognize it as the strength it truly is, rather than a difficulty to be managed. The king studied her for a long moment, and then looked past her to Issei himself, weighing something in his tired, careful eyes. You understand, he said finally, that such a bond, formally recognized, would tie you permanently to this kingdom. 5 provinces, 5 wives, a life built entirely within Zektid's borders rather than whatever world you came from originally. Issei thought of Ko briefly, of Rias and the others, of a life that felt now like a distant, treasured memory rather than an open wound, and found his answer came easily, without hesitation. I've made my peace with that, he said. I don't know if I'll ever find a way back to where I started, and I've stopped waiting for one. This is my home now. These 5 women are my family, however that ends up being recognized formally. I'd be honored if the crown chose to support that, but even if it didn't, it wouldn't change how I feel. The king's careful expression finally softened, something like genuine warmth breaking through the formal weight of the council. Then let the crown offer its full and formal blessing, he said. 5 Vanitas, bound in chosen partnership to the man who helped save this kingdom from a threat older than any of us properly understood. Let all 7 provinces know that Zektid recognizes this family not as complication, but as the very model of the unity we have all worked so hard this past year to build. Chapter 13. With the crown's blessing formally granted, the practical business of building a life together began in earnest, and Issei found the months that followed brought a different kind of challenge entirely than anything the war against the hunger had prepared him for, the quiet, complicated work of 5 proud, independent women learning to share a life, a home, and a partner without losing themselves in the process. It was Ludmila who first raised the practical question none of them had fully addressed. We cannot all simply live in Ossel, she pointed out, during a long evening discussion that had started over dinner and stretched well past midnight. Each of us governs a province. Legnitsa needs me as much as Ossel needs Eleonora. We cannot abandon our people simply because we have chosen to build a life together. Then we don't abandon anyone, Issei said, though even he could hear how easily the words came compared to how complicated the actual solution would prove to be. We figure out a rotation. I split my time properly between all 5 provinces, the way I did during the worst of the war, except now it's not about crisis management. It's about actually building a life in each place. That is a great deal of travel, Sophia observed gently. Yeah, Issei admitted. But I've got draining strength to draw on, and honestly, I think I'd rather be worn out from traveling between 5 homes I love than settled comfortably in just one and missing the other 4. Valentina, quiet through most of the discussion, finally spoke, her sharp eyes thoughtful. There is precedent, in the old records, for exactly this kind of arrangement among ruling families in the north. A shared household, with the understanding that duty to one's own province comes first, and time together is built around that duty rather than in place of it. She looked around at the others. It would require patience. Compromise. All 5 of us learning to trust that time apart does not mean time forgotten. I already trust that, Eleonora said quietly, reaching for Issei's hand. We built an entire alliance on exactly that kind of trust. I do not see why our own household should prove any harder to manage than 5 provinces did. Olga's answering laugh, warm and bright, broke the last of the evening's careful tension. Leave the logistics to me, she said cheerfully. I have spent a full year coordinating grain shipments between 7 provinces. Coordinating one very well-loved man's travel schedule between 5 homes will feel like a holiday by comparison. Chapter 14. The arrangement, once settled, proved easier in practice than any of them had feared, months passing in a comfortable, evolving rhythm, Issei splitting his time between all 5 provinces, each stay bringing its own particular warmth. Ludmila's quiet evenings by the fire in Legnitsa's colder halls, Sophia's gentle mornings tending Pelesia's gardens together, Valentina's long, thoughtful nights poring over old texts in her northern library, Olga's endless, joyful gatherings in her sun-warmed western orchards, and always, at the center of it all, Issei, where all 5 of them gathered together whenever their duties allowed, the true heart of the family they had built. It was during one such gathering, nearly a year after the victory over the hunger, that Eleonora finally raised the question that had clearly been building quietly in all of their minds for some time. I have been thinking, she said over a quiet dinner that had somehow become a full household gathering, all 5 of them present at once for the first time in weeks, about what comes next. We have built a family, a household, a life together that I would not trade for anything. But I find myself wanting something more permanent still. A formal binding, recognized not merely by the crown's blessing but by each of us, freely and completely, before all the people who matter most to this life we have built. A wedding, Sophia said softly, warmth blooming across her face. Weddings, Ludmila corrected, with a small, private smile. 5 of them, I should think, unless we intend some manner of shared ceremony none of us has quite figured out how to properly stage. Issei looked around at the 5 of them, at the warm, hopeful anticipation gathering in the room, and felt his own heart swell with a certainty that had been building quietly for a very long time. Whatever you all want, he said. 5 separate ceremonies, one big shared celebration, whatever feels right to each of you individually and to all of us together. I just know I want to marry every single one of you, properly, in whatever way makes the most sense for the people we've become. Olga's delighted laugh rang out first, followed quickly by the others, and the evening dissolved into warm, excited planning that stretched long into the night, 5 women and the man who loved them all completely beginning, at last, to chart the shape of the life they intended to build together for the rest of their days. Chapter 15. The wedding planning that followed occupied the better part of the following season, each province eager to host its own celebration, and Issei found himself, for the first time since arriving in this world, facing a challenge that had nothing to do with battle or politics and everything to do with simply trying to make 5 remarkable women equally happy on what would become, for each of them, one of the most important days of their lives. Eleonora's ceremony came first, held in Issei's great hall where their story had truly begun, the same hall where he had first agreed to stay in her province rather than simply ride on toward wherever fate might otherwise have carried him. The hall was decorated simply but beautifully, banners of Issei's colors mixing with soft autumn flowers, and when Eleonora finally appeared at the ceremony's start, dressed not in armor but in flowing formal robes that still somehow carried the same quiet, commanding presence she brought to every battlefield, Issei felt his breath catch entirely. I did not expect, on the morning I nearly died on a lonely road, she said during the vows exchanged before Issei's assembled court and the 4 other women who stood as honored witnesses rather than rivals, to find the truest partnership of my life waiting in the shape of a stranger who fell out of the sky to save me. I have never once regretted that morning, Issei Hayadu, and I do not intend to spend the rest of my life regretting a single moment I am fortunate enough to share with you. Issei's own vows, when his turn came, were simpler, but no less deeply felt. You believed in me before I even understood what this world needed from me, he said. You gave me a reason to stay, and then a reason to build something worth staying for. I intend to spend every day I have making sure you never regret that choice. The ceremony that followed was warm and joyful, and though Issei knew 4 more such days waited ahead of him across the following months, each one carrying its own particular joy and meaning, he found himself standing there with Eleonora's hand in his before a hall full of people who had become, over the course of one extraordinary year, his true and lasting family. More completely happy than he had ever imagined possible for a boy who had once simply fallen out of the sky into a war he never asked to join. Chapter 16. The 4 ceremonies that followed across the coming months each carried their own distinct character, shaped by the particular woman and province being honored, and Issei found himself treasuring each one equally, understanding more fully with every passing celebration exactly what kind of life he was building, and exactly how much love it truly held. Ludmila's ceremony, held beneath Legnitsa's cold, clear winter sky, was quieter and more solemn than Eleonora's had been, matching her own careful, dignified nature, though the fierce warmth in her eyes as she spoke her vows left no doubt about the depth of feeling beneath her composed exterior. Sophia's ceremony, held in Pelesia's gardens amid blooming spring flowers she had tended herself, was gentle and deeply moving, her soft voice carrying vows about healing and partnership that left more than a few witnesses openly weeping. Valentina's ceremony, held in her northern homeland with the same careful, hard-won trust that had marked their entire relationship, felt like the culmination of a long, patient journey from guarded distance to complete, unguarded devotion. And Olga's ceremony, held amid her sun-warmed orchards with all the warmth and joyful noise that defined her entirely, felt like the perfect, celebratory close to an entire season of building toward exactly this future. By the time the last ceremony finished, Issei stood married to all 5 women who had, across 2 remarkable years, become his entire world, and the small, private gathering that followed, all 6 of them finally alone together after months of public celebration, carried a quiet, settled happiness that felt like the true beginning of everything still to come. Husband, Eleonora said, testing the word with obvious warm amusement, as they sat together in Assel's quiet evening garden. I do not think I will ever fully grow used to that word, even after everything we have already built together. Get used to it, Issei said, smiling, pulling her close. I plan on being your husband for a very, very long time. Around them, the others settled close as well, 5 women and the man who loved them completely, and for a long, quiet while, none of them said anything more at all, content simply to sit together in the warm evening air, savoring the settled, certain joy of a family built not by fate alone but by every deliberate, chosen step that had brought them to exactly this moment. Chapter 17. The years that followed the weddings brought their own quiet, steady rhythm, 5 provinces continuing to thrive under the alliance's lasting peace, and it was nearly 2 years after the last ceremony that Sophia, glowing with a particular soft happiness that immediately caught the attention of everyone in the household, finally shared news that sent the entire family into joyful, overwhelmed celebration. I am with child, she said during a quiet family dinner in Assel, her hands folded gently over her still flat stomach, her eyes bright with a mixture of nervous excitement and deep, settled happiness. Our first child, Issei. I wanted all of you to know together, exactly as we have shared everything else in this life we have built. The celebration that followed lasted well into the night, and in the months that followed, as Sophia's pregnancy progressed under the careful, joyful attention of a household that clearly intended to spoil both mother and child thoroughly, the quiet foundation of everything they had built together across 2 remarkable years finally began to bloom into something even larger, a family not merely of partnership and love but, at last, of children who would grow up knowing exactly how much devotion had gone into building the world they would inherit. Issei, sitting beside Sophia one quiet evening as she rested in Assel's garden, one hand resting gently over the small, growing curve of her stomach, felt a happiness so complete it nearly overwhelmed him entirely. I never imagined this, he admitted quietly. Not really. Even after everything, the war, the weddings, I don't think I fully let myself imagine what it would actually feel like, knowing there's a whole new life coming, that's going to grow up surrounded by all of this. They will grow up loved, Sophia said softly, resting her head against his shoulder. By all of us. By 5 mothers and 1 father who fought an ancient hunger itself rather than let this family fall apart. I cannot imagine a safer, more loving world for a child to be born into. Somewhere in Assel's great hall, the sound of the others' laughter carried warm and bright through the quiet evening air, and Issei, sitting there with Sophia in the gathering dusk, felt the last, settled piece of the life he had never expected to find finally click fully into place. Whatever still lay ahead, whatever new joys and challenges a growing family would bring, he understood, more certainly than he had ever understood anything since first falling out of the sky into this remarkable world, that he would face it exactly as he had faced everything else across this extraordinary journey. Surrounded by love, freely given and freely returned, and at long last, truly and completely home. Chapter 18. Sophia's daughter arrived on a bright, clear morning in early summer, born after a labor that left the entire household holding its breath in Assel's halls until the first thin, healthy cry finally broke the tense silence, and Issei, allowed and at last to see them both, found himself entirely undone by the sight of Sophia, exhausted but radiant, holding their daughter close against her chest. "She has your eyes," Sophia murmured, exhausted and glowing all at once, as Issei knelt beside the bed, reaching out with careful, trembling hands to gently touch his daughter's tiny fingers. "She's perfect," he managed, throat tight with an emotion too large for easy words. "You're both perfect." They named her Aiko, a name from Issei's own world that felt, to all of them, like a fitting thread connecting the family's strange, beautiful beginning to whatever future still lay ahead, and the celebrations that followed her birth rivaled even the weddings themselves, 5 provinces united once more in joy, this time for the arrival of a child who would grow up as living proof of everything the Alliance had fought so hard to build and protect. It was Eleonora who found Issei alone that evening, sitting quietly in the garden while the celebrations continued inside, watching the stars with an expression of quiet, overwhelmed wonder. "You look as though the weight of the entire world has settled on your shoulders," she observed, settling beside him with a gentle smile. "Not the weight," Issei said slowly, trying to properly articulate the feeling. "Just I don't know. Everything, all at once. I fell out of the sky into a war I didn't understand, and now there's this whole other life waiting on the other side of it. A daughter. A family that's only going to keep growing." He looked at Eleonora, something soft and unguarded in his expression. "I just want to make sure I do right by all of you. By her. By whoever comes after her." Eleonora reached for his hand, threading her fingers through his with the same quiet certainty she had carried since the very first morning they met. "You already have," she said softly. "Every single day since that morning on the road, you have chosen this family, chosen us, again and again, even when it would have been easier not to. That is not something that stops being true simply because our family has grown larger. You will do right by all of us, Issei, exactly as you always have." Chapter 19. The months that followed Aiko's birth brought a new, tender rhythm to the household, 5 mothers-in-waiting, in their own turns, watching Sophia navigate the particular joys and exhaustions of new motherhood with open, loving attention, and it was not long before quiet conversations began, among the others, about whether they too might wish for children of their own in the seasons still ahead. "I find I want it rather badly," Olga admitted one evening, watching with open fondness as Sophia rocked Aiko gently to sleep in Assel's warm hearth room. "A child of my own, filling my orchards with laughter the way Aiko has already begun filling this hall." "There is no rush," Issei said gently, though his own heart warmed considerably at the thought. "Whenever any of you feel ready, however many children any of you want, I'm here for all of it." Ludmila, watching the scene with her usual quiet thoughtfulness, finally spoke what seemed to be on all of their minds. "I do not think any of us truly doubted, from the moment we chose this life together, that it would eventually grow to include children. I simply did not expect the wanting to feel quite this strong, quite this soon." She smiled, small and warm. "Legnitsa's halls could use a bit more laughter too, I think." Valentina, characteristically more measured in expressing such things aloud, simply reached for Issei's hand across the table, her sharp eyes softer than usual, and the quiet, wordless understanding in the gesture spoke clearly enough for all of them to read. Over the following 2 years, the household's quiet joy multiplied steadily, Ludmila welcoming a son she named Kaido amid Legnitsa's clear winter skies, Valentina welcoming a daughter named Sakura in her northern homeland's careful, hard-won peace, and Olga, delighted beyond measure, welcoming twins, a boy and a girl, amid the joyful chaos of her sun-warmed orchards, until Ossel's halls, once quiet with only the sound of careful war councils, rang instead with the bright, constant laughter of a growing generation who would never know the world anyway except united, loved, and thoroughly, completely safe. Eleonora's own child, a daughter she named Aya, arrived last of all, nearly 4 years after that first morning on the lonely road where this entire remarkable story had begun, and holding her newborn daughter close in Ossel's great hall, surrounded by 4 other mothers, 5 children already filling the halls with warmth and noise. And the man who had fallen out of the sky to build this entire family from nothing but chance and choice and stubborn, patient love, Eleonora finally allowed herself to simply feel, without reservation, the full and complete happiness of a life she could never have imagined finding on that lonely, dangerous road so many years before. "We did it," she murmured, looking up at Issei with tears of pure joy bright in her violet eyes. "Whatever this strange, impossible life has been, we truly did build something worth every single moment of it." "Yeah," Issei agreed, gathering her and their newborn daughter close, looking out at the warm, chaotic, wonderful family that filled Ossel's halls, 5 wives, 5 children, and a love that had survived an ancient hunger and grown only stronger for the trial. "We really did." Chapter 20. Life settled, in the years that followed, into a rhythm Issei had once feared he would never know again after leaving Ko behind. 5 provinces thriving under lasting peace, 5 children growing up surrounded by more love than most royal houses could ever hope to offer, and a family bound not merely by marriage or politics but by every hard-fought, freely chosen moment that had built it from a single strange morning on a lonely road into something no ancient hunger had ever managed to break. Drake, quiet through most of these peaceful years, remained watchful nonetheless, and it was during one still evening, Issei sitting alone in Ossel's garden while the household slept soundly around him, that the old dragon finally broke his long silence with words that carried a familiar, careful weight. "I do not wish to trouble this peace you have built, partner," the dragon said slowly. "You have earned every quiet, joyful year of it, and I would not take that from you lightly. But I would be failing my duty to you if I did not tell you what I have begun sensing again, faint and distant, at the very edges of my awareness." Issei felt his chest tighten, old instincts sharpening despite the peaceful stillness of the evening around him. "The hunger?" "No," Drake said. "Something else. Something I have not felt since long before you and I were ever bound together, in an age even I remember only in fragments." A pause, heavy with old, careful uncertainty. "I cannot yet say what it is, or whether it poses any true threat to this world you have built your life within. Only that something ancient has begun stirring again, far beyond even the sealed door we once fought so hard to close, and I do not believe this peaceful season, however well earned, will last forever." Issei sat with that for a long, quiet moment, looking back toward the warm, lit windows of Ossel's great hall, toward the family sleeping soundly within, 5 wives and 5 children who had built an entire beautiful world together out of nothing but chance and choice and stubborn, patient love. "Then we'll be ready," he said finally, quiet but certain, the same resolve that had carried him through an entire remarkable journey settling once more, steady and unshaken, in his chest. "Whatever's coming, whenever it finally arrives, we'll face it exactly like we've faced everything else." He looked up at the stars, thinking of a lonely road years ago, of a woman with violet eyes who had trusted a stranger enough to let him stay, of everything that single choice had grown into since. Together. All of us. We've earned this peace, and I intend to protect it with everything I have, for as long as I possibly can. Behind him, unheard in the quiet dark, small footsteps padded softly across the garden path, and Issei turned to find his eldest daughter, Aiko, rubbing sleepy eyes, having wandered out in search of him. "Papa," she murmured, climbing without hesitation into his lap, "why are you still awake?" Issei looked down at her, at the small, trusting warmth of her, and felt whatever distant worry Drake's warning had stirred settle quietly back into its proper place, a concern for tomorrow rather than tonight. "Just thinking," he said softly, holding her close against the cool evening air. "But it's nothing you need to worry about. Not tonight." He pressed a gentle kiss to the top of her head, looking back up at the same stars that had once watched over a stranger fallen out of the sky into a world he never expected to call home. Tonight, we just get to be happy. That's more than enough for now. And for a long while, beneath a sky bright with familiar stars, father and daughter simply sat together in comfortable, contented silence, the whole warm, sleeping household close behind them, and whatever ancient, distant stirring waited somewhere far beyond the edges of the map, it would, for tonight at least, have to wait its turn. Eventually Aiko drifted back to sleep against his shoulder, and Issei carried her gently inside, tucking her back into her small bed before returning, one final time, to stand quietly in the doorway of the great hall, looking out at the sleeping shapes of the family he had built. Eleonora, curled close with baby Aya settled against her chest. Ludmila, one protective arm resting even in sleep over young Kaido's small form. Sophia, peaceful and unguarded in a way she rarely allowed herself to be during her busy waking hours. Valentina, composed even in rest, little Sakura tucked safely beside her. Olga, sprawled comfortably with both twins nestled against her sides, her soft snoring the only sound breaking the household's contented quiet. He thought, standing there, of the boy he had been on the day he first fell out of the sky, alone and disoriented in an unfamiliar field, certain of nothing except that home, whatever that word even meant anymore, felt impossibly far away. He thought of how wrong that fear had ultimately proven to be, how an entire lifetime of belonging had been waiting for him all along, hidden just past the edge of that first strange, disorienting fall. Whatever Drake's quiet warning ultimately meant, whatever distant, ancient stirring still waited somewhere beyond the borders of the peaceful world he had helped build, Issei understood, looking out over his sleeping family one final time before finally seeking his own rest, that he would never again face such a threat as the lost, uncertain stranger who had first stumbled into this world all those years ago. He would face it as a husband, a father, and a man who had learned, through every hard-fought battle and every quiet, chosen moment since, exactly what it truly meant to belong somewhere completely. Whatever came next, he was ready for it. They all were, together, exactly as they had always been, bound not by fate alone but by every deliberate, chosen step of a journey that had turned a lost, frightened fall from one world into the truest and most complete belonging he had ever known in either of them. Act 4. Chapter 1. The years of peace that followed the children's birth stretched longer than even Drake's careful warning had led Issei to expect, 5 children growing steadily into bright, curious versions of the parents who adored them, 5 provinces continuing to flourish under an alliance that had, by now, become simply the accepted shape of how Zektid governed itself. It was easy, during those long, contented years, to let the dragon's old warning fade into something distant and theoretical rather than an urgent, looming concern. It stopped being theoretical on the morning a merchant ship arrived at one of Olga's western ports carrying a cargo no one aboard could properly explain, crates of goods that had, according to the terrified crew, simply appeared in their hold overnight during a routine crossing, replacing an entirely different cargo that had vanished without explanation, along with 2 crew members who were never seen again. Olga brought the report to the family herself, her usual warmth replaced by a grim seriousness Issei had rarely seen from her. "The captain swears it," she said, spreading the strange, unfamiliar goods across the table, objects unlike anything Issei recognized from either his own world or the one he made his home in, materials that seemed to shift faintly in the light, never quite settling into a color his eyes could properly name. An entire cargo hold's worth of goods, replaced overnight, as though something had simply traded one set of objects for another without anyone aboard noticing the exchange happen. Drake, examining the strange objects through Issei's eyes, went very still. "This is what I have sensed during these past years," the dragon said slowly. "Not the hunger we already defeated. Something else entirely. A presence that does not consume so much as it exchanges, trades, shifts the boundaries between what belongs in this world and what does not." A pause, careful and troubled. "I do not fully understand its nature yet, partner. Only that it has begun testing the edges of this world in a manner very different from anything we have faced before, and that its arrival, whatever it ultimately proves to be, is no longer merely a distant possibility." Chapter 2. The strange incidents multiplied over the following months, small at first, A fisherman's boat trading places overnight with an identical vessel built of unfamiliar wood, a farmer's entire wheat field replaced in a single evening with a crop of some pale, faintly luminous grain that no one in 5 provinces could properly identify, and Issei found himself, alongside all 5 of his wives, drawn once more into the careful, urgent work of understanding a threat that refused to announce itself through anything so straightforward as open battle. It is testing boundaries, Valentina concluded, after weeks spent poring over every scrap of old lore her northern archives could offer. Small exchanges at first. Testing how thin the walls between our world and wherever it originates have grown, and how much it can shift across that boundary before anyone properly notices or resists. Then it's doing recon, Issei said grimly, memory of the hunger's own careful testing still sharp even years later. Same as before. Not the same, Drake cautioned. The hunger sought to consume this world entirely. This presence, whatever it is, seems to seek something more like trade, however unwilling the exchange. I do not yet know whether that makes it more dangerous, or less, than what we faced before. It was Sophia, gentle and thoughtful as ever, who finally raised the question that had clearly been weighing on everyone since the strange incidents began. If it can exchange objects, crops, entire fields, overnight and without anyone noticing the moment it happens, what is to stop it from eventually attempting to exchange something far more precious? A person. A child. The question landed heavy over the gathered family, and Issei felt old, protective instinct surge sharp and immediate at the thought, the same fierce resolve that had carried him through every battle since first falling into this world settling now around a fear far more personal than any he had faced before. Then we make sure it never gets the chance, he said. Whatever this thing is, whatever it wants, I am not losing anyone in this family to it. Not while I still have breath in my body to stop it. Chapter 3. The Alliance mobilized once more, 7 provinces drawing on the careful, coordinated trust built across years of hard-won unity, and it was Elizaveta, methodical as ever, who first proposed a working meant to properly identify the nature of the strange presence testing their world's boundaries. A tracking ward, she explained, during a council gathered once more at the capital, all 7 Vanitas present alongside Issei and a king grown visibly older but no less sharp in the years since their last great crisis. Built from fragments of the exchanged objects themselves. If we can trace the pattern of what has been taken and what has been left in its place, we may be able to locate the source before it grows bold enough to attempt something far more dangerous than crops and fishing boats. The working took the better part of a month to properly prepare, drawing on the combined knowledge of scholars from all 7 provinces, and it was Drake, lending his own ancient understanding to the effort, who finally helped complete the ward, a shimmering, complex working that spread out from the capital like a vast, invisible net, sensitive to any further exchange the strange presence might attempt. The ward triggered for the first time 3 weeks later, in the dead of night, and the location it identified sent a cold shock of recognition through every Vanitas gathered to witness the result. Issei. Specifically, the very edge of the ancient forest where the standing stones still stood, the seal they had reinforced years earlier still holding strong against the hunger they had already defeated, but apparently not, Drake now realized with grim understanding, against whatever new and different threat had begun testing the boundaries of an entirely separate, adjacent door. There is more than one seal in that forest, the dragon admitted, something like genuine alarm coloring his ancient voice for the first time in years. I did not sense it before, so thoroughly focused was I on the door we already fought so hard to close. But I sense it now, clearly, a second and far older boundary, hidden deeper still within that same ancient ground, and I fear this new presence has finally found it. Chapter 4. They returned to the forest together, the full family this time, 5 children left in the careful, watchful care of trusted household guards while their parents ventured once more into ground that had already tested them so thoroughly once before, and the deeper they traveled past the familiar standing stone, the more Issei understood, with growing unease, exactly how much of this ancient forest remained unexplored even after everything they had already faced within its borders. The second seal, when they finally found it, looked nothing like the first, no standing stone or carved symbols, simply a shallow, still pool of water tucked deep within a hollow. The forest seemed to actively discourage anyone from finding, the air around it heavy with a strange, shifting quality that made Issei's eyes water faintly whenever he looked at it too directly. "This is different," Eleonora observed, studying the pool with careful, wary attention. "Older, perhaps, than even the door we sealed before." "Far older," Drake confirmed. "This is not a door to hunger, partner. This is a door to somewhere else entirely, a realm of endless, restless exchange, where nothing remains fixed or certain for long. I believe this new presence has sensed this seal weakening, much as the hunger once sensed the other, and means to widen the boundary until it can move freely between our world and whatever strange, shifting realm lies beyond this pool." As if summoned by the dragon's own explanation, the still surface of the pool rippled without any visible cause, and slowly, from its depths, a figure began to rise, not shadowed and hungry like the presence they had faced before, but strange and shifting, its form never quite settling into anything Issei's eyes could properly track, colors and shapes trading places across its silhouette in a constant, dizzying exchange. "Travelers," it said, and its voice, unlike the hunger's layered, overlapping tones, sounded almost curious, playful in a way that felt somehow more unsettling than open hostility might have been. How interesting. We had wondered what manner of world lay beyond this particular boundary. We did not expect to find it quite so thoroughly guarded. Chapter 5. "Who are you?" Issei asked, gauntlet blazing bright as he stepped forward, placing himself instinctively between the shifting figure and his family gathered close behind him. "What do you want with our world?" The figure tilted what might have been its head, considering the question with the same strange, playful curiosity it had shown since first emerging from the pool. "We are traders," it said simply. "Collectors of what interests us, offerers of fair exchange in return. We meant no true harm with our small tests, Dragon Knight. Merely curiosity, and the beginning of proper negotiation." "Negotiation for what?" Eleonora demanded, Isendius already drawn, her protective stance mirroring Issei's own. "For access," the figure said. "Your world holds much that interests us, things rare in the realm we call home. We would trade fairly for what we wish to take, offering equal value in return, as is our custom. We did not anticipate such hostility in response to simple, honest commerce. Do not trust its claims of fairness," Drake warned, low and urgent. "I know little of this particular realm, but I know enough of realms like it to understand that what such beings consider fair exchange rarely aligns with what mortal lives would freely choose to give up. Be wary, partner." "Very wary. We're not interested in trading anything," Issei said firmly, echoing Drake's caution in his own words. "Not crops, not cargo, and definitely not people. This world isn't a marketplace for you to pick through." The figure's shifting form rippled with something that might have been genuine surprise. "Most worlds we encounter prove eager enough, once they understand the value of what we offer in return." A pause, its strange, shifting attention settling more fully on Issei himself, on the gauntlet still blazing at his side. "Though perhaps a world guarded by an old dragon's strength has less need of what we typically offer." "Very well. If honest trade does not interest you, we will simply have to negotiate on different terms entirely." The pool behind the figure rippled violently, and Issei felt Drake's power surge in immediate, fierce response as the shifting realm beyond the seal began, visibly, to press harder against the ancient boundary holding it back. Chapter 6. The battle that followed was unlike anything Issei had faced even against the hunger, the shifting figure's attacks unpredictable in a way that made every strike feel like fighting smoke, its form trading places with itself mid-motion, colors and shapes shifting so rapidly that Issei's usual instincts, honed across years of battle, struggled to properly track where the next blow might land. "It moves like nothing I have ever fought," Ludmila called out, eyes crystallizing around a strike that passed through empty air where the figure had stood only a moment before. "How do we land a blow on something that will not hold still long enough to be struck?" "Do not chase its form," Drake advised, urgent even as Issei boosted again, trying to keep pace with an opponent that seemed to exist everywhere and nowhere at once. "Chase the boundary itself. It draws its strength from the seal's weakening. Strike there, and you strike at the true source of its power, rather than wasting effort on a shifting shape built merely to distract you. Understanding dawned across the family at once, 5 Vanitas and a dragon-wielding husband turning their combined attention not toward the elusive, shifting figure but toward the still, rippling pool behind it, pouring every ounce of strength they could gather into reinforcing the ancient, weakening boundary rather than chasing an opponent designed specifically to be unchaseable. The shifting figure's playful curiosity finally cracked into something closer to alarm as the pool's surface began, slowly, to still beneath the combined weight of their working. Clever, it admitted, voice carrying a thread of genuine respect even as its form flickered with visible strain. Most worlds waste themselves chasing shadows rather than striking at roots. Perhaps this negotiation deserves reconsideration after all. There's nothing to negotiate, Issei said, pouring the last of his strength into the working alongside his family, gold light flaring bright around the stilling pool. This door stays closed. Find somewhere else to trade. With a final, rippling shudder, the pool's surface finally stilled completely, the ancient seal reinforced and sealed once more, and the shifting figure, its strange form flickering rapidly now between dozens of half-formed shapes, finally dissolved back into whatever realm it had first emerged from, its parting words carrying a strange, almost wistful quality that lingered uncomfortably in the sudden quiet of the forest's clearing. "We will remember this world," it said, fading. "Perhaps, someday, a different negotiation will prove more fruitful." Chapter 7. They returned to Issei exhausted but victorious, the second ancient seal reinforced as thoroughly as the first had been years earlier, and though Drake cautioned, with characteristic careful honesty, that the shifting realm's parting words suggested this particular threat might not be gone forever, the immediate danger had, for now, passed. It was Melitza, arriving at Issei within days of the family's return to hear the full account firsthand, who finally voiced what had clearly been building in her own thoughts since word of the strange incidents first reached her northern province. Zektid has now faced 2 ancient threats in the span of a single decade, she observed, studying the exhausted but unbroken family gathered before her. Both defeated, both held back by this alliance we built together, imperfect and hard-won as it has been. I begin to wonder whether such threats have always existed at the edges of this world, waiting for a boundary weak enough to test, and whether we have simply been fortunate, this past decade, to have built strength enough to meet them each time they arrived. Maybe, Issei said, considering the thought carefully. Or maybe it's not luck at all. Maybe it's exactly what we've built on purpose, 5 provinces choosing to trust each other instead of staying isolated and vulnerable. Whatever comes next, whenever it comes, I'd rather face it with this alliance standing strong than face it alone, the way any one of us might have had to if we'd never chosen to build this family in the first place. Melitza's answering smile carried genuine warmth, a far cry from the guarded skepticism she had first brought to their earliest council together years ago. Then let us make certain this alliance remains strong for whatever generation eventually inherits it, she said. Your children, and the children of whatever family still form across these 7 provinces in the years ahead. Let them grow up knowing exactly what this alliance is capable of, so that whatever threats still wait beyond the edges of our world, they face them with the same strength and unity you have already proven this world can build. Chapter 8. The years that followed brought their own quiet, steady rhythm once more, the family's 5 children growing older, Aiko already showing an early, curious interest in Drake's stories of ancient dragons and older worlds, Kaido developing Ludmila's own quiet, careful discipline in his early training with a wooden practice blade, Sakura displaying Valentina's sharp, thoughtful intelligence in her early lessons with the household's tutors. The twins filling Issei's halls with exactly the kind of joyful chaos their mother Olga had always promised, and little Aya, still young enough to mostly toddle happily between her parents' legs, already showing signs of Eleonora's own quiet, watchful determination. It was during one particularly warm afternoon, the entire family gathered together in Issei's garden for a rare, fully unburdened day of simple, uncomplicated joy, that Issei found himself struck, watching his children play together in the warm sunlight, while his 5 wives talked and laughed nearby, by exactly how completely his life had transformed from that first disorienting morning years earlier. You are staring again, Eleonora observed, settling beside him with a knowing smile, following his gaze toward the children's game unfolding across the garden. Can't help it, Issei admitted, smiling. Sometimes I still can't believe this is real. All of it. I fell out of the sky into a war I didn't understand, and somehow it turned into this. A whole life. A whole family. He shook his head slowly, wonder still fresh even after all these years. I used to think, back in Co, that I already had everything I could ever want. Turns out I hadn't even scratched the surface of what was actually possible. Eleonora leaned into him, watching their children together in the warm afternoon light. I think, she said softly, that is simply what happens when someone chooses, again and again, to build a life around love rather than merely survival. It grows larger and more wonderful than either of us could have properly imagined, that first morning on the road. She looked up at him, violet eyes warm and settled with the particular contentment of a decade well and fully lived. I am glad, every single day, that fate chose to drop you exactly where it did. Chapter 9. It was nearly 2 years later, the household settled into its usual warm, comfortable rhythm. That word arrived from an unexpected direction entirely, a messenger from Brünn, the kingdom that had once been Zechted's fiercest rival, carrying not a declaration of hostility but a careful, formal request for alliance, the first such overture in a generation of uneasy peace between the two nations. Their new king writes of shared threats, Eleonora explained, reading the careful, formal letter aloud to the assembled family and council. Strange incidents along their own borders, similar in nature to what we faced in the forest 2 years past. He believes, rightly I think, that whatever ancient boundaries exist between our world and others beyond it are not confined merely to Zechted's territory, and he proposes a formal alliance between our two kingdoms, built specifically to face such threats together, rather than each nation struggling alone against dangers too large for any single kingdom to properly manage. Issei felt something like quiet, satisfied recognition settle over him at the proposal, the same lesson he had learned across an entire remarkable decade, finding new, larger expression in the careful words of a former rival's formal request. I think we should accept, he said. Everything we've built, this whole alliance, it only works because we chose unity over isolation. Seems like exactly the right lesson to offer Brünn too, especially if they're already facing the same kind of threats we've spent a decade learning to handle together. The council that followed reached swift, near unanimous agreement, and within the year, a formal alliance between Zechted and Brünn had taken shape, built on the same foundation of trust and shared purpose that had first bound 5 Vanitas and a stranger fallen from the sky into an unbreakable family a decade earlier, a foundation that now, gradually, began extending outward to encompass an entire continent's worth of kingdoms and peoples, all of them slowly learning the same hard-won lesson. That Ossel's own remarkable family had proven true across a full, extraordinary decade of building, that unity, freely chosen and faithfully maintained, could stand against threats that isolation and pride alone could never hope to overcome. Chapter 10. The alliance with Brünn brought its own season of careful, diplomatic work, Issei and his wives traveling more widely than they had in years to help forge the practical bonds of trust between two kingdoms that had, until recently, spent generations as wary rivals rather than allies, and it was during one such diplomatic journey, deep into Brünn's own territory, that Issei found himself unexpectedly face to face with a piece of his old life he had long since stopped expecting to encounter again. A traveling merchant, foreign even to Brünn's own people, mentioned in passing over a shared meal that he had once, years earlier, dealt with strange, otherworldly traders who spoke of realms beyond any map, of a red dragon bound to human form, of devils and angels warring in shadows most mortals never noticed. The mention was offhand, half-remembered, clearly meant as nothing more than an exotic traveler's tale, but it struck Issei with a force that left him staring long after the conversation had moved on to other matters. You are thinking of your old world, Drake observed quietly, later that evening, sensing the direction of Issei's thoughts. Yeah, Issei admitted, sitting alone beneath unfamiliar Brünn stars. It's strange. I haven't really thought about Co in years, not properly. This whole life, this family, it's so complete that I stopped feeling like I was missing anything. He paused, turning the old, half-forgotten feeling over carefully. But hearing that, even just a rumor of a rumor, it made me wonder. Rias, the others, are they even looking for me anymore? Do they even remember I existed, after all this time? I cannot answer that with any certainty, Drake said honestly. Time may not flow the same way between your old world and this one. It is possible decades have passed there in the span of years here, or perhaps only months. I do not know. A pause, careful and thoughtful. Does it trouble you, partner, not knowing? Issei considered the question seriously, looking back toward the warm lights of the inn where his wives and children slept soundly, a whole life built and thriving in a world he had never chosen to enter. No, he said finally, and found, to his own quiet relief, that he meant it completely. I hope they're happy, wherever they are, whenever they are. I hope Rias found everything she was looking for. But this is my home now. Has been for a long time. I don't think I'd trade this life for anything, even the chance to go back to exactly where I started. Chapter 11. The alliance with Brune solidified over the following years into something as strong and enduring as the original bond between Zektad's 7 provinces, and Issei found himself, watching his children grow steadily older, his wives continuing to govern their provinces with the same wisdom and strength that had first drawn him to each of them, settling more completely than ever into the particular, hard-won contentment of a life fully and deliberately built. Drake's old warnings about further ancient threats never entirely faded, the dragon remaining watchful across every peaceful year that followed, but no new crisis arrived to test the family's strength again, at least not in the years immediately following the confrontation with the shifting trader realm, and Issei found himself grateful, deeply and completely, for every quiet, ordinary day that peace allowed his family to simply live and grow together, unburdened by the weight of battles that had once defined so much of his life in this world. It was Aiko, now old enough to have absorbed years of Drake's careful stories about dragons and ancient realms, who finally asked the question Issei had long expected some version of from at least one of his children. Papa, she said during a quiet evening in Assel's garden, her expression thoughtful in a way that reminded him powerfully of Eleonora's own careful seriousness, will I ever meet Drake properly? Not just hear his stories through you, but actually speak with him myself? Issei considered the question carefully, feeling Drake's own quiet attention sharpen within him at the query. It is possible, in time, the dragon offered, once Issei relayed the question. Should she prove willing, and should the bond be forged with the same care and consent I required of her mother's, I would not object to speaking with her directly, when she is old enough to properly understand what such a bond would mean. Maybe someday, Issei told his daughter gently. When you're older, and if it's really something you want. It's not a small thing, being bonded to a dragon. But if you're anything like your mother's, and I think you very much are, I don't doubt you'd handle it beautifully. Aiko's answering smile, bright and determined, carried within it every promise of the remarkable woman Issei already suspected she would someday grow into, another generation of this extraordinary family carrying forward everything her parents had built, ready, when her own time eventually came, to face whatever the world still held in store. Chapter 12. The decade that followed brought its own gentle unfolding of ordinary, treasured life, children growing into young adults, provinces continuing to flourish under an alliance now spanning 2 entire kingdoms, and Issei, standing one quiet evening on the same wall in Assel where he had first spoken openly with Eleonora about the feelings either of them had been ready to name so many years earlier, found himself struck by the sheer, accumulated weight of everything this strange, unexpected life had grown to hold. Eleonora found him there, as she so often had across the years, and settled beside him with the same easy familiarity that had defined their bond since its very beginning. You are remembering again, she said, not quite a question. Always, Issei admitted, smiling. This spot especially? Feels like the whole story kind of started right here, even though technically it started on that road. It started the moment you chose to stop and help a stranger, Eleonora corrected gently, rather than simply walking past a woman you had no obligation to save. Every single thing that followed grew from that one small choice. She looked out over Assel's sleeping city, the same quiet pride in her province that had first drawn his respect all those years earlier. I have thought, often, about how differently everything might have gone, had you simply kept walking that morning. Never really considered it an option, Issei said honestly. Not then, not now. Some things you just don't walk past, even when you don't fully understand yet what they're going to turn into. Eleonora smiled, leaning into him with the same warm, settled contentment that had defined their partnership across an entire remarkable decade and more. Then I am endlessly grateful, she said softly, that some fundamental part of you has always understood that, long before either of us understood what it would eventually grow to mean. Chapter 13. The family gathered one final time that evening in Assel's great hall. 5 wives, 5 children now grown tall and bright-eyed with their own budding dreams and ambitions, and Issei, looking around at every face gathered there, understood with quiet, settled certainty that whatever still waited beyond the edges of the world they had built together, whatever ancient threats Drake's careful watchfulness might yet sense stirring in some distant, unseen future, this family, forged through chosen love and hard-won trust across more than a decade of battles fought and peace faithfully protected, would face it exactly as they had faced everything else across this entire extraordinary journey. To this family, Eleonora said, raising her cup as she had once done years earlier in this very hall, back when the future had felt so much more uncertain than it did now. To everything we have built, and everything still waiting for us to build in all the years still ahead. To family, the others echoed, warm and certain. 5 voices joined as one around a table filled with children who would grow up never doubting, not for a single moment, exactly how deeply and completely they were loved. Issei raised his own cup last, looking around at the family he had never expected to find on the morning he first fell out of the sky into a strange and unfamiliar world, and felt, more completely than he had ever felt anything in either of his 2 remarkable lives, a gratitude too large for easy words. To falling, he said simply, smiling at the small, private joke only Eleonora fully understood, and to landing exactly where I was always meant to be. The hall filled with warm laughter, and outside, beyond Assel's ancient walls, beneath a sky bright with familiar, faithful stars, an entire world continued turning, peaceful and protected, built on nothing more or less than the simple, extraordinary truth that a single stranger's choice to stop and help, all those years ago, had grown into something no ancient darkness, however patient or however vast, had ever managed to break. Together, always, exactly as they had chosen to be, from that very first morning onward. Chapter 14. Not every challenge the family faced in the years following the confrontation at the second seal came from ancient realms beyond the world's edge. Some, Issei learned, came from far closer to home, and proved, in their own quiet way, nearly as difficult to navigate as any battle against shifting traitors or hungry shadows. It began with a formal complaint lodged by a minor noble house within Assel's own borders, distant relations of Eleonora's family who had never fully accepted a foreign stranger's marriage into 5 of Zektid's most powerful provinces, and who saw, in the alliance's continued strength, an opportunity to press old, resentful grievances about succession and inheritance that had simmered quietly since the very first wedding years earlier. They argue that no child born of this household can hold clear claim to any single province's succession, Eleonora explained, reading the formal complaint aloud with barely restrained frustration, given that you, Issei, hold no blood tie to Zektid's noble houses at all. They suggest the crown reconsider whether such marriages should be permitted to produce recognized heirs at all. That's ridiculous, Olga said hotly. Our children are as much a part of this alliance as any of us. More, in some ways. They've grown up living the very unity this whole kingdom claims to value. Ridiculous or not, Valentina said, more measured but no less troubled, it is a legal argument with some technical foundation in old inheritance law, however outdated and however poorly it accounts for everything this family has actually built. If left unanswered, it could grow into a genuine threat to our children's futures, whatever threats from beyond the world's edge we might otherwise successfully defeat. Issei felt old, protective anger stir sharp in his chest, but forced himself to think past the immediate frustration towards something more useful. Then we answer it properly, he said. Not with anger, with the same thing that's gotten us through everything else. We make our case, clearly and completely, and we trust the alliance we've built to actually mean something when it's tested. Chapter 15. The formal hearing that followed took place at the capital, before the king and his full council, and Issei found himself, for the first time in years, facing a challenge that could not be solved through strength or dragon fire, only through careful, patient argument, and the accumulated weight of everything the family had already proven across more than a decade of service to the kingdom. It was Sophia, surprisingly, who spoke most powerfully during the hearing, her gentle, measured words carrying a quiet authority that the more openly hostile nobles found difficult to dismiss. "You speak of blood and inheritance as though they were the only measures of legitimate claim," she said, addressing the assembled council with calm, unwavering conviction. "But I would ask you to consider what these children have already given this kingdom, simply by existing, by growing up as living proof that sected provinces, once so fractured and suspicious of each other, can build something lasting and beautiful together. My daughter has grown up watching her mothers govern 5 provinces not as rivals but as sisters. She has grown up understanding, in a way few children of purely traditional inheritance ever properly learn, exactly what unity truly costs and exactly what it is worth. Tell me, honestly, what blood alone could possibly teach her that this life has not already taught her far more completely." The hearing stretched long into the day. Argument and counterargument weighed carefully before the king's own final judgment, and when that judgment finally came, delivered with the same careful gravity the aging monarch had brought to every difficult decision across his long reign, it settled the question with a finality that left little room for further challenge. "This kingdom was very nearly unmade twice in the past decade," the king said, addressing the full council with unmistakable weight. "Both times, it was saved not by blood or tradition alone, but by an alliance built on chosen trust, chosen family, chosen unity freely offered and freely returned. I will not now undermine the very foundation that saved this kingdom by denying its fruits proper recognition. The children of this household are Zektid's own, in every sense that matters, and their claims to succession within their mother's provinces stand as legitimate and unquestioned as any child born of purely traditional lineage. This matter is settled, and I will not hear further challenge to it." Chapter 16. The legal challenge, resolved decisively in the family's favor, nonetheless left a quiet mark on Issei that lingered for weeks afterward, a reminder that even the strongest alliance, built through the hardest-fought battles and the most complete trust, still required constant, careful tending against threats that had nothing to do with ancient realms or shifting boundaries. "You are still thinking about it," Ludmila observed, finding him one evening in Legnitsa's cold, familiar practice yard, working through old training forms with a focus that suggested his mind was anywhere but on the movements themselves. "Yeah," Issei admitted, finally stopping, breathing hard from exertion that had done little to actually clear his thoughts. "I guess I never really considered that the biggest threats to this family might not always come from outside our world. Some of it's just, I don't know, the ordinary complicated mess of people and politics and old grudges that have nothing to do with hungry shadows or shifting traitors. That is simply the nature of building something real and lasting," Ludmila said, settling onto a nearby bench with her usual quiet thoughtfulness. "It is easy to unite against a clear, external threat. Far harder, sometimes, to maintain that same unity against the slower, quieter challenges of ordinary life and ordinary people who do not always share our vision of what this family represents." She looked at him steadily. "But we have already proven, I think, that we are equal to both kinds of challenge. This hearing simply proved it in a new arena, one none of us had properly prepared for." Issei managed a tired smile at that, some of the lingering unease finally easing at her characteristically clear-headed perspective. "You always know exactly what to say to put things back in proper order," he said. "I don't know what I'd do without that." "You would manage," Ludmila said, a small, private smile touching her mouth, though considerably less gracefully, I suspect. "Come. You have trained enough for one evening. Let us go find our children and simply enjoy an ordinary evening together, exactly the kind of evening this entire messy, complicated hearing was ultimately fought to protect." Chapter 17. The years continued their steady march forward, and it was during Aiko's 16th year, the eldest of the 5 children now grown into a thoughtful, capable young woman who had clearly inherited both her mother Sophia's gentle wisdom and something of her father's own stubborn, determined courage, that Drake finally raised the question of the bond he had once promised to consider. "I want it," Aiko told her father with quiet, settled conviction, having sought him out specifically to raise the matter herself rather than waiting for him to bring it up. "I have thought about it for years now, Papa. I want to understand this world the way you and Drake understand it. I want to help protect what our family has built, the same way all of you have protected it for as long as I can remember. Issei studied his daughter carefully, seeing in her steady, determined gaze the same quality that had first drawn him to each of her mothers all those years earlier, a willingness to choose difficult, meaningful commitment with open eyes rather than naive certainty. She is ready, Drake said, after a long moment of careful consideration. I sense in her the same quality I first sensed in her mother's, a strength that comes not from the absence of fear but from the choice to act meaningfully despite it. If she truly wishes this bond, and understands fully what it will mean for her, I would be honored to forge it. The bonding, when it finally took place, carried a different quality than the bonds forged with Issei's wives years earlier, less about anchoring against an immediate external threat and more about welcoming a new generation properly into the deep, ancient partnership that had defined so much of the family's extraordinary journey. And when it finished, Aiko's eyes shone with a wonder that reminded Issei powerfully of his own first meeting with the ancient dragon so many years before. He's incredible, she said, quiet withal. I can feel him, Papa. All that history, all that memory. It's like touching an entire ocean of stories at once. Yeah, Issei said, smiling, remembering his own first overwhelming encounter with Drake's ancient presence. That's exactly what it feels like. Welcome to the family business, kiddo. Chapter 18. The final years of Issei's active involvement in the Alliance's ongoing work brought a gradual, gentle transition, his children growing steadily more capable and more involved in the governance and protection of the world their parents had built. And it was during a quiet council gathered nearly 2 decades after that first strange morning on a lonely road that Issei found himself, for the first time, watching his own children take up meaningful roles alongside their mothers rather than simply learning from the sidelines. Aiko, bonded now fully to Drake's ancient wisdom, had already begun assisting with the kingdom's careful, ongoing watch for any further disturbance along the world's ancient boundaries. Kaido, trained rigorously under Ludmila's careful discipline, had taken up a formal position within Legnitsa's own defensive forces, already earning a reputation for the same quiet, effective competence that defined his mother's own leadership. Sakura's sharp intelligence had found its calling in the Alliance's broader diplomatic work, helping maintain the still developing trust between Zected and Brune with a careful precision that made Valentina glow with unmistakable maternal pride. The twins, true to their mother Olga's own irrepressible spirit, had thrown themselves into managing the logistics that kept 7 provinces and an entire growing alliance properly coordinated, proving remarkably skilled at exactly the kind of practical, people-focused work their mother had always excelled at herself. And young Aya, still finding her own particular path, had begun showing early signs of Eleonora's own natural gift for quiet, steady leadership, already earning the trust and respect of soldiers twice her age during her early training. They have grown into remarkable people, Eleonora observed one evening, watching their children move confidently through Ossel's great hall, each of them now carrying real responsibility within the alliance their parents had built from nothing but chance and choice and stubborn, patient love. I do not think either of us could have properly imagined, on that first strange morning years ago, exactly what this family would eventually grow to become. No, Issei agreed, watching his children with a swell of pride too large for easy words. But I wouldn't trade a single moment of the journey that got us here. Every battle, every quiet evening, every impossible choice. All of it built exactly this. I don't think I could have asked for anything more. Eleonora reached for his hand, the same easy, familiar gesture that had defined their bond since its very first tentative beginning, and together, surrounded by the family they had built across 2 remarkable decades, they watched their children carry forward everything that love, freely chosen and faithfully maintained, had proven capable of building against even the oldest and most patient darkness the world could offer. Whatever still waited beyond the edges of the map, whatever ancient, distant threats Drake's careful watchfulness might yet sense stirring in some far future season, this family, and the alliance it had helped forge stood ready to meet it, exactly as they always had. Together, and completely, unshakably, home. Chapter 19. It was nearly 3 years after Aiko's bonding with Drake that the ancient dragon's long-held caution finally proved warranted one final time, though not in the way any of them had expected across all the careful years of watchful waiting. The disturbance came not from the forest seals, both still holding strong after years of careful maintenance, nor from any new tear in the world's ancient boundaries, but from something far stranger, a message, carried across whatever vast distance separated worlds, arriving in the quiet hours of night as a dream shared simultaneously by both Issei and his newly bonded daughter. Vivid and clear in a way that left no doubt it had been sent with deliberate purpose rather than arising from mere chance. In the dream, a familiar voice, layered and overlapping in a way Issei recognized immediately with a jolt of old, wary alertness. Dragon, the hunger's voice said, distant now, weakened, clearly speaking from whatever far, sealed darkness it had been driven back into years earlier. We do not come to test your boundaries again. We have not the strength for it, not after the wound your family dealt us. We come only to offer warning, unlikely as that may seem from a creature such as ourselves. Warning for what? Issei asked, within the dream, Aiko standing close beside him, her own newly formed bond with Drake lending her a steadiness that would have been impossible only years earlier. The realm of shifting trade you drove back also, the voice continued. It did not forget your world's refusal so easily as we did our own defeat. It gathers strength even now, patient in its own strange way, and I believe, when it finally returns, it will not come merely testing boundaries or offering trade. It will come prepared for the resistance your family has already twice proven capable of, and it will not underestimate you again. The dream faded before Issei could ask anything further, leaving both him and Aiko awake and troubled in the quiet dark of Ossel's great hall, and Drake, when consulted, offered careful, measured assessment of the strange warning. I do not know why the hunger would offer such a thing, the dragon admitted. Perhaps some fragment of respect, however grudging, for an enemy that proved capable of defeating it so decisively. Perhaps simple self-interest, hoping a weakened rival's eventual return might somehow work to its own advantage. Whatever its true motive, I believe the warning itself carries genuine weight. We would be wise to take it seriously. Chapter 20. The family gathered once more, a full generation now old enough to properly participate in the careful planning that followed, and Issei found himself struck, watching his children take their places alongside their mothers around the council table, by exactly how far this extraordinary family had come since those first desperate councils held in the aftermath of a single vanished village so many years earlier. If the shifting realm truly means to return with greater strength and greater preparation, Aiko said, her voice carrying new confidence born of her bond with Drake, then perhaps our own preparation should look different than it did before as well. Not merely stronger walls and swifter responses, but something the realm itself will not expect. Meaning what precisely? Valentina asked, studying her niece by marriage with obvious interest. Meaning we stop thinking only in terms of defense, Aiko said. The realm trades in boundaries, in exchanges, in the spaces between what belongs and what does not. What if, rather than simply defending our own boundary against it, we offered a boundary of our own choosing, on terms we control rather than terms it dictates? A proper, formal treaty, negotiated rather than merely resisted, that gives it something it might genuinely value in exchange for a binding promise to leave our world, and any world we care to protect, alone entirely. Issei felt a swell of proud astonishment at his daughter's clear, strategic thinking, and saw, reflected in the thoughtful expressions around the table, that the rest of the family shared his growing respect for the proposal. It is a bold approach, Drake said carefully, and not without genuine risk. Such beings do not always negotiate in good faith, and a treaty poorly constructed could prove more dangerous than open conflict. But I believe, given proper care and proper strength standing behind it, it offers a path toward lasting peace that mere defense alone never could. Then we prepare for negotiation as thoroughly as we would prepare for battle, Eleonora said, decisive as ever. If the realm returns seeking a different kind of contest than we faced before, let it find a family equally capable of meeting it on whatever new terms it chooses to bring. Chapter 21. The shifting realm's return came nearly a year later, not as sudden ambush but as formal, deliberate approach, the still pool in Ossel's ancient forest rippling one quiet morning to reveal, once again, the same strange, shifting figure that had tested them years before, though its shifting form now carried a wariness it had not shown during their first encounter. "You prepared," it observed, studying the assembled family, 2 full generations now standing ready at the pool's edge, Iko's bond with Drake lending the gathered strength a new and unexpected dimension. "We did not expect such foresight, even accounting for the hunger's warning. We had good reason to take that warning seriously," Issei said, stepping forward with the same steady confidence that had carried him through every confrontation across 2 remarkable decades. "But we're not here to fight you. Not unless you force our hand. We're here to offer something different." The negotiation that followed stretched through the better part of the day, careful terms proposed and refined, Iko's clear strategic mind and Valentina's careful attention to precise, binding language proving invaluable as the family worked to construct an agreement that would satisfy the shifting realm's own particular nature while ensuring their world's lasting protection. In the end, the treaty that emerged offered the realm something genuinely valuable: formal, limited trade through carefully controlled channels, goods and knowledge exchanged on terms both sides freely agreed to, in exchange for the realm's complete and binding promise to abandon any further attempt to force its way through uncontrolled boundaries, insected or in any world the family's growing alliance had sworn to protect. "An interesting proposal," the shifting figure said, considering the terms with visible, genuine interest. "Fair trade, freely offered, rather than the boundary testing and coercion we have relied upon in other worlds less prepared than yours. We accept, Dragon family. Let this treaty stand as proof that not every negotiation between worlds must end in conflict." The pool stilled one final time as the figure withdrew, the formal treaty sealed with old, careful magic that Drake himself helped bind into permanence, and Issei, standing amid his family in the quiet aftermath of a confrontation that had ended not in battle but in genuine, lasting peace, felt a particular, deep satisfaction unlike anything even their earlier victories had offered. "We didn't just win," he said, looking around at his family, 2 full generations who had faced down an ancient, patient threat and found, this time, a path to resolution that required no further bloodshed at all. "We actually solved it. For good." Chapter 22. The years that followed brought a peace more complete and more settled than the family had ever properly known, the treaty with the shifting realm holding firm, the ancient hunger's own weakened remnant apparently satisfied, for whatever strange reason drove such creatures, to simply fade back into whatever distant darkness it called home rather than risk further confrontation with a family that had proven, time and again, equal to whatever challenge it faced. Issei, growing older now himself, gray beginning to touch his temples in a way that still occasionally caught him by surprise when he glimpsed his reflection, found himself spending more of his time simply enjoying the extraordinary life he and his family had built, watching his children grow into their own remarkable roles within the alliance. Watching his wives continue governing their provinces with the same wisdom and strength that had first drawn his admiration so many years earlier, and treasuring, more completely than ever, the quiet, ordinary moments that had once felt impossible for a stranger who had fallen out of the sky into a war he never expected to survive, let alone build an entire beautiful life within. It was on a warm evening many years after that first strange morning on a lonely road. The entire family gathered once more in Ossel's garden, children now grown with families and futures of their own beginning to take shape, that Issei found himself standing quietly with Eleonora at the garden's edge, watching the warm, chaotic joy of a family reunion unfold before them. "Do you ever think about it?" Eleonora asked softly, "that first morning? How different everything might have been, had fate chosen any other moment, any other road, any other stranger to fall from the sky." "All the time," Issei admitted, smiling. "But I don't spend much time wondering about the roads not taken anymore. I got too lucky with the one I actually walked." He looked around at the garden full of family, at children and grandchildren, at 5 wives who had each, in their own remarkable way, chosen him and been chosen in return, at an entire alliance built from nothing but trust and love and the simple, stubborn refusal to let each other fall. "This is everything I could have ever wanted, Eleonora. More than I ever even knew to want, before I found it." Eleonora leaned into him, the same easy, familiar warmth that had defined their bond since its very first tentative beginning so many years earlier, and together, surrounded by everything they had built across a lifetime of chosen love and hard-won peace, they watched the sun set slowly over Ossel's walls, painting the sky in warm, gentle gold, the same color, Issei thought, as every quiet, extraordinary morning that had followed that very first fall from one world into another, so many remarkable years ago. Whatever still waited beyond the edges of the map, whatever future still unfolded for the family they had built, Issei understood, standing there in the settling evening light with Eleonora's hand in his, that they would face it exactly as they always had, exactly as they always would, together, completely, and at long last and for as long as the world allowed them, thoroughly and beautifully home. Chapter 23. Late that same evening, long after the younger grandchildren had finally been coaxed to bed and the garden had quieted into the soft, contented murmur of families simply enjoying each other's company, Issei found himself gathered once more with all 5 of his wives in the same private corner of Ossel's garden where they had once, decades earlier, first spoken openly of building a permanent life together. "Do you remember?" Sophia asked, settling close beside him with the same gentle warmth she had carried since their very first meeting on Pelesia's besieged walls. "How frightened we all were, that very first night, wondering whether the working at the ancient seal would even succeed?" "I remember," Issei said, smiling at the memory, distant now but still vivid. "I remember thinking that whatever happened, whether we won or lost, I was glad I'd found all of you first. Glad I got to know what this felt like, even if it turned out to be brief." "It was hardly brief," Ludmila said dryly, though her eyes carried unmistakable warmth. "Decades, Issei. Decades of exactly this. Battles won, children raised, an entire kingdom's worth of peace built and carefully protected." She reached for his hand, the same quiet, steady gesture that had defined her affection since their earliest days together. "I would call that considerably more than brief. A lifetime," Valentina offered, her own hand finding his other side. "Freely chosen, and never once regretted, not for a single day." Olga's answering laugh, warm and bright even now, carried the same irrepressible joy it always had. "A lifetime, and hopefully many good years still ahead of it," she said, settling close with characteristic enthusiasm. "I do not intend to let any of you grow old and quiet on me. There is still far too much living left to do." Eleonora, last to speak, simply reached for his face, cupping it gently in both hands the way she had on the eve of their journey through the ancient door so many years earlier. "Whatever years remain to us," she said softly, "I intend to spend every single one of them exactly here, surrounded by exactly this family, grateful beyond words for the stranger who once chose to stop on a lonely road rather than simply walk past a woman he had no obligation to save." Issei looked around at the 5 of them, at the family they had built together across more than 2 decades of chosen love, hard-fought battles, and quiet, treasured peace, and felt, one final time, the same overwhelming, grateful wonder that had first settled over him on that distant morning so many years earlier, when a stranger fallen from the sky had first understood, without fully realizing it yet, that he had found something worth building an entire remarkable life around. "Together," he said simply, the same word that had carried this family through every trial and every triumph across their entire extraordinary journey. "For as long as we're lucky enough to have, and beneath a sky bright with familiar, faithful stars, in a garden built on the foundation of chosen love and hard-won peace, the family that had once seemed impossible, 5 remarkable women and the stranger who had fallen from another world entirely to find them, settled into the warm, contented quiet of a life fully and completely lived, together, exactly as they had always chosen to be." Act 5. Chapter 1. The years had settled into something Issei once would have called impossible, an entire life built so completely around peace and family that the old, sharp edges of war felt, most days, like something that had happened to a different person entirely. But peace, he had learned long ago, never truly meant the absence of change, only the absence of crisis, and change had a way of arriving quietly, in the shape of ordinary conversations that grew, slowly and without any single dramatic moment, into something far larger than either party had originally intended. It began, as so much in his life seemed to, with Elizaveta Fomina. She had become, over the years since that first hard-fought battle in her northern province, one of the family's closest and most trusted allies, her visits to Issei growing steadily more frequent as the alliance's work expanded beyond simple military cooperation into something closer to genuine friendship. It was during one such visit, the two of them walking together along Issei's outer wall while the rest of the household enjoyed a warm summer evening below, that Elizaveta finally said something she had clearly been considering for a very long time. "I have watched your family for nearly 2 decades now," she said, her usual careful composure softened by the easy privacy of the evening. "Watched 5 remarkable women build a life with you that none of the old traditions of this kingdom ever properly anticipated. I confess, Issei, I did not expect, at my age and with my own long-held guardedness, to find myself envying it quite so much." Issei looked at her carefully, hearing something underneath the words that felt larger than simple observation. "Elizaveta, I am not asking for anything," she said quickly, though the faint color rising in her stern face suggested otherwise. "I have my own province, my own duties, my own long-settled life. I simply find, watching you and your wives together, that I begin to wonder whether such settled contentment might still be possible for someone like myself, so many years after I first assumed such things had passed me by entirely." Chapter 2. Issei carried that conversation with him for weeks afterward, turning it over carefully in his mind, and it was Eleonora, perceptive as ever, who finally noticed the particular quality of his distraction during one quiet evening together. "You are thinking of something you have not yet told me," she observed, settling beside him in their private chambers with the same easy familiarity that had defined their bond since its very beginning. Issei considered how to explain it, and finally simply told her the whole conversation, watching Eleonora's expression carefully as she listened. "I wondered honestly," she said, once he had finished, "whether Elizaveta might eventually find her way to exactly that realization. I have watched the way she looks at you these past years, Issei, and the way she looks at all of us, at the life we have built together. It is not envy alone. It is longing, carefully guarded, for something she has convinced herself is no longer available to a woman of her age and her particular history." "What do you think I should do?" Issei asked honestly. "I think," Eleonora said slowly, "that you should ask her, plainly and without pressure, exactly what she wants. Elizaveta has spent a great many years being strong and self-sufficient because circumstance required it of her. She deserves the chance to choose something different, if that is truly what she wants, without any of us assuming on her behalf what that choice should look like." She smiled, warm and genuine. "And for what it is worth, I would welcome her into this family gladly, if that is where this conversation eventually leads. She has earned that welcome many times over, through years of steady friendship and trust." Chapter 3. The conversation Issei finally had with Elizaveta, weeks later during her next visit to Issei, unfolded with far more careful honesty than either of them had initially expected, and by its end, standing together once more on the same wall where the whole matter had first begun, something had shifted quietly and permanently between them. "I do not offer this lightly," Issei told her, having laid out, as plainly as he knew how, exactly what Eleonora had suggested and exactly what his own heart had grown to feel across the careful weeks of consideration since their first conversation. "I know this life isn't simple. 5 provinces already, a family that took years to properly build and balance. But if you want this, Elizaveta, truly want it, and not just the idea of it, I would be honored to build a place for you within it." Elizaveta was quiet for a long moment, her usual stern composure giving way, slowly, to something rawer and more vulnerable than Issei had ever seen from her. "I have spent so many years telling myself that duty and solitude were simply the shape my life was always meant to take," she said finally. "That the kind of happiness your family has built was for other people, people who had not spent their youth learning, the hard way, that trust freely given could be trust badly betrayed." She looked at him, something fierce and hopeful breaking through the careful walls she had maintained for so long. "But I find, watching you and your wives together these past years, that I no longer wish to simply accept that old, careful story about my own life. I want this, Issei. I want to try, if you and your family are truly willing to have me." "We are," Issei said simply, and meant it completely. Chapter 4. Elizaveta's integration into the family proceeded with the same careful, deliberate honesty that had characterized every step of the journey that brought her there, and the other 5 Vanitas welcomed her with a warmth that clearly moved her more deeply than she had perhaps expected. "You do not need to prove yourself to any of us," Sophia told her gently, during one of Elizaveta's early, still somewhat hesitant visits to Ossel as more than simply an ally. This family was never built on rivalry, whatever the old stories might suggest about women sharing a husband's heart. We chose, each of us, to trust that love given freely does not diminish simply because it is also given elsewhere. I do not doubt you will find the same trust extended to you as readily. It was Ludmila, perhaps unexpectedly, who found the swiftest kinship with Elizaveta, the two of them sharing a similar careful reserve that had once made them both slower to trust than the others, and it was during one long evening of quiet conversation between the two of them that Elizaveta finally admitted the fear that had kept her from considering such a life for so many years. "I worried I had grown too old, too set in my ways, to properly build something like this," she said. "That whatever capacity I once had for this kind of open, vulnerable trust had simply atrophied through years of careful, solitary duty. I worried the same, once," Ludmila admitted. "Before Issei. I had built Legnitsa's defenses around exactly that same careful solitude, certain it was the only way to properly protect what mattered to me." She smiled, small and genuine. It is never too late to discover that solitude was never truly the safest choice at all, merely the choice that felt safest because it asked nothing difficult of us. This family asks difficult things, Elizaveta. Trust, vulnerability, the willingness to be truly known by people who could, in theory, hurt you badly. But it offers, in return, something far more valuable than mere safety ever could. Elizaveta's formal ceremony, held in her own northern province the following year, carried a quieter, more solemn character than the earlier weddings had, matching her own reserved nature, but the depth of feeling in her vows, carefully chosen and completely sincere, left no doubt among the gathered witnesses about the genuine happiness she had finally allowed herself to claim. Chapter 5. Militsa Grinka's own path toward the family took a considerably different shape, marked less by quiet, careful longing and more by the same sharp, direct honesty that had defined her character since their very first meeting at the Capital Council years earlier. "I have watched Elizaveta find something I did not expect either of us to still be capable of finding," she told Issei bluntly, during a visit to Ossel not long after Elizaveta's wedding, her characteristic directness cutting straight past any careful preamble. "I will not pretend I have not wondered whether the same might be possible for myself. I am not asking you to simply extend the same offer out of obligation, Issei. I am asking you honestly whether you feel anything toward me that might make such a question worth properly exploring." Issei, caught off guard by her characteristic bluntness but not entirely surprised by it, found himself answering with equal honesty. "I do," he admitted. "I have for a while, actually, if I'm being fully honest. I just wasn't sure how to bring it up, given everything else already happening with Elizaveta." Militsa's sharp, satisfied smile carried real warmth beneath its characteristic edge. "Good," she said simply. "I have never much cared for unnecessary delay, once a matter has been properly clarified. I do not require some long, careful courtship to know my own mind, Issei Hayadu. I have watched this family for years, admired what you have built together more than I ever properly admitted even to myself. If you are willing, I would like to become part of it properly, rather than simply continuing to admire it from a respectful distance." Their courtship, when it began, moved with exactly the swift, decisive energy Militsa brought to everything else in her life, and though the rest of the family occasionally found themselves laughingly exasperated by her characteristic impatience with anything resembling careful, drawn-out sentimentality, none of them doubted, even for a moment, the genuine depth of feeling beneath her characteristically brisk approach to matters of the heart. Chapter 6. Militsa's wedding, held barely 8 months after that first direct conversation, carried all the brisk, confident energy of the woman herself, a celebration that managed to feel both properly formal and refreshingly unpretentious all at once, and by its conclusion, Issei found himself married to 7 remarkable women, each one chosen not through any grand design but through years of accumulated trust, shared battle, and the simple, patient willingness to let love grow exactly as naturally and as honestly as it wished to. 7, Olga said cheerfully, during the quiet family gathering that followed Militsa's ceremony, counting them off with obvious delighted amusement. I confess I did not think, when I first invited a stranger to my orchards all those years ago, that our family would eventually grow quite this large. Though I cannot say I am anything but thrilled by how it has all unfolded. 7 Vanitas, Valentina observed, with her own characteristic thoughtful precision, which means, if the old records mean anything at all, that this household now holds the complete and full strength of every dragon weapon this kingdom has ever recognized. I do not believe that has happened, in all of Zektid's long history, ever before. The observation settled over the gathered family with a particular weight, and Drake, consulted through Issei as he so often was during moments of significant realization, offered his own careful assessment. She is correct, the dragon said slowly. 7 Vanitas, 7 dragon weapons, bound now not merely by alliance but by the deepest kind of chosen family, united beneath a single household for the first time in this kingdom's long history. I do not know precisely what such a convergence might mean for the future, partner, but I suspect it carries significance beyond even what any of us have yet properly considered. Significance or not, Eleonora said, reaching for Issei's hand with the same warm certainty that had defined her affection since their very first meeting, I know what it means to me. It means this family, this life we have built together across so many remarkable years, has grown into something even the oldest histories of this kingdom will remember. And I would not trade a single moment of the journey that brought us here. Chapter 7. The convergence of all 7 dragon weapons under a single household did not go unnoticed beyond the family's own private celebration, and within months, scholars from across Zektid and even from Brunn had begun formally documenting what they described, with evident academic excitement, as an unprecedented alignment of ancient power. The kind of historical moment that old prophecies and half-forgotten legends had occasionally hinted at without ever fully explaining. It was Sakura, now grown into her own formal role within the Alliance's diplomatic corps, who first brought word of exactly what those old legends apparently suggested. There are references, she explained, during a family council gathered to properly discuss the growing scholarly interest, scattered across several old texts from before even Zektid's founding, to something called the Sovereign's Convergence, a gathering of all 7 dragon weapons beneath a single bond of chosen loyalty, said to herald either the kingdom's greatest flowering or its gravest test, depending on which particular version of the old prophecy one chooses to credit. She looked around at the gathered family with her mother Valentina's own careful, thoughtful precision. The texts are frustratingly vague on which outcome to expect, though most scholars seem to agree that the convergence itself was never meant to occur naturally through simple, deliberate political alliance, but only through what the old texts describe as true, freely chosen unity of heart. Which is precisely what we have built, Aiko observed, her own bond with Drake lending her voice a quiet confidence that reminded Issei powerfully of Eleonora's own steady leadership. Not through prophecy or design, but simply through years of genuine, chosen love. The old texts are not wrong to take such a convergence seriously, Drake said, when consulted on the matter. Though I would caution against assuming either the most hopeful or the most dire interpretation without further evidence. What I can say with certainty is that the combined strength of 7 dragon weapons, bound together by genuine trust rather than mere proximity, represents power this world has rarely if ever properly gathered in one place. Whether that power serves as blessing or burden will depend, I suspect, far more on how wisely this family chooses to wield it than on anything any old prophecy claims to already know. Chapter 8. The scholarly interest in the family's unprecedented convergence brought its own quiet complications in the months that followed, delegations arriving from as far as distant kingdoms Issei had never even heard mentioned before, each eager to study, consult with, or occasionally simply gawk at the remarkable household that had, through nothing more dramatic than years of patient, chosen love, apparently fulfilled a prophecy older than the kingdom itself. It was during one such delegation, scholars from a distant eastern kingdom Issei had never previously known existed, that a piece of information arrived that struck him with far more personal force than any of the earlier academic curiosity had managed. Your gauntlet, one of the eastern scholars said carefully, studying Drake's crimson jewel with evident, focused interest during a formal audience in Asso's Great Hall. We have encountered similar artifacts before, in our own kingdom's old records, remnants of a war fought between beings your own dragon apparently remembers as devils and angels. We had assumed such conflicts belonged entirely to legend, distant echoes of some other world's ancient history. Are we mistaken in that assumption? Issei felt his breath catch. Old memories he had long since made peace with stirring unexpectedly at the careful academic question. No, he said slowly. You're not mistaken. That's actually where I'm originally from. A different world, before I fell into this one. The scholar's careful academic interest sharpened considerably at that admission, and the conversation that followed, stretching long into the evening, opened a door Issei had genuinely believed permanently closed, distant rumors and half-remembered fragments suggesting that his old world, wherever and whenever it truly existed relative to this one, had not entirely lost all trace or memory of the boy who had once vanished from it so completely. It is possible, Drake said carefully, once the scholars had finally departed and Issei sat alone that evening, turning the strange, unexpected revelation over in his mind, that the very convergence we have just achieved has done more than simply gather power in this world, partner. Such profound unity of ancient magic sometimes thins the boundaries between realms in ways neither of us fully anticipated. I do not know, with any certainty, whether this means your old world has somehow drawn closer to this one. But I would not dismiss the possibility entirely. Chapter 9. The possibility that Ko, or some echo of it, might exist closer to this world than Issei had believed for nearly 3 decades settled over him with a complicated weight he had not properly anticipated, gratitude and old grief and careful, uncertain hope all tangled together in a way that took him several days of quiet reflection to properly untangle. It was Eleonora, sensing his distraction with the same careful perceptiveness she had always brought to understanding him, who finally addressed it directly. You are thinking of your old family again, she said, not a question, settling beside him in their private garden with quiet, patient understanding. Rias. The others. Yeah, Issei admitted. I made my peace with never seeing them again a long time ago. Built this whole life, this whole family, without ever really expecting that door to open back up. Now there's this scholar talking about thinning boundaries, and I don't even know what to do with that. I don't want to leave any of this, Eleonora. Not for anything. But I'd be lying if I said some part of me doesn't want to at least know, if it's possible, whether they're okay. Whether they even remember me after all this time. Eleonora reached for his hand, her expression carrying none of the jealousy or insecurity he might once, in his earliest uncertain days in this world, have half expected. Then perhaps, she said gently, that is exactly what we should try to discover. Not to leave this family, Issei. None of us would ever ask that of you, nor would any of us wish it for ourselves. But simply to know. To perhaps send some word, some proof that the boy who once vanished from their world found not tragedy on the other side of that strange fall, but an entire beautiful life instead. I do not think seeking that knowledge would diminish anything we have built here. I think it might, if anything, complete something that has quietly remained unfinished in your heart for a very long time. Chapter 10. The working required to properly investigate the thinning boundary drag had since took the combined effort of all 7 Vanitas and their bonded dragon weapons, a careful, delicate undertaking that bore little resemblance to the desperate, urgent battles the family had faced in earlier years, this time approached with patient, methodical care rather than crisis-driven urgency. It was Aiko, her own bond with Drag proving invaluable to the delicate working, who finally located the precise nature of the thinning boundary the Eastern scholars had first hinted at. It is not truly a door, not like the ones we sealed in Ossel's forest, she explained, studying the careful, shimmering pattern the working had revealed. More like a window, thin and fragile, allowing only the barest exchange of awareness rather than any true physical crossing. I do not believe we could walk through it, Papa, even if we wished to. But I believe, with proper care, we might be able to send something through it. A message, perhaps, carried on the same kind of careful magic that first brought you here all those years ago. The working to craft such a message occupied the family's careful attention for several more weeks, and it was Issei himself, given the deeply personal nature of what he wished to communicate, who ultimately decided exactly what that message should contain, speaking it aloud into the careful, waiting magic of the working while his entire family, gathered close in quiet, supportive silence, listened. Rias, he said, his voice carrying steady despite the old, complicated emotion beneath it, and everyone back home. I don't know if this will ever actually reach you, or if it even makes sense across however much time might have passed on your side of things. But I wanted you to know, if there's any chance that all this gets through, that I'm okay. Better than okay. I fell into another world entirely, and I built a whole life there. A family, kids, more love than I ever thought I'd find anywhere. I think about all of you sometimes, and I hope, wherever you are, whenever you are, that you found exactly the kind of happiness I found too. Thank you for everything you gave me before I fell. I wouldn't be who I am now without it. Chapter 11. Whether the message ever truly reached its intended destination, Issei would never know with any real certainty, the delicate working fading into stillness within moments of its completion, leaving no clear sign of whether it had crossed the thinning boundary successfully or simply dissolved harmlessly into whatever space existed between worlds. But in the weeks that followed, Issei found, to his own quiet surprise, that the simple act of trying, of finally speaking aloud the gratitude and love he had carried silently for decades, brought him a peace he had not fully realized he was still missing. I think, he told Eleonora, during a quiet evening not long after the working, that I needed to do that more than I needed to actually know if it worked. Does that make sense? Completely, Eleonora said softly, understanding in the way she always seemed to understand exactly what mattered most to him. Some things are worth doing simply because they are true, regardless of whether we ever learn what became of them afterward. I am glad you found the peace you were looking for, Issei. You have carried that old, quiet grief with more grace than I think you have ever properly given yourself credit for. It was Aiko, still studying the faint, lingering traces of the working with her own careful, curious attention, who finally offered the small, comforting observation that settled the matter fully in Issei's heart. The magic did not simply dissolve without effect, Papa, she said. I could feel it, faintly, in the moments before it faded. Whatever waited on the other side of that thin boundary, I believe something there received what you sent, even if we may never properly know exactly what that reception meant to them. She smiled, warm and certain. I do not think love, once properly spoken, ever truly goes to waste. Not even across whatever strange distance separates one world from another. Chapter 12. Life settled once more, in the months that followed, into the same warm, treasured rhythm that had defined the family's existence across so many remarkable years. 7 wives, 5 children now grown into their own remarkable lives and beginning, in several cases, to build families of their own, and Issei, older now but no less grateful for every single day of the extraordinary journey that had brought him here, found himself on a quiet evening gathered with the full family in Oslo's great hall, struck once more by the sheer, accumulated wonder of everything this strange, unexpected life had grown to hold. 7 wives, he said, mostly to himself, watching the warm chaos of family life unfold around him, grandchildren now beginning to join the household's joyful noise, 7 remarkable women who had each, in their own time and their own way, chosen to build a life with him. I still can't quite believe it, some days. Believe it, Melitza said dryly, settling beside him with her characteristic directness. The warmth colored every word. You have earned every single one of us, Issei Hayadu, 3 years of patient, genuine devotion that never once wavered, even when any one of us might have given you good reason to. I do not offer such trust lightly, as you well know by now. None of us do. I know, Issei said, smiling, looking around at the full gathered family, at Elizavetta's quiet, settled contentment finally claimed after so many years of careful solitude, at Melitza's characteristic brisk warmth, at Eleonora's steady, watchful pride, at Ludmila's fierce protective love, at Sophia's endless gentle wisdom, at Valentina's hard-won open trust, at Olga's irrepressible joy. All 7 of them gathered together in a hall that had once, so many years ago, simply been the quiet keep of a single province's Vanitas, and had grown, through nothing more remarkable than years of chosen, patient love, into the true and lasting heart of an entire flourishing kingdom. I know exactly how lucky I am, he said, quiet and certain. Every single day. And I intend to keep earning it, for as long as any of us are lucky enough to have Around him, 7 voices rose in warm, overlapping agreement, and beyond Ossel's ancient walls, beneath a sky bright with the same familiar, faithful stars that had watched over this family since its very first uncertain beginning, an entire world continued turning, peaceful and protected, built on nothing more or less than the simple, extraordinary truth that love, freely chosen and faithfully maintained, could grow into something far larger and far more beautiful than anyone, even a stranger, fallen from the sky into a war he never expected to survive, could ever have properly imagined. Together, always, and with each remarkable new chapter this family continued to write, more completely and more wonderfully home than ever before. Chapter 13. The old prophecy's warning, that the sovereign's convergence might herald either the kingdom's greatest flowering or its gravest test, did not remain merely academic curiosity for long. It was nearly a year after Militsa's wedding, the family's convergence now common knowledge across 2 kingdoms and beyond, that the first sign of the prophecy's darker possibility finally made itself known. It came, unexpectedly, through Kaido, now a grown man serving with distinction in Legnitsa's defensive forces, who returned from a routine border patrol with an account that immediately set the entire family on edge. There were soldiers, he said, still shaken as he reported to the gathered family council, wearing no banner I recognized, moving with a strange, coordinated precision that felt less like any army I have trained against and more like something following a single, shared will rather than individual command. When we approached to challenge them, they simply vanished, not retreating, vanishing, the way a candle flame vanishes when properly snuffed. Drake, consulted immediately, offered grave and careful assessment. This does not match the hunger's old signature, nor the shifting realm's particular nature. Something else has taken notice of your family's convergence, I fear, something that recognizes the gathered power 7 bonded dragon weapons represent, and means to test it, or perhaps claim it, before it can be properly turned against whatever purpose that something has in mind. Then we prepare, Eleonora said immediately, the same decisive authority that had carried the family through every previous crisis settling firmly over the gathered council. Whatever this new threat proves to be, we have faced ancient hungers and shifting trade realms and come through both stronger for the trial. We will not be caught unprepared now, whatever old prophecy's darker warning has finally begun to stir. Chapter 14. The strange, vanishing soldiers appeared again within weeks, this time along Valentina's northern border, and Sakura, called immediately to her mother's side to help investigate, brought back an account that deepened the family's growing unease considerably. They spoke, this time, before vanishing, she reported, her voice carrying the same careful precision that had served her so well in years of diplomatic work. Not threats, not demands. They spoke of a convergence court, an assembly that apparently exists to judge and, if deemed necessary, to correct any gathering of power that grows too large or too concentrated to remain properly balanced against the wider order of things. They called our family's convergence an imbalance requiring correction. Correction meaning what, precisely? Valentina asked sharply. They did not elaborate, Sakura admitted. But their tone, the way they spoke of it, suggested something considerably more severe than a simple diplomatic request that we somehow lessen our own bonds. Aiko, her connection to Drake lending unique insight into the ancient dragon's own careful concern, finally spoke the fear that had clearly been building in all of their minds. They mean to break the convergence, she said quietly. Sever the bonds between us and our dragon weapons, perhaps, or force some of us apart entirely, simply because our unity has grown too powerful for whatever balance this convergence court claims to protect. I have heard rumors of such a court before, Drake admitted, grave and troubled. Ancient arbiters, existing at the edges of many worlds, meant to prevent any single gathering of power from growing dangerous enough to threaten the wider order between realms. I did not believe, until now, that such a court might exist close enough to this world to take notice of what we have built here. If they truly mean to challenge this family's bond partner, I fear it will not be a challenge we can simply outfight, however strong our combined strength has become. Chapter 15. The formal summons arrived within the month, delivered not by soldier or messenger but appearing directly within Ossel's great hall itself, a shimmering, formal document written in a script that shifted and resolved itself into readable words only as each member of the family focused their attention upon it. The Convergence Court of the Between Realms, it read, formally summons the bonded household of Issei Hayadu, 7 Vanitas, and their dragon weapons united in unprecedented convergence, to appear before proper judgment regarding the balance and stability such convergence represents to the wider order between worlds. Failure to appear will be considered an admission of dangerous imbalance, and correction will proceed without further formal hearing. A trial, Melitza said flatly, studying the shimmering summons with obvious distaste. They mean to put our family, our love, on trial before some ancient court we have never even properly heard of until weeks ago. Then we attend, Eleonora said, though her voice carried a careful weight that suggested she understood exactly how serious such a proceeding might prove to be. We have faced worse than careful judgment, all of us, across years of harder battles than this. If this court truly means to judge whether our bond represents dangerous imbalance, then we will simply have to prove, as thoroughly and as honestly as we know how, exactly what that bond has actually built. Drake, when consulted about the nature of such a court, and what attending it might actually require, offered careful, sobering counsel. I do not know precisely how such proceedings unfold, partner, having never personally witnessed one. But I would counsel this. Whatever judgment this court renders, it will likely weigh not merely the power your convergence represents, but the wisdom and restraint with which that power has been used. Everything this family has built, every choice toward peace rather than conquest, toward protection rather than domination, may prove your strongest defense before whatever judgment awaits. Chapter 16. The crossing to wherever the Convergence Court held its proceedings required a working more delicate and more demanding than anything the family had previously attempted, drawing on the full combined strength of all 7 dragon weapons to open a passage stable enough for the entire family to cross together, and Issei found himself standing at the threshold of yet another unknown realm after so many years of relative peace, feeling an old, familiar nervousness he had not properly experienced in decades. Whatever happens, Eleonora said quietly, taking his hand as the shimmering passage opened before them, we face it exactly as we have faced everything else. Together. The realm beyond the passage bore no resemblance to the gray twilight of the Hunger's domain, nor the shifting, unstable strangeness of the trading realm they had once negotiated with. It was, instead, a vast and orderly space, structured and precise, filled with towering columns of soft, even light, and at its center, 7 robed figures sat in careful formation, their faces obscured by the same shifting light that filled the realm around them, radiating an authority that felt ancient and utterly without the kind of passionate malice or hunger the family had faced in their previous confrontations. You have come, one of the figures said, voice calm and measured, entirely without the layered strangeness of the hunger or the playful curiosity of the trading realm's emissary. 7 bonded souls, 7 dragon weapons, united not through conquest or coercion but we observe, through what appears to be genuine and freely chosen affection. This is an unusual case before our court, we confess. Most convergences we have judged arose from ambition or accident, either of which speaks well for the wisdom with which such power will ultimately be wielded. Then judge us on what we've actually done with it, Issei said, stepping forward with the same steady resolve that had carried him through every confrontation across 3 remarkable decades. Not on what you're afraid we might do, based on other convergences that happened for completely different reasons. Chapter 17. The proceeding that followed stretched across what felt, within the strange, timeless quality of the realm, like several full days, the 7 robed judges questioning every member of the family in turn, examining not merely the strength of their combined power but the full history of how that power had been built, used, and restrained across more than 3 decades of the family's remarkable journey. It was Sophia's testimony, gentle and thorough, that seemed to carry particular weight with the careful, listening judges. We have faced 2 ancient threats capable of unmaking or reshaping our entire world, she explained, her calm, measured voice carrying the same quiet authority it had once brought to the succession hearing years earlier. In both cases, we chose resolution over destruction wherever such a path existed. We negotiated a lasting peace with a realm that might easily have been simply destroyed through raw strength alone. We built alliance rather than conquest with a kingdom that had once been our fiercest rival. Every choice this family has made, individually and together, has favored unity and restraint over domination, even when domination would have been considerably easier to achieve. The judges conferred quietly among themselves, their careful, measured discussion inaudible to the waiting family, and it was Aiko, drawing on her own bond with Drake, who finally offered her own testimony, unprompted, when the judge's attention finally returned to the gathered family. "I am the next generation of this convergence," she said, stepping forward with quiet, determined confidence. "I did not choose to be born into this power, the way my parents chose to build it deliberately. But I have grown up watching exactly how it should be wielded: patience over haste, negotiation over destruction, love over fear. If this court fears what unchecked convergence might eventually become, let our family stand as proof of exactly what checked, wisely tended convergence can achieve instead." Chapter 18. The judge's final deliberation stretched long enough that Issei found himself, standing beside his family in the vast, orderly realm, gripping Eleonora's hand tightly enough that he was certain it must have ached, though she never once complained or pulled away. When the verdict finally came, delivered by the same calm, measured voice that had first addressed them, it arrived not as the harsh correction the family had feared, but as something closer to careful, considered respect. "This court has judged many convergences across many worlds," the lead judge said, "and rarely have we found one built with such deliberate wisdom, restraint, and genuine chosen love. We do not find, in your family's bond, the dangerous imbalance our summons warned against. We find, instead, precisely the kind of tempered, thoughtful power that convergence was always meant to represent, when built correctly rather than seized carelessly." A pause waited with formal significance. This court renders its judgment. Your convergence stands unchallenged, your bonds untouched, and this court extends, additionally, its formal recognition of your family as proper stewards of the power you have built, a designation rarely granted and never lightly given. The relief that swept through the gathered family was immediate and overwhelming, and it was only as the judges began to formally close the proceeding that the lead judge offered one final, unexpected observation. "We would add," the voice said, "that this court has taken note of the message you once sent across a thinning boundary to a world you left behind, Issei Haidu. Such crossings rarely go entirely unnoticed by courts such as ours. We can offer no promise of what became of it, nor any certainty of what awaits on the other side of that boundary now. But we can confirm this much. The message was received by someone, somewhere, who wept upon hearing it, and who has carried its warmth ever since." Chapter 19. The family returned to Ossel changed by the experience in ways that took months to fully settle, the formal recognition from the Convergence Court bringing with it a quiet, lasting confidence that the life they had built together, however unprecedented, however unusual by any measure the old world's traditions might apply to it, had been properly and thoroughly validated. Not merely by their own hard-won happiness but by ancient, careful judgment that had found nothing in their bond except genuine, well-tended love. It was the final revelation, though, the confirmation that his old message across the thinning boundary had truly been received and had brought someone, somewhere, real comfort, that settled something in Issei's heart that had remained quietly unresolved for the better part of 3 decades. "I don't need to know more than that," he told Eleonora, during a quiet evening not long after their return, turning the judge's careful words over one final time. "Just knowing it reached someone, that it meant something to them. That's enough. That's more than enough, actually. I am glad," Eleonora said softly, resting her head against his shoulder in the quiet dark of their garden. "You carried that old uncertainty so gracefully, for so many years. I am glad you finally have this peace to set alongside it." Around them, the family's ordinary, treasured rhythm resumed its steady course, 7 wives, grown children building their own lives and families, and grandchildren now filling Ossel's halls with exactly the kind of bright, chaotic joy that had once seemed, to a lonely stranger fallen out of the sky so many years earlier, entirely impossible to properly imagine. Chapter 20. The years that followed the Convergence Court's judgment brought a settled, deepened peace unlike anything the family had known even in their earlier decades together, the old fears of ancient threats and prophesied tests finally, fully laid to rest, replaced instead by the simple, ordinary joy of watching an entire remarkable legacy continue to grow and flourish across generations. It was on a warm evening many years later, Issei considerably older now, his hair fully silvered but his heart no less full than it had been on that very first morning on a lonely road, that he found himself gathered once more with his entire family, children and grandchildren filling Issei's great hall with warm, familiar noise, 7 wives gathered close around him with the same easy, settled devotion that had carried them all through every triumph and every trial across their entire, extraordinary shared journey. "Do you remember," Olga asked, settling beside him with a fond, reminiscing smile, "how frightened we all were, that very first time we walked through the ancient door to face the hunger directly? I do not think any of us properly believed, in that moment, that we would live to see even a single decade of peace afterward, let alone the extraordinary life we have actually built since." "I remember," Issei said, smiling at the warm, distant memory. "I remember being terrified, and grateful, both at the same time. Grateful that whatever happened, I'd gotten to know all of you first." "And now," Valentina observed, her own voice carrying the settled warmth of decades well and fully lived, "we have grandchildren playing in this very hall, an entire kingdom built on the unity we first forged together, and a legacy that even ancient courts beyond this world have formally recognized as something worth honoring." She reached for his hand, the same gesture of quiet, complete trust she had first offered so many years earlier in her own northern library. "I do not think either of us, on that very first morning, could have properly imagined exactly how far this journey would eventually carry us." Issei looked around at his family, at 7 remarkable women who had each, in their own time and their own way, chosen to build an entire extraordinary life with him, at children and grandchildren who would carry that legacy forward for generations still to come, and felt, one final time, the same overwhelming, grateful wonder that had first settled over him on that distant morning so many years earlier. "No," he agreed softly, pulling his family close around him. "But I wouldn't trade a single moment of finding out." And beneath a sky bright with familiar, faithful stars, in a hall filled with the warm, chaotic joy of a family built entirely on chosen love, Issei Hayato, once simply a stranger fallen from another world entirely, settled into the deep, contented certainty of a legacy that would carry forward, generation after generation, the simple, extraordinary truth that had defined his entire remarkable journey from its very first uncertain beginning. That love, freely chosen and faithfully tended, could build something no darkness, however ancient or however patient, could ever hope to unmake. Chapter 21. Not every remaining chapter of the family's extraordinary story unfolded in grand councils or ancient courts. Some of the most treasured moments, Issei found in the years that followed, arrived in far quieter shapes, ordinary afternoons that carried within them the accumulated weight of everything the family had built across more than 3 decades together. It was Kaito's own wedding, held in Legnitsa beneath the same clear winter sky that had witnessed his mother Ludmila's ceremony so many years earlier, that brought the family's second generation properly into its own inheritance of chosen, deliberate love. His bride, a quiet, capable young officer who had served alongside him for years before either of them properly acknowledged their growing feelings, fit into the family's warm, welcoming embrace as naturally as though she had always belonged there. "I did not expect," Ludmila admitted to Issei, watching their son exchange vows with the same fierce, quiet joy she herself had once carried into her own wedding decades earlier, "to feel quite this proud, quite this moved, watching him build exactly the kind of chosen, deliberate happiness we worked so hard to build for ourselves. I suppose I always hoped he would find something like this. I did not properly prepare myself for how it would actually feel, watching it happen." "Yeah," Issei said, equally moved, watching his son's face as he spoke his own careful, heartfelt vows. "I don't think you ever really can prepare for that. You just get to feel lucky, watching it unfold." Sakura's own marriage followed within the year, a careful, thoughtful match with a fellow diplomat from Brune's own growing court, a union that carried its own quiet symbolic weight, the daughter of Valentina and Issei marrying into the very kingdom that had once been Zektid's fiercest rival, living proof of exactly how completely the alliance forged decades earlier had transformed 2 once hostile nations into genuine, lasting partners. Chapter 22. The twins, true to their mother Olga's own irrepressible spirit, took considerably longer to settle into anything resembling traditional partnership, both of them far more interested, well into their 30s, in the endless, joyful work of managing the alliance's ever-growing logistics than in any particular romantic pursuit, and it was Olga herself, watching her children's continued cheerful independence, who finally offered the family's collective perspective on the matter. They will find their own path, in their own time, exactly as the rest of us did, she said, entirely unbothered by any suggestion that her children's different timeline reflected anything except their own particular, well-considered choices. I did not find this family until well into my own adult years, and I do not regret a single moment of the journey that brought me here, waiting included. I trust my children to find whatever version of happiness genuinely suits them, whenever and however that happiness eventually arrives. Aya, the youngest of Issei and Eleonora's children, proved the family's most unexpected romantic story of all, falling in love not with a fellow soldier or diplomat but with a scholar from the very convergence court that had once formally judged the family's bond, a careful, thoughtful young man who had first arrived in Oslo to study the historical significance of the family's unprecedented convergence and had, over several years of careful, patient courtship, won Aya's heart through nothing more dramatic than genuine intellectual companionship and steady, reliable devotion. He understands what this family means, Aya told her parents, introducing her intended with obvious, careful pride, not merely as a subject of academic curiosity, but as something worth genuinely protecting and honoring. I could not have asked for a partner who takes our family's legacy more seriously, or who loves me more completely alongside it. Chapter 23. The wedding that followed, held in Oslo with representatives from the Convergence Court itself in careful, formal attendance, a first in the court's own long history, brought the family's remarkable journey full circle in ways none of them could have properly anticipated on that very first morning so many decades earlier, ancient, careful judges standing witness to exactly the kind of chosen, deliberate love their own formal proceeding had once judged and ultimately honored. We do not typically attend such ceremonies, the same calm, measured voice that had once delivered the court's careful judgment observed, during the celebration that followed the formal vows. But this family's story has become, within our own careful records, something of a singular case, proof that convergence built correctly need never become the danger our ancient charter was originally created to guard against. We felt it appropriate to witness, firsthand, exactly what such careful, well-tended power can ultimately build. Issei, standing nearby with Eleonora at his side, found himself struck once more by the sheer, accumulated wonder of everything this family had grown to represent, not merely to themselves but, apparently, to realms and courts far beyond anything he could have properly imagined on that first disorienting morning when he had simply fallen out of the sky into a field he did not recognize. It's strange, he admitted to Eleonora, watching the celebration unfold around them, ancient judges mingling carefully with joyful, ordinary family members in a scene that felt almost impossibly surreal even after everything they had already lived through together. I used to think the biggest thing I'd ever accomplish in this world was helping win a war. Turns out the actual biggest thing was just loving people well, and letting them love me back. Everything else just kind of grew out of that. That is, I think, Eleonora said softly, leaning into him with the same easy warmth that had defined their bond since its very first tentative beginning, the truest lesson this entire remarkable journey has ever offered. Power, strength, even the favor of ancient courts, none of it ever mattered nearly so much as the simple, patient choice to love well, and to let ourselves be loved in return. Chapter 24. The family gathered one final time that evening, generations spanning from Issei's own silvered years down to the youngest grandchildren just beginning to toddle across Oslo's familiar garden paths. And Issei, looking around at everything this extraordinary life had grown to encompass, felt a peace so complete it settled through him like warm, gentle sunlight. Grandpa, one of the youngest grandchildren asked, climbing into his lap with the same easy trust every generation of this family seemed to carry instinctively, will you tell the story again? The one about how you fell out of the sky. Issei smiled, settling the small child comfortably against his chest, and looked around at his gathered family, 7 wives who had each chosen him and been chosen in return, children grown into remarkable adults building their own extraordinary legacies, grandchildren who would carry this family's story forward into a future none of them could yet properly imagine. Once, a very long time ago, he began, the same familiar words he had spoken countless times across the years to countless eager young listeners. I was just an ordinary boy, living in a completely different world, when one morning, without any warning at all, I fell straight out of the sky into a field I had never seen before. Around him, the family settled into comfortable, familiar quiet, the same story that had defined this entire remarkable journey unfolding once more beneath a sky bright with familiar, faithful stars, and Issei, surrounded by everything he had built across a lifetime of chosen love and hard-won peace, understood, more completely than he had ever understood anything in either of his two remarkable lives, that whatever else the future still held, this family, this legacy, this extraordinary story of love freely chosen and faithfully maintained across decades and generations, would carry forward, unbroken, for as long as the world itself continued turning. Together, always, and exactly as it had always been meant to be, completely and forever home. Chapter 25. Long after the grandchildren had finally drifted off to sleep, lulled by the familiar rhythm of a story they had heard countless times before and would, Issei suspected, tell to their own children someday in turn, he found himself once more standing alone on the same section of Ossel's outer wall where so much of this extraordinary journey had first taken shape. Decades of memory settling warm and comfortable around him in the quiet dark. Eleonora found him there, as she so often had across the years, her steps slower now with age but no less certain, and settled beside him with the same easy familiarity that had never once faded across their entire shared lifetime. "You are remembering again," she observed, the same gentle words she had spoken to him countless times before across their decades together. "Always," Issei agreed, smiling at the familiar exchange. "I don't think I'll ever stop, honestly. Every time I stand here, I can still feel it, that first morning, how completely lost I felt, how certain I was that I'd landed somewhere with nothing waiting for me except more fighting and more uncertainty." He looked out over Ossel's sleeping city, the same quiet pride and wonder he had felt on that very first evening still fresh, even after all these years. "I never could have imagined this. Any of it. 7 wives, this many children and grandchildren, an entire kingdom built on the alliance we started together. Ancient courts recognizing what we built as something worth honoring rather than fearing. None of us could have imagined it," Eleonora said softly, reaching for his hand with the same quiet certainty that had defined her affection since their very first meeting. "That, I think, is precisely why it has proven so completely worth living. We did not build this family according to any grand design, Issei. We built it one small, deliberate choice at a time, trusting each other a little further with each passing season, until those small choices had grown into something neither of us could have properly planned even if we had tried." Issei pulled her close, feeling the same warmth that had carried him through every trial and every triumph across their entire remarkable shared journey, and looked out over the sleeping city one final time before finally turning toward home, toward the warm, familiar halls where his entire extraordinary family slept soundly, safe and loved and utterly unafraid of whatever the future still held in store. "I used to wonder, sometimes, in those very first weeks," he admitted quietly, "whether I'd ever find my way back to anything that felt like home again. Whether falling into this world meant losing that feeling for good." He smiled, looking down at Eleonora with the same complete, grateful love he had carried for her since the very first morning they met on a lonely, dangerous road. "Turns out I didn't lose it at all. I just hadn't found the real shape of it yet. Took falling out of the sky into your world to finally figure that out." Eleonora laughed softly, warm and familiar, and together, hand in hand, they walked back toward the warm, waiting lights of Ossel's great hall, toward the family that had grown, across more than 3 decades of chosen love and hard-won peace, into something no ancient darkness, however patient or however vast, had ever managed to break. Home, exactly as it had always been meant to be, and exactly as it would remain, for every remaining season the world was generous enough to grant them. Somewhere behind them, in Ossel's warm, sleeping halls, 7 wives, 5 children grown into their own remarkable lives, and a growing generation of grandchildren dreamed peacefully beneath a roof built not merely of stone and timber but of decades of patient, chosen love, and Issei, walking beside Eleonora through the quiet dark toward everything that waited for him there. understood with complete and settled certainty that whatever legacy this extraordinary family ultimately left behind, it would be remembered, above every battle won and every ancient court's careful judgment, simply as proof that love, freely given and faithfully returned, could build a home vast enough to hold an entire lifetime of impossible, beautiful belonging. Thanks for listening.